Chang. So, Chang, I can see that you're only 45 years old because you started working with early childhood education as 5 years, right? Okay, next we have Vivek. So, Vivek has been in corporate career spanning over 4 decades, of which the last 24 years in large diversified companies in India and the Gulf. He completed his engineering degree from the prestigious IIT Kanpur and an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. Besides, he did strategic planning at Boston College, US, corporate management at AOTS, Japan, and is a Six Sigma Green Belt certified from Motorola University. His areas of expertise include business strategy, leadership practice, and as a business coach for senior and high potential exclusive. He is concurrently serving as professor of practice at the prestigious International Management Institute, IMI. Welcome, Vivek. Then we have Proven. And Proven, I hope I say your last name correctly now. I'll do my best here. Proven Latambai is the Vice President of Group HR at Taylor's Education Group, responsible for the strategy, direction, organization vision, and talent strategy. She is a senior professional of 25 years of working and 15 years in human resource, covering all HR functions areas. She is a strategist, adapt to create and execute HR initiatives that are closely aligned with the organization, mission, and vision. Welcome, Proven. Then we have Dr. Iris Garner. She is the CEO of the firm ILG. She's worked across the education area, including corporations and non-for-profit space, for more than 2 decades. Garner leverages transformation leadership practice and diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging constructs to advance community engagement, program development, evolution, as well as corporate development and strategic planning. Dr. Garner inspires, builds, and transforms to ensure impact on all stakeholders. Welcome, Garner.
Thank you.
So, by kicking this off, this panel, the first question, where do I go here? Maribel. So the first question, Maribel, why do we need transformation leadership with purpose, present, and inclusive here?
Well, thank you for your question, John.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. As you can see, we are quite a diverse panel, and I love that. Some of us work with kids, with students, with the workforce, and yet this topic is relevant for each of us, and most probably also for each of you. And the question is why? Why transformational leadership? And you know, we live in a world of transformation, right? The situation of people around the world 15 years ago is quite different than it is today. We have some new geopolitical and environmental challenges, and we are surrounded by a lot of changes. And those changes push us to think and do things differently. So for example, we have the aging workforce, right? In a few years, a lot of the workforce will be retiring, so how do we manage that? We have this new generation that comes and see and do things differently, and they also push us out of our comfort zone, so how do we manage that? We have disruptive technology, geopolitical instabilities, right? So with all of this, what do we do about it? Well, we need to transform, and to transform, I'm just trying to find the lead that I wanted to bring.
That's okay.
So
Take your time.
there is passion, purpose, and presence, right? And a lot of people talk about passion, but why? Because with this new generation that is asking us, why am I doing what I'm doing? Why are you doing what you're doing? Does it have sense? they will do this extra mile of this transformational journey if they understand why they are doing it, right? So the purpose needs to be clear, and when you have a clear purpose, then everyone will be ready to go this extra mile in this transformational journey. And then transformation is about also change, and change can be scary, right? So that's why you also need this passion, because when you're passionate, you're ready to go for this change. And you have a lot of people that are passionate about a topic, right? It can be environmental topics, gender topics, but is passion enough, right? If you have the purpose and you have the passion, is it enough? Well, I would say, unfortunately, most of the time, no. You also need to have the presence. And what does it mean to have the presence? Well, it's talk with the stakeholders, get out of your comfort zone, find solutions, right? So I think that's why I really like this diverse panel, because with each of us, with our different experience and background, we can contribute to that discussion. So, Pooven, what's your view also on this topic, and why do you think it's relevant?
If I can add on it, I would say transformational leadership, it's a very beautiful journey, and combining the passion, present, and purpose is highly relevant in today's dynamic and ever-changing world. It's simply because it facilitates adaptability, drive engagement, promote innovation, promote growth and development among people and leaders. If I take examples on my personal experience, I would say like purpose, communicating clearly and consistently to my stakeholders, team, people surrounding me, what is the purpose. And present is always being there, being a good listener, exploring ideas together, and coming up with a common goal where everybody feels that there's a common purpose. And passion is all about encouraging the team, the people, to find their own interests, best of themselves at work. By doing this, what I achieve, high engagement, innovative solutions, and that creates a positive impact in the organization. That helps a lot to achieve the transformational leadership. Thanks.
Thank you, Pooven. So, Christine, how does purpose, passion, and presence relate to transformational leadership?
I would like to start with presence. Presence is first to be present, okay? To be present in the moment, like here, okay? And presence also means being in the moment with who you are, what you believe, and what you stand for. So for me, education transforms the world. Education makes the world a better one for all of us today, for children tomorrow, the adults tomorrow. Now, 30 years ago in Singapore, the situation for early childhood teachers was really, really bad. As you know, early childhood teachers, they build foundation in learning for our young children who will be our future. But they did not have any recognition. There was no opportunities for them to grow in their profession or develop. So that situation, me being present there 30 years ago, speaks to me that something needs to be done. So with that, I developed the purpose of the passion which I developed in the present situation 30 years ago. What it calls out to me is to what can we do? So you see, being present in that situation arouses passion. And passion grows purpose. You know, passion and purpose are actually interlinked, you know. When you have passion, then you see, oh, I'm so passionate about this situation, and then the action that I put my passion into become your purpose. And as you go on in action, that purpose becomes clearer, and it fuels your passion. But it all starts with being present in the moment with what you believe and who you are. Like, I respect all the early childhood teachers for the kind of work that they do. And because of that, you know, it fuels the passion and develops my purpose.
Thank you very much, Christine. That was very enlightening to hear. So, Vivek, how do you link this to ESG?
Firstly, I must respond to Christine. Great example of passion she has just demonstrated. You know, John, our moderator, I must say he's a very proactive person. We had 2 Zoom meetings prior to this, and yesterday we met over lunch also. So I think we feel as if we know each other since a long time. And thank you, John, for that initiative.
You're
so
welcome.
This is what struck me very strongly about Christine, about her zest, and whatever she speaks with such force and passion. So that's a great example. Building on what you've been saying, you know, for me, passion is something which is full of energy, enthusiasm, and that one thing good about energy is, demonstrating energy, it is infectious. One of the great examples we've had in the last 3 days is our moderator, Rachel. Let's give her a big hand. What a classic example of energy and enthusiasm. She's brought the whole seminar to a higher level. So this is what transformational leadership is about, in her own way. And shifting a little bit from the paradigm, you know, I was thinking, actually, the world today is passing through an existential crisis with all the climate cataclysm that is happening and the social upheavals. Literally, we are fighting for our survival. A lot of cynics and skeptics say that maybe humankind has not done enough. They have done too less, too late. Although I am one of those optimistic kinds, because a lot of things have been happening, particularly in the last 4 or 5 years across the world, where the appreciation for ESG is transforming the world. And a lot of, not just the government, I would say the private corporates have been very, very proactive. And they are defining the corporate purpose. Purpose, as you know, it means the reason for existence. There is no yet, right? So we are all now defining the ESG proposition, which is consistent and aligned with our other objectives. And I think that is transforming this world. That is what transformational leadership is at a more macro level. I can give you many examples. You know, a small thing, my son, he's a partner with Boston Consulting at Singapore. So and all these consulting companies have got different practices. You have the leadership practice, the strategy practice. So he is in the ESG practice domain. And he was mentioning to me that, firstly, he's taken that practice out of choice because he feels there is a purpose involved in that. It gives him a sense of purpose, and he's passionate about it. So he was mentioning that, you know, in BCG, the people who are in this vertical, the retention rate is double than what it is in the other verticals, number one. And number two, although they do not get that kind of bonuses, they are still more satisfied and more purpose-filled because the kind of work which they are doing. They feel that, you know, they are part of a process of transforming the society. And so therefore, when I think of transformational leadership, I think this macro paradigm is very, very important. So much of work is being given. And now the retention rate of this particular vertical in BCG is double. So if the average age is 4 years, in people who are in the ESG vertical are staying at double the time. So all these are metrics, measures which are proving that today people are looking for a purposeful assignment. That's where they find their purpose and their passion. I have worked for many companies where they have aligned, the ESG proposition has been aligned very well with their other objectives. I remember in Pizza Hut we had this Food for Hunger project, and throughout all our outlets we had put these donation boxes, and it was amazing the amount of money we could raise. But more significantly, during the period of the campaign, our sales had a double-digit increase. So it's no longer as if it's a charity or something one is doing. It is so well inbuilt into the whole corporate purpose. Similarly, you know, one very good example we all have here, a plant bottle by RLN. I thought that was a great ESG initiative, 100% plant resources. And to recycle this bottle, they are saving on buying fresh plastic or plant. So therefore, they are reducing cost. What an amazing way to, mix the ESG along with your own corporate objectives. So these days, organizations with enlightened leadership are taking amazing steps to mingle the two together. I hope there is something in what I have said, John.
I loved it. Thank you very much, Vivek. I love that. I love that. So, Proven, what are the key challenges of overcoming transformation leadership?
Key challenges, I would like to put it in a very positive manner where we can look at it as an opportunity, right? So if you look at opportunity, I would say the word change, just like what Maribel has mentioned, it sounds very scary. It's okay. To me, I will always say it's okay for people to be scared, worried about, because it's a lot of uncertainty, and probably it's also disrupting their daily routines. So they don't see it right. So as a leader, the communication is very important, to communicate clearly the change or the purpose, so they are aware, so they can see the impact, positive impact, negative impact, what are the risks that we have, how to mitigate the risk, drag them along to give input, making decisions, so that we can have the change can transform very well. Secondly, I have a long list of opportunity, but due to time, I'll just look at 4. So the second one would be more managing high expectation. Don't set unrealistic goal. So it's always about setting up realistic goal and also celebrating each milestones, achievement, recognition that motivates the journey of transformation. Thirdly, looking at trust. Trust is a very powerful word, and it's not easy. We can't gain the trust empowering people and also fostering relationship in a day. It can happen naturally based on understanding your leadership traits, values, and also I emphasize this a lot in my current organization. Leaders have a little human touch on the key touch points of people's life cycle. So each key touch points that's important to be more engaging, and that's where the trust can be developed. And lastly, I see that developing the leadership pipeline is very important. It's not about a single leader. So leaders, you play an important role to develop a more transformational leader by identifying the potential future talents, future leaders, how do you do it? You definitely need a strategic leadership in place. So leaders, be prepared to invest on cost, time, to prepare for coaching, mentoring, developing and training programs, to develop or to cultivate the culture of transformation leadership. So Dr. Dana, do you have another view on this?
That was an exhaustive list, very dynamic and comprehensive. One thing that I will add is the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Very often, organizations deposit those constructs here and there, and the challenge is that it should not be afterthought. It should be fused in from end to end. And when we speak about diversity, really it is the diverse inclusion of ideas, constructs, and methodologies in a way that really embodies our differences. And when we speak about equity, it's a time deposit there. One would have to really be intentional and get to know and understand the leaders and the team so that they can offer up exactly what it is that they're needing. Here I want to lean in on the term equity. It is not at all giving individuals the same thing, rather it is giving the individuals exactly what they need. And then inclusion, I can't speak enough about inclusion. Metaphorically, the boardroom table, if you will, I would encourage you to dismantle the table so that you can reconfigure it so it's large and wide enough to have a seat at the table for every individual. It is really compelling to have a leadership model that embodies, supports, and elevates and celebrate the differences across the organization. That, to me, is true transformative leadership. And the challenge is not around not having those components or sprinkling those in. The challenge is not making those part of it from end to end, integrated in every single component of the leadership model. Thank you.
Very interesting, Ghana, very interesting. Yeah, we're all individuals, right? And need to be treated as individuals all the way through, right? Yeah, good. So, Vivek, we talk about trust, and how can trust overcome some of these challenges we see in transformation leadership?
Yeah, John, I think this is a very powerful word, trust. One of the finest sentences I had read was, trust is the currency of living. I thought it says it all. And, you know, I've done a lot of work on this area, not in terms of just theory, but also practical implementation of how don't we generate trust. Because at the end of it, it all boils down to credibility. That's another word for generating trust. So how does one become trustworthy, worthy of being trusted? And Stephen Covey in his 7 Habits, and more importantly in his seminal book, The 8th Habit, where he talks of from effectiveness to greatness. There he has talked a lot about this, and I thought that made a lot of sense, that to generate, to become trustworthy, we have to work on our character ethic, integrity, and as well as high competence. So it's a combination of both strong character ethics and high competence. Character, things like integrity, fairness, justice, equity, you know, things like openness, honesty. So, and remember, one thing I really like is that people do not judge us by our intent. They judge us by our actions and behavior. So we have to demonstrate these qualities to become a trustworthy person. And along with this, you should also have high competence, whether it is about your product knowledge, your industry knowledge, the whole gambit of EQ and the soft skills you possess. So a combination of character ethic and high competence is the one which generates trust. Then people will willingly follow you. So I was very intrigued by this, and in the last organization I worked for, I said we have to implement it. So having made it as a core shared value, we said that it should not just remain on a piece of paper, and we have to actually act and behave in a trustworthy manner. And one of the norms which I did was, we decided together that if anyone is violating in his actions and behavior, he's not demonstrating character or competence, the other person has the right to let him know. And it is irrespective of the level in which you are in. So, and we actually practiced it, this mutuality of trust. Believe me, the way it grew, it was amazing. The speed of trust, the way we cut down on the response time. No, I want a written sanction. No, once you have the trust of the other person, he will not betray you. You're walking the talk, and you don't have a hidden agenda, and you don't have so this is what is the transformational leadership is about. It is, according to me, if one is to sum it out, the transformation leadership is a lot to do with credibility, I feel. Would you like to add to that, John? Because I know we're quite aligned on this point.
Oh yeah. I do believe a lot in the trust line, I would call it almost, the trust line between us and people. So maybe between me and Maribel here, there's a trust line. I'm very visual, I can almost see that line between us. And between us, we have a very straight line. But with some people, I have maybe a curve on that line. So if I'm leading people, my responsibility is to straighten that line. So when there's a straight line, a strong line, a trust line, change go fast. I agree with you, Vivek, here on the speed of trust. Because many transformations takes a long time, because there's curves on those trust lines. Or maybe sometimes we let down our people. Maybe we didn't show them the respect of listening to them, understanding their needs, or treating them as individuals, like you talked about, Dr. Ghana here, about diversity, inclusion, and equity. So I think it's so important as leaders, we see that line. Because if that line is not straight, we are losing business. It takes a long time, right? So the speed of trust. And I think that's an important line to look at. No matter how you do that in a very practical way, but having a picture of it, because if people don't follow our instructions, we cannot work with them, right? So we need to open the door, working with the trust line, listening to them, understanding them. The more I understand them, I can come through with my real intention, and that is to achieve business through people, right? That's the whole job we're doing. So in that sense, either in schools, we can teach and enable them in the school systems, or as leaders in organizations, we need to work through our people to achieve those results. And truly, that comes through the trust line, I believe. So thank you, Vivek. I enjoyed our conversation this morning also. I really did.
Oh, very well articulated, I must say.
Thank you. Dr. Ghana, how can we operationalize transformation leadership and truly create impact?
Thank you for that question. I think this is really a critical question that we should ponder, really intentional. One thing that I will say is what's foundational to embodying transformative leadership is, one, having a plan. And it's a big vision plan. Very often you hear terminology around 30, 60, 90 days. I'm not suggesting that we abandon that methodology. Rather, I'm suggesting that we expand it so that we have these small incremental steps that create a much larger vision. And secondly, tools. Every good carpenter has the right tools in their toolkit. And I wanted to challenge us here to start to identify the right tools, whether it's hardware, software, or best-in-class consultants. If you look around the room, there is a plethora of talent that sits right in this room that perhaps you can make contacts and then leverage their experiences and bring them into what we're calling your metaphoric toolkit. Those are two foundational, but what I really want us to lean into is the very last component, and it is keeping it about the people. There is no social change without people. So everything from end to end of what we do should hinge upon, connect to, elevate, celebrate, and inspire people. And I wanted to identify 3 transformative leaders, and while we may never agree completely on all of their ideologies, what we can agree on is that they left their mark. So when you think about the plan, I think of Henry Ford, the automobile, and making it economical for others to have. When you think about the toolkit, I think of Steve Jobs, where he brought the best in class together to revolutionize technology. And when I think about keeping it about the people, I think about MLK, where the civil rights leader, where it was always, it led him from town to town, from community to community, and it was about the people. So those 3 foundational steps, if you would start to create this mental map of how you can create a plan, abandon the small, the 30, 60, 90, and expand it so that it's a big vision. Harvest the right tools. Don't leave today without getting at least 5 contacts so that you can bring in diversity of thought. And then keep it about the people. That is the one thing that if it is to be successful and truly transformative, it has to be, the nucleus of it should be about people.
Thank you, Tagana. Very insightful, thank you. Maribel, would you like to add a comment to this topic?
Yes, and I fully relate when you mention it's a long journey, right? I like to see it as a marathon. Change is a marathon, and yet you have some people that are running really fast because they have an idea, they have this sense of urgency. But in reality, so it's not but, it's an and. In reality, it's a marathon. And you don't want to run just anywhere. You want to run to a specific goals, right? So that's the impact. What is the impact you want to have? That sometimes people forget along the way, right? Why did we start running, actually, and where do we really want to go? And you cannot go everywhere. You need to decide specific impacts. And maybe there are impacts along the way, but you have to have this clear vision. And then you don't want to run alone, right? You need to find some allies because, as we said, it's a marathon, so it's really exhausting. It's passion. It's fantastic journey, but it's also a challenging journey. And those people that will run with you, you have your close circle of people that are fully aligned with you. And I encourage also to mix it with people that are not so enthusiastic about the topic. Why? Because the earlier on you involve them in the discussion and in trying to find solution and what could be the alternative, the more robust your solution and the impact and the end result will be. Because as you were mentioning, I also liked it, to have a really diverse team. Diversity of ideas, diversity of tools, and sometimes even when you are skeptical and it's out of your comfort zone, for me usually that's a good sign, right? Because when you go through change, there are a lot of unknowns. So if you think you know it already all, you have the right tools, you have the right team, maybe let's challenge ourselves a little bit, because transformation is all about transforming things that have not exactly been done before. So yeah, I also relate to the trust, right? I think trust is very important, because when you navigate in the unknown, you need to trust what you do. You need to trust the people that you do it with, even if you don't fully agree with them. That's fine. It's okay to disagree, and still, you can do this journey together.
Yeah, and I would say to that line, if we don't have the trust, anxiety level goes up. I get afraid of the change, right? If I get afraid, anxiety level goes up. That triggers defenses. And many organizations or children in school sit with defense on and are afraid of learning or speaking out. And in that line, the trust is so important, that there is trust that we can learn, we can be vulnerable, we can make mistakes, because that's not there. That room in that change is not present, it takes so longer time. So I really agree with you on that, Maribel, that we have to be able to have that trust so we can dare to speak out, dare to say our mind. And when we say our mind, we get the facts on the table faster. So we can actually work with the real facts and make a transformation happen. Because many times people sit with the facts, holding back, right? And if leaders don't hear those facts, we cannot operate. So I think that line about how do we operationalize this, we need to listen. We really need to listen to our people, remove the isolation between the layers in the organization so we can truly make that change happen. In the end, it's all about individuals. It's about people. And under the skin, even though we are like under the skin, we are all individuals and need to be treated that way. So if we don't treat people with respect, they will not respect us in the organization also. So, I enjoyed this conversation so far. And we practiced these questions, and we talked about them, like you said, 2 or 3 times now. I would love to hear your questions from the audience. Wouldn't you hear that? Yes. Yeah. So.
Well, you're ready to go.
Yes.
Hands up. Come on, get your feet up. Come on up to the microphone. One person at a time. We got one over here. We'll give you a second. Give them a round of applause. Put your hands
Hey, Rachel. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. That was a lovely conversation. I do a lot of work in the leadership space with organizations, and I've always been working in this transformational leadership space. I have a fundamental question, and this question I throw it to everyone. I'd like to hear more from Vivek with his experience. You're talking about 3 Ps: purpose, presence, passion for transformational leadership. So when you read it, it looks like purpose, presence, and passion are input, and transformational leadership is an output. So my question to the panel is, as leaders, is our job to create an environment that helps people to transform, by which they find their purpose, presence, and passion? Or should we work on building their passion, finding their purpose, presence, by which they transform into better individuals? So which is the input, which is the output as per the panel? That's my question. Thank you so much.
Wow. A very interesting poser. See, I have looked at, I remember when I started my working career in the 70s, that time the definition of leadership was command and control, planning, execution, and control. And how over the years, the whole definition of leadership has changed into one of an enabler. How I as a leader can serve and support. In fact, Maribel had talked about that servant leadership, I remember. So the whole paradigm shift in leadership has happened. And therefore, what Rajiv is talking about, creating this environment so that the transformation can take place. I think I would plumb more for that as a leader, we have to be more enablers rather than more directional to enable this transformation. Please add something to it.
Can you hear me? Yes. To add, who is a leader, right? What is this question? For me, everyone can be and is a leader, right? If you have a team, for example, each of them is also a leader for their colleagues, for their kids, for the organization. And that's, if you see it with that way, then you also enable everyone to take control on that transformation and to play a role in that. That's how I would see it.
Yeah, I really like the question. Yeah.
If I can add to it, there is no sequence of like purpose, presence, or passion. It can be passion, presence, or purpose. So it's all about leaders being very agile. It is not having a structured leader, and this is how it has to be. Agile, for example, being with the kids. If you see the kids are able to share their passion, your people, your team, able to share their passion, then work towards what is present and purpose. Or sometimes you also see someone comes with a purpose, so works towards the passion and presence. So there's no sequence to this.
If we define, leadership as influence, right? Just one word, influence. Whatever we say, whatever we do, we influence the ones that we are in touch with. So each and every one of us is a leader. There's a leader in us. And we will influence those around us. Leadership to me is about influence. And then you transform others.
I'll just add one other thought to that. Every person on your team is in a different track. So what Vive may need, Mirabelle may not need. So being aware and astute enough to understand the authentic nature of every individual deserves something different as for you being a leader.
I like those angles. So I can come with personal comment on purpose. So I worked a lot with my inner why. Why am I doing what I'm doing as an enabler? Because our job at BTP is enabling other people. So when I was in the school system, I am dyslexic, which actually gave me a challenge this morning here. You gave me, I had to read all your bios. Just throw me back to the school period, which I hated, to be honest. So in that sense, my transformation has been learning to live with that I am dyslexic. And helping leaders, help the employees not experience feeling stupid, I would say, bad about themselves. And that's my inner why when I go out and help leaders transform their companies, building trust in that learning environment there. So in that sense, when employees dare to be present, dare to be themselves, dare to live out their purpose, the organization shine in that way. But as long as leaders don't see that and don't understand their purpose and enable them, it's very difficult to move the organization. So I don't think you can say one or the other, one enables the other one. I think they go hand in hand, and I think that'll be my comment to it in that sense. But if you don't understand your own purpose, your own inner why, it's very difficult to help other people. So I know when I work with people, work with big organizations, I get my power from my inner purpose to help them. And I think that's where you need to find the power. It's inside the purpose. Cool. That was a very good question. You actually gave comments from all of us. Did that fit your question, or you're happy? Yeah, I see clapping. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Wonderful.
So.
Next question, we got another question. I saw you come on up to the mic. I feel like everyone's gotten very comfortable with each other in this room, which is so wonderful. Please do introduce yourself if you haven't met everyone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your very interesting discussions for us. So I'm Akihiro Oba from Chiyoda University, Japan. So I need your comment because still now, so I have a memory on cases. So please let me share the cases. So 10 years ago, so I had a student in another university. So and my course is in engineering that. So he is a master student, and whose the father and mother has a very big company for engineering and the incredible the lots of money. So, and so I had such kind of a student. So, but he talked about some very incredible planning of the engineering technologies. And so, as a master course, he wanted to develop such kind of technologies as a master course thesis. So, but however, so he had continued to talk about planning itself. So for masses. So and at the final December, so we had a physical year system. So at the master course we finished March. So at the December, maybe the 3 or 4 months of the before the master final presentation. So still he talked about the planning. So so I suggested to him. So and I questioned him. So when will you start the development? So, however, so before the final presentation, so I mean the 2 weeks straight before the final presentation, so he presented a very simple program, an engineering program to me. So, but it's completely different what he wanted to develop and his planning. So However, so 2 weeks later, so he developed such kind of big engineering system. So
sorry? You lost me a little bit. I really don't understand the question.
Yeah, true.
Can I give you to
So
ask
you
the
talked about the
question?
trust,
Yeah.
and transformation. So you mentioned about that. So still now, so I should doubt or not. So to him, so such kind of is very sad. However, sometimes, so I have such kind.
He's telling a story.
Okay.
What he's saying is this. Okay, he had a student. He had a big vision, engineering, right?
Yeah.
And he goes on and on and on. At the end, he has to submit his discourse, right? And it's a very simple, different problem. And he's confused because as a leader and he's a student, he's working on this big problem and he gets a simple solution. He's like, should I trust this guy? What should I do? How can I take your leadership to assist him in dealing with this situation? Is that correct?
Yeah, true. Yeah, correct. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am an engineer, so I can resonate with you in your question.
Still now. So I'm confusing. So for such kind of situation, if you have some comments, so because you're big experiences for that.
Amazing. Very good. So you guys understood.
No, I'll give you an example. I'm doing a lot of work with a German company known as SMS GmbH. They have a 100% subsidiary in India. So I'm working at the CXO level with them. So they are world leaders in making furnaces, for the steel industry, for example. And very high tech, typical German precision. So basically, as you all, to put it very, very simply, the ferrous oxide, the iron ore, is interacted with carbon black, with the result that you make iron out of it, and then the byproduct, unfortunately, is carbon dioxide, which goes up into the air, and that's the gas greenhouse emission, the climate problem we all know of rising temperature. So now, seeing the relevance of the whole thing and the changing world, they are now working very strongly in a totally new technology where instead of using carbon, they will now be using hydrogen, green hydrogen. So when that interacts with the iron ore, you still get your iron, but this time the byproduct is not carbon dioxide, but water. And they are spending millions of dollars in this new technology. So I think that's a great example of transformational leadership, having that strategic mindset. What the future will be 3 years from now, for which we have to work today. I hope this somehow answers your question.
Thank you, Vivek. And Maribel?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I like what you share. Actually, it gives me the opportunity to say a few words on that. That sometimes on transformation, you have people that want to change the world and they work hard and they have discussions with a lot of people and then they come with a complex solution. And you know what? Sometimes what is successful is the one or few people that make it super easy and come with a solution, but that's the one that will have impact, because at the end it's not necessarily the effort you put in it, but the impact that you will get. So if you're able to find something that is super quick, that you will have the buy-in from the people, seems easy, easily understandable, go for it. So it's not necessarily the effort, but the impact, I would say, that matters.
I totally agree, and that's also my experience looking at it. Having facilitated tons of conflict handling sessions where people don't follow leaders, helping the leaders to get the trust back. I've listened to many cases with a lot of facts in there, but where the possible actions are very simple, actually. Simple solutions like say sorry, give credit, more human side of it compared to everything else. So in the end, we are humans, and simple solutions many times is enough if we do it with trust and care, I think. Yeah. Cool. I think our time is up, right? Yeah?
Really
there's
quick.
one more question there. He's
Another
pushing it.
question?
Actually,
You
two
squeezed
questions.
in there?
This is a very important session, you know.
I know it's very important. I know, so I'm going to give you the chance to ask your question. Thank you. You're welcome.
It's a 30-second question. I remember my physics days. Impact is equal to force by area. So force means direction, force means momentum. However, in leadership, and as coaches, we coach leaders to say practice the pause. You are in a sense of direction, but sometimes you just need to be practicing the pause, taking a step backward, and just redefine the purpose and presence. And that's what happened in the COVID world. Do you feel practicing the pause is part of a transformational leadership?
Ghana? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I think there is a delicate balance between practice and pause. The pause is a time to reflect and modify and grow and develop, because leaders should always be in the state of developing, and pause is directly aligned with development. Excellent question.
Wonderful. I'm going to have to keep this going along, guys. We are over, and I don't want to cut anyone when they get the recognition award. So you do have a moment to say your thoughts.
Good. I just want to, what I see from what we're all saying here is, as leaders, we have a circle. That's our container. That's our circle of trust that we build for our people. And then within that circle, you have a triangle of presence, purpose, and passion, right? So it's tridimensional.
Yeah.
And then within that circle and triangle is transformation. It's a natural consequence of that.
Thank you.
Spot on, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Three words,
Quicker.
3 words,
Even
5
say
words.
it even quicker in 3 words. How you train a leader, you undo with a smile and a laugh. Dow, you help those around you. Do, you serve. Undow, do. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Give them a round of applause, guys. Panel discussion. This can go on for a while, there's no doubt, and I know this is a hot topic for lunch. John, thank you. Panelists, thank you. Please stand up so we can get a picture of you guys all together. We're going to move along. Something I took from that was the metaphoric toolkit. So if you're thinking about what is your toolkit, what are you going to use? Are you a leader? How are you impacting leaders? These guys are doing it effectively today, there's no doubt, and I think this conversation is one that we always love. So hopefully you got some tips how you're going to deal with students and how to encourage them to be leaders. Thank you so much for your time. Round of applause again. Well done, panelists. So I read this parenting book. I love to read. I read this great parenting book that says if you want to teach something, teach by stories. So when I'm trying to get vegetables in my kids, I said, you know, there was this little boy in, and I pick a place, in the island of Fiji, and he didn't eat his broccoli. And you know what? His arms didn't grow. I kind of make up these stories so that they have some kind of story to connect with the experience, and hopefully, you want your arms to grow, right? Yeah, you're growing, so you want your arms to grow. Next thing I know, he's eating his broccoli. So I invite the next keynote speakers up to the stage because they're going to take us on a journey all about that storytelling and how that's going to impact the world as well as education. And sometimes those are the solutions in the education field for the new age classroom difficulties and how to overcome them, because there's definitely a long list of them. So please put your hands together as I invite the next keynote speaker, our gold sponsor, Shireen Galal. You talked to her earlier. Hopefully you connected with her on LinkedIn. She's effectively carried out educational projects and a significant influence in schools around the world. And other subject matter who's going to join her up on stage is Nadia Badr Al-Din, who's an accomplished educator and author with a wealth of experience in education. Please put your hands together for both of these lovely ladies to join our stage. Come on up, ladies.
3,000 years ago, ancient Egypt, one of the most powerful empires of all time. During its 18th dynasty, a young boy just 9 years old ascended the throne. His name was Tutankhamun. King Tut might have remained a minor footnote in history, but for an amazing discovery in the 1920s. British archaeologist Howard Carter made a remarkable find. A stunning tomb of gold and artifacts, the trappings of a pharaoh whose people saw him as a living god. Tut's predecessor, the pharaoh Akhenaten, who may have been his father, created turmoil by replacing Egypt's many gods with only one, the Aten, or sun disk. Tutankhamun's plans to restore the traditional beliefs were cut short when he died unexpectedly at just 19 years of age.
What was that? Did that grab your attention a bit? As Rachel was saying, she has to tell stories to her children to influence them to do something, to teach them something for their benefit. Now, storytelling is, since the dawn of history, has been there to relay knowledge from one generation to another. This knowledge does not only include information, but it includes rituals, information about the ecosystem, information about the old traditions and beliefs of the cultures, and it's passed down from one generation to another. Now, how many of you are teachers here? I know we've met an early education now with this previous panel. How many are teachers with the foundation stage? How many of you are teachers? Just one. Oh, two. Okay. Do you usually tell your children or students stories to grab their attention? Yes? And does that have an impact on them? Do they start sharing with you? Good, okay. Now, so stories have been passed on from one generation to another, and it tells us the history of our ancestors. Next, we're going to walk you through with how this keynote is going to go. We're going to go through the practical side first, and then my colleague here, Mrs. Nadia, will do the practical side. We'll show you actual videos of how we have implemented the digital storytelling with our students. And by the way, storytelling is not only for English teachers, because we are literature teachers and this is our passion, but it could also be with any other subject area. Now, how would you want to grab the attention of a child or a teenager or a high school student, except if you grab his attention by telling them a story relating to their age and relating to their generation? Now, every child today is in his own bubble with the technology equipment he has. They don't even socialize with each other. They socialize even with their parents through WhatsApp and Instagram and all that. They don't have time actually to interact with each other. So storytelling and digital storytelling nowadays is the means of getting them more engaged. Okay, as George and Shive said, storytelling is significantly even more effective to learn about prose novels than watching the film. And this is what you're going to see at the end, how we actually prove that. Sometimes, as Rachel was saying, you have to make up stories. Myself, I make up stories for my grandchildren to relay a certain moral, or to, as Rachel was saying, influence them to do something right. Okay, let's think of storytelling as teachers. Instead of, we have a curriculum to cover, so instead of thinking of all that material, let's think of ourselves as storytellers to relay that material to our students. Okay, if we look at the advantages of storytelling, it helps us interact, students interact with each other, and they get the students' attention. You grab the students' attention. Also, providing stronger connection between you as a teacher and your students, and between the students and each other, instead of living in their own bubble. Giving students who are, the shy student that doesn't want to raise his hand, giving him the opportunity to express himself and to collaborate with his colleagues. If we come to the digital age, we have challenges now. What are the main obstacles? We have student engagement. They will not be engaged normally in this digitalized age, but the solution would be provide them with digitalized storytelling as a pedagogical approach to learning. There was a case study in Australia where in a secondary and primary school they conducted this strategy using digitalized storytelling. And the findings were that this encouraged a lot of 21st century skills like creativity, problem-solving skills, collaboration, interpersonal skills as well, which is required in our field of career. If we see merging technology with the traditional storytelling, creates for student opportunities to use the technology, which they love to do, developing their creativity and problem-solving skills, collaboration, and self-motivated, self-confident students. Enabling those students to create their own digital stories. Just give them the topic, even if it's in the science or the math, and ask them to create their own story on that topic. You'll find it amazing. One of the things we did is actually do that in the, an English high school class, and it's a very simple digital story, but it was amazing how they, the product, what they did. It also fosters their writing, which nowadays we find very difficult. If there's, is there any English teacher here in the room? Okay. What is the most difficult part of English that you find in teaching? Getting students to read and writing. Writing is that's our challenge. Yeah, okay. So this helps. Try using digital storytelling. It will nurture their writing because they will have to write scripts for their story. So it will help them in the writing. And storyboards also are very important. It will nurture and it will develop their writing skills too. Creating positive relationship, as we said before, between you as a teacher and the students themselves. And students tend to have, some of the students tend to be anxious when they go into a class of a subject that they don't like. For example, I myself, sorry if there's any math teacher here, but I really had a lot of anxiety going into a physics or a math class. So if you start your class by storytelling, that would relieve your students' anxiety. I didn't have that like 50 years ago. Okay, and of course promoting a sense of community, sense of belonging, the working together, and so on. these are a couple of types of storytelling that you could use in this time of our digital storytelling. Personal narratives, even if it's like made up personal narratives, or historical documentaries, as you see in a while. I'll turn over the floor to Mrs. Nadia to talk more about the pedagogical strategies used to enhance digitalized storytelling.
As Shireen said, that I always like to start my classes with a story. It could be a story about personal experience that happened to me. It could be a myth. It could be a historical event. It has to be related to the topic that I will be teaching. We are all teachers, whether at home, at school, wherever we go, fathers and mothers, females and males, we are all teachers. We tell stories every day. We are doing it without knowing or realizing that we are doing it. Even among friends, we tell stories. With the stories, I'm touching the core of your heart and brain. With the stories, I'm evoking and provoking my students' emotional intelligence. With the stories, students see themselves in similar situations, visualize and imagine what would they do or what they have done. Stories, a tool to educate and entertain. It is a strategy to touch our students and connect and bond with them. Storytelling, it's not only about using tools, digital tools like pictures, images, audio recording, music, whatever. No, it's about the skills of how to use those tools. Storytelling is not just about media producing a lovely video with nice pictures. No, how these pictures tell a meaning? Do they tell a meaning? Is there a message that I want to deliver within those tools that I'm using? Storytelling is not just about telling a story. It's just about how we work, collaborate in a social dimension circle. Storytelling is not just an isolated story. We share, we talk, we laugh, we evaluate, we assess together the information that we will be producing and learning. Storytelling is not about transfer of knowledge. It is about amplification. It's not about substituting stories, just giving a story. It's about the transformation of values and hidden messages to make our students understand and evaluate what they are doing. Okay, now we have a classroom here full of diverse elements of people with learner characteristics. We are all different from one another. So now just look at your learner characteristic and see what strategy do you need with it? If I'm a technology savvy, my student is a technology savvy, then the strategy that I use with him, that I incorporate technology into class activities and assignment. If my students depend on looking for information on search engines, then I provide him with assignments that allow students to use search engines and evaluate and criticize their work. If my students are interested in multimedia, and the only way to communicate with knowledge and information by visualizing it, and I have a low attention span, then also I allow him to contribute to websites, blogs, wikis, and create YouTube videos. If my student likes to create internet content, then I allow them to research for digital topics, locate images, music, video clips that could be included in their content to make it interest. If my students learn by inductive discovery, then I allow them to use images, videos, and other visual representations in assignment, and encourage personal interaction and opinion sharing. If my students like to listen to feedback, constructive feedback is a must. Whether negative or positive, we all know that the effect and the impact of constructive feedback on our students. Now I would like to tell you something very important. My students this year, I used the digital storytelling strategy with them to teach them how to grasp the information. I provided a group of students 7 topics, not related to, what's so funny about it, they were not related whatsoever to one another. I gave them a topic about unemployment in Egypt, and not using certain numbers when they provide their statistics, but using uncertain numbers. And then I gave them a topic about traffic, heavy traffic. At the peak of the heavy traffic in 2 cities in Egypt, Cairo and Giza. And then I gave them a third topic about the Egyptians, the number of Egyptians who quit smoking. I mean, the topics that I have given them, not related to one another. And I asked them, combine the 7 topics. They were about traffic, unemployment, shopping online, heavy traffic congestion, business in Egypt, and the effect of the inflation on business. I mean, they were not related. Combine them together in one digital storytelling that has a meaning. So this type of story is just for them to educate them how to use their skills to provide a story with a meaning, that has a meaning. And then you will see a second video that was produced 2:15, a personal narrative story. Students produced that story. It's about, we all know Great Gatsby, the novel. it's a little bit indecent story to teach for high school students. But in order to make their life easier and to grasp the information, we agreed upon that their graduation project should be one of Gatsby's parties. How could we produce grade 12 students one of Gatsby's parties with all its elements and components? Students were really very excited about the idea, and they started to choose the topics which matches their interests and to pursue for the knowledge and information about it. Some group of students chose the music during the jazz era, and some of them chose fashion during jazz era. Others chose the dances during the jazz era. Another group of students chose the Great Depression and the impact of Gatsby's parties on the poor people at that time and the effect of this on them. Some group of students chose the finance aspect of the project, how to raise money and how to calculate everything that touches the project in order to produce a big party like the ones of Gatsby, with the decoration, the dances, the music, even the buffet. They wanted a similar buffet like Gatsby's parties. And we had other departments, we asked other departments to help our students, and so we had an integrated projects between the English department, the math department, the psychology department, the international relations department, and so on, and the art department too. I also myself, as a teacher, I stepped in and I insisted on one thing. Our targeted audience were their parents. We invited all the parents and the school leaders for that party. How did I step in? I insisted that the male boys in my class, they will do the role of the footmen. And I will teach them, and I will be their teacher, to teach them how to serve the tables like the footmen back then in 1920s, not like nowadays. I taught them how to serve the tables, how to serve the drinks, the soft drinks. I taught them how to help the guests to the buffet and to serve the guests with the items on their choice. I taught them how to clean the tables after they finish eating. And the video you will watch, you will see all the effort they exerted to learn not only the digital storytelling, but skills they learned that they never did at home.
And now he's unemployed.
His way of looking for a job, he comes across an extreme traffic.
Since the traffic is horrible by 4 p.m., Mark takes out his phone to check the amount he has to pay for the items he ordered online a few weeks ago.
He then realizes he's going to have a lot of trouble paying for them.
Eventually, Mark gives up and decides to go to a nearby store to have a snack and relieve his stress.
Mark munches a burger in a few seconds and continues to look around, although he knows well his health can't stand becoming more overweight.
As he continues walking, he lights up a cigarette while scrolling through his social media.
Mark then comes up with a brilliant idea. He decides to post his unfortunate story online and request sympathy, and that any job offers would be appreciated.
This was one of the best decisions I've ever made throughout my life. Not only did I get an amazing job offer, but I'm now working in a multi-million-dollar company. I chose to use the power of social media wisely, and I advise you all to do so as well. Here are some of the important morals I hope you've learned from my story.
Very simple and short, and even they added their point of view about the whole thing.
I know we're short in time, but I'd like to welcome any questions. This should have been a much longer session, but I know it's a keynote, it's only 30 minutes. There are a lot of ideas. Yes, please.
Introduce yourself, say hello. We've seen you on stage already, but maybe some people don't know you. Yeah. Good to see you.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Mary from Hong Kong. Thank you for sharing a lot of the ideas and everything you shared, because those children that I've seen, they're older ones, but I'm handling the younger ones. So that's always a problem that I come across. It's digital, everything's on media, right? Like YouTube and stuff. And once they started working on those contents and material stuff, and then it's difficult for me to drag them back. So that's why every time I have to pay really extra attention to how to find the line, how much I should implement those multimedia.
Okay, with the younger ones, I would suggest the storytelling part, because in the circle time, you have circle time in the morning. That's very essential.
Yes. But I'm mentioning this about because now the way of learning is quite different. Sometimes, especially children from Hong Kong, they try to avoid in-person learning and try to move things online. Even though 6-year students, 6 years old, 7 years old, they're still aiming at online classes because the parents don't need to drop them to schools and stuff. So you are forced to use interactive elements online, right? So you can't really see them in person. So you try to be interactive, and at the same time, you worry that they will drown into those,
Well, that's the thing. You have to balance between because the personal touch of a teacher is essential. I mean, nothing can replace the personal touch of the teacher with the child, especially with the young ones. We do not want them to depend totally on technology, with all due respect for technology and what it has done in the learning or education industry. But there's still that teacher who has the passion to give them to convey to them the learnings there. So start always with circle time. Have them tell you stories. You start with yourself first, and then they will also share their own stories. And then see how you can pick and choose from their stories and your stories and put it into a digital storytelling. Yep. Okay, this is Mark's story of his weekend with at his grandma's place, or so and so. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. So that's why now I'm actually always encourage them. You better come back for the in-person, school environment. That's what I know is lack of. And I'm trying my very best. And now what I can do is those ones who are not willing to come back to do face-to-face classes, I have to go home visit every few months to ensure that I see them, I talk to them in person. Yes, so, but yeah, it's challenging. Yes.
It is challenging with, I have my 1-year granddaughter who is watching stories on her iPad or her mother's iPad, and I don't like that. It's you read a story to the child, not have them watch it on.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Thank you for your question. Thank you, ladies. Very insightful. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Wonderful. And as you can see, this audience really has a huge range of interests. So raise your hand again if you have. If you're a teacher in the school system, so we can see from stage. We got 1, 2, any other hands? We got a couple more hands. You guys are there. Okay, so at least we can talk more specifically to some of these guys about how you're implementing the storytelling in your education and see how you guys can help. But you've done a great job. Thank you so much for keeping it a little digital, kind of bring us up, right? First time we got digital in 3 days, so thank you very much, lady. Okay, ladies. Okay, as it's been mentioned, we are tightening up our agenda. So you may see the schedule not be exactly on time. We are over by quite a lot of time. I hate to cut you. I hate to break your time because this is your time to shine. We are online on YouTube. I want to invite everybody up and just be patient with us. I promise I will give you the opportunity that you need to make this a fruitful experience. And like I said, if we go over a little bit. That means it just cuts into our lunch, cuts into our stop time. We have a full day full of content, full of recognition. We plan on stopping around 6 o'clock today, so we'll see how much we can hit that time mark. So everyone's talking about technology and the impact of technology, and so let's continue this conversation, shall we? The panel discussion next is all about digital revolution in K through 12. So if you are in that education sector, the education system is changing. Technology is playing a big part. I welcome the moderator for the next session, Aparna Rajan, who's the head of department of the GEMS Founders School of Dubai. Give her a round of applause. She's going to take us through. GEMS is a huge school in town. If you haven't heard of it, she's going to tell you all about it. Welcome to the stage. It's all yours. Take everyone a seat after that. Nice to see you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Reschel, for that wonderful introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, educators, and technology enthusiasts, good morning. Can't hear you. As the MC said, my name is Aparna Rajan. My journey to nurture young minds started 18 years back. Now, don't judge my age now. And is still continuing with the same passion and enthusiasm. Being an educator was my choice, and it did not happen by chance. As a kid, I wanted to be a Wonder Woman, a psychologist, a philosopher, a philanthropist, an actor, a comedian, so I became a teacher. I am a part of Toastmasters fraternity, started Gavel Club for students and Toastmasters Club for teachers 5 years back to enhance their professional development. How many of you know Toastmasters here? Lovely. That's great. All those who don't know, please meet me in the networking session. I will definitely tell you what that world is. Honored in the top 30% of teachers globally in the International Teachers Olympiad, I'm a lifelong learner. Presently, I am heading the Department of Business in GEMS Founders School, Dubai. I have seen digital revolution at my workplace in true sense. From attendance to curriculum, to assessment, to data analysis, to admin tasks, everything has seen a massive change from paper to being digital. When I was a student, my teacher used to tell me, if you want to change the world, pick up your pen and write. And in today's world, I believe probably the teachers tell their students, if you want to change the world, pick up your mouse and scroll. We are gathered here today to delve into an incredibly relevant and transformative subject that is shaping the future of education worldwide. The digital revolution has had a profound impact on almost every aspect of our lives, and education is no exception. In the last decade, we have witnessed an exponential growth in the technology adoption within K-12 schools, bringing with it a wave of possibilities and challenges. This panel discussion aims to explore the incredible potential of technology in the educational sphere, along with hurdles we must overcome to ensure its successful implementation. Throughout our session today, we will be fortunate to hear from a distinguished panel of experts who have dedicated their careers to the intersection of education and technology. Together, we will examine how digital tools, online resources, and innovative platforms are reshaping the teaching and learning landscape in K-12 schools. We will also address the crucial role that educators, policymakers, and industry leaders play in harnessing these advancements to create inclusive, effective, and engaging educational experiences for our students. I encourage our panelists to share their insights, experience, and expertise freely, fostering an open and constructive dialogue. Likewise, I invite our audience members to actively participate by asking questions and sharing their perspective during the question and answer session. Let us remember that today's conversation is not just about technology, it is about the students who stand to benefit from these advancements, the young minds who will shape our future. It is about equipping them with skills, knowledge, and critical thinking abilities they need to thrive in an increasingly digital world. With that said, I would like to express my gratitude to our two eminent panelists for joining us today to share their invaluable insights. Our first panelist is Richa Bhushan. After starting her career as a middle school teacher 30 years ago, Richa Bhushan transitioned to the edtech industry. Her expertise lies in instructional design, content development, and product management for education. Throughout her career, she has designed digital learning products and solutions for K-12, higher education, government institutions, corporates, and the skills sector worldwide. She is the founder and CEO of Content Guru. With a huge round of applause, please welcome Richa Bhushan.
Thank you.
Coming up next is someone who is bilingual and bicultural. Interesting. She studied classical singing, children's vocal, and music pedagogy at the University of Applied Sciences in Germany. She has led multiple children's choirs and taught music and theater both in the German public school system and for various other private organizations. In addition, she trains early childhood specialists in how to teach music and movement to children at an organization named Intelligence in Germany. Put your hands up for our creative panelist, Stephanie Whitehouse.
Thank you.
Together, let us embark on this enlightening journey as we explore the digital revolution in the K-12 educational system and its transformative potential. Hello? Now, let's begin the discussion with our content guru, Richa. According to you, how has the accessibility and availability of digital resources affected educational equity in K-12 schools?
So, you know, it's really funny. For the past 2 decades, we've been waiting for the digital revolution. Every so often, we would hear these reports. It's got $1 million industry, $2 billion industry. Nothing would happen. We'd wait year after year for the revolution to happen. And then, bam, came the pandemic. And suddenly, everything turned digital. And now the industry is projected to be, I think, about 8.4 billion by 2025. And I think that might be a underestimation. We're probably going to be bigger than that. So it really took, all it took was one pandemic to change the entire digital revolution. And, you know, so there was obviously the issue of adoption. There was the issue of access to digital resources. And I must say that each country really stood up really fast to help bridge the gap. In the US, the Department of Education gave devices, did teacher training very fast. There were a lot of private institutions also who suddenly opened up their libraries of content for the whole world to use so that, you know, education could go on. In the UK, there was the EdTech Demonstrator Program, which was basically to help teachers, equip them, support them for teacher training. And there was Get Help for Kids, which helped giving devices to the disadvantaged. In the UAE, there was the distance learning for all, again, providing, devices, computers, tablets, whatever the children needed to continue their education during the pandemic. And in India, like yesterday when I spoke about the Diksha platform, which had it's an open platform for teaching and learning resources. There's the ePathshala, which is a low storage app, which kind of helps a lot of, children across the country where internet connectivity is slow or low. So everyone really jumped in. There was public partnership, there was private partnership, there were non-profits. Everyone jumped in to support the digital revolution, which was literally thrust upon us.
Thank you so much, Richa. I completely agree with that. Really, pandemic did see a boom in the digital revolution. As you rightly said, probably we were waiting for it, but pandemic in a positive way helped us to transform the whole education sector. Thank you so much. Now, coming to you, Stephanie, what are some of the key benefits of integrating digital tools and technologies in K-12 classrooms, specifically if I ask you in teaching music and arts?
Well, the pandemic did one very big thing for music. It kind of got cut out of the system because it was very hard to create or make music lessons online. Though there were some developments like music, like Duzu, at least in Germany, where the delay that you had in Zoom was no longer an issue, and at least there were some tools that could be used to help teach the children. On the other hand, you have the basics, so video, audio recording. That's pretty much how I stayed in contact with my children's choir during the pandemic. I sent videos or audios that they could practice at home with their parents. For arts, you always have image from the internet, things like that. And in general, of course, the communication got much faster through emails, through WhatsApp, through various groups that you could just add to it. In general, I do think it's still difficult to teach something like music online because the interpersonal relation and the attempt to evoke any kind of emotional response needs a personal connection, and that personal connection is more difficult done through a screen.
I couldn't agree more because, how do you teach a child to dance or sing? It's really hard. I think the arts have kind of suffered really a little bit, I would say.
Yes, but there are some movements in a right direction where we can do it online or find a connection online or do some kind of balance between the two.
That's true. So basically the integration of digital tools should aim to enhance, not replace the core foundation of music and arts. Absolutely.
I actually have a question. Does this, with the everyone coming back to school, has it become more in-person?
For the arts, definitely. I have, once again, all my kids in the children's choir. Actually, we grew a lot after the pandemic. I mean, on the one hand, many of my co-choir leaders, they complained of how little the children they had in their choirs and how much the admissions rate went down. I did not have that experience. It was the exact opposite. I went from 2 children in the beginning of 2022 to 20 within 6 months. So it's not, I don't see the issue that many others have relayed to me.
Coming back to you, Richa, what are some innovative ways that you would tell us in which schools are utilizing digital technologies to enhance the student engagement and participation? Being a content guru, where do you feel?
Yeah, so one of the programs that we ran here a couple of years ago in the UAE and in Africa and even in some parts of Asia, I think it was Malaysia and Indonesia, was the Skills 21 program. We spoke about 21st century skills earlier on in the morning. And this was really a blended learning program, as in it was in-person digital. It was a game, so kids love games, so it was an actual game. But the children played it all together in one physical space. And the teacher was actually physically present, and she was the moderator. So she or he would be the moderator. They would actually give children tasks, and the tasks would be conducted on in the digital space. However, she would observe their behavior in the real space. So they had to actually problem solve, they had to think critically, they had to collaborate to come with conclusions, they had to actually make decisions on what to do next. Each time they started off with, say, a few coins, and they could only use a few coins to, fulfill a mission. And they had to, amongst themselves, figure out, how do we fulfill this mission? Should we use these coins? Then we lose out. How are we going to go forward? So they did all that planning all together, physically together. And yesterday someone asked a question on conflict management. So this was another beautiful way to actually see how they dealt with conflict, how they collaborated to actually solve the mission, or complete the mission, and they would then go on. So it had elements of both the physical world, it had elements of soft skills, it had digital elements, and it had a lot of gaming and gamification. So it was really a very delightful program, and something quite unusual, and something that all the teachers and students came back saying they hadn't really done anything like that before. Another thing that we did was in India, in a school in Gujarat that I work with, and what they wanted to do was a flipped classroom. They wanted to basically make children more responsible for their learning. So they had tried flipped classroom a couple of times by giving digital resources, say a PDF or learning materials or the book, read the chapter, come back. Nobody did that because they all knew that the teacher is going to explain it later on. So they really didn't do any of that. However, this time what we did was we told them that we had the teachers record the lessons, their own lessons, using this software which is quite freely available called Prezi. So they recorded their lessons and they sent it out to the children. So as homework, the children came prepared, watching the lecture rather than having the teacher teach in the class. So when they came back into the classroom, the teachers actually then asked them more insightful questions, the higher order thinking skills questions, instead of spending the time on knowledge, which they anyway acquired with the lectures or the classroom material or the videos. They actually then started, analyzing what happened, started looking at problems, looking at applying what they had learned. And so that was a really beautiful experience of blended learning. And the third one that we did was with the same school where we did student-led learning. So instead of the teacher telling the children or teaching them, we formed little cohorts where the students actually prepared the lesson as they would want to teach it to their peers. And we came up with a rubric very clearly so that they knew, because they had done this experiment in the past and it hadn't been very successful because the children were all over the place and they felt that they had to actually repeat the lesson. So the teachers were a little demotivated, saying that, we'll have to come back in class and teach anyway, and the kids know we are going to teach, they don't take it seriously. So in this case, we gave them a rubric. We said, we're going to grade you. These are the criteria. This is what you need to do. So again, between the whole cohort, the groups, the kids actually figured out, collaborated with each other, caught each other out when they were missing the point because there was a clear rubric to follow. So it was a little bit like the open book test that someone spoke about again yesterday or day before in one of the sessions, that they were told what they're going to be tested on, and they were also told that the class will not be repeated by the teacher later on. So that worked really beautifully as well.
That's amazing, Richa. I personally have benefited with the student-led lessons, and the students take it more seriously when they have to present it in front of everyone, when rubrics are set, and more than that, when they know that it will be a part of their assessment. So the moment you say that, everyone is ready to go in for it. And it makes all the more easy for the teachers because we are actually helping the students to come up and analyze critically the content or the concept, evaluate it, and then present it. So what we do is we make cohorts in such a way that everyone has a chance to speak on something, either it's knowledge or analysis or application or evaluation. So it actually helps them in collaboration. So not only the content is taken care of, but also the soft skills where they help each other and collaborate.
And training the next generation of educators.
Exactly. Coming to you, Stephanie, what are your thoughts on the strategies or policies that can be implemented to ensure the responsible and ethical use of technology by students?
Well, my first response would be definitely education and communication. One should definitely communicate with parents, with teachers, with the children themselves. What are the dangers of the digital age? What are the, false informations out there? How do I think critically about what I see? Where can I recognize when a video is fake? Things like that. I know that my uncle tended to send us interesting political videos, which he was then enraged about, and we then found multiple things like, that can't be right, the license plate is not even matching the country. Things like that just help them realize where are they wrong, where are they right, and what is my own opinion and not just the opinion of others. I can only say what the German laws are concerning images for children online. As a teacher, as a choir director, I have to ask permission from the parents whenever the child appears in a picture at all. If I post it online, it has to be without the name or only the first name, no identifying markers that can lead back to the child's age or to the place where it lives. Unfortunately, those laws are not discussed freely in that sense. We kind of find out the laws by mouth-to-mouth propaganda. It was not part of my curriculum in the studies, so each time I just kind of did a blanket letter home to the parents, okay, is the child allowed to do this, this, and this, and this? It does create more issues as well, and it can go too far. There are parents that refuse to have their children part of a class group picture, and then that memory gets lost for the child. On the other hand, it doesn't go far enough because a bunch of children show up online anyway, despite the fact that parents either don't allow it, or they're the ones themselves that post the kid online but forbid it elsewhere, which is also not right. So I think there it should be a clear communication of what are the dangers and how can we help or prevent them.
That's absolutely correct. We should establish policies specifically in schools. And here in UAE also we have almost the same laws, how just now you spoke about the German laws, and we follow strictly over here, otherwise strict penalties are levied on people over here.
Yes, the fines or the lawsuits are nothing to be reckoned with.
Coming back to you, Richa, what role does digital literacy play in preparing students for the modern workforce?
Yeah, that's a very, very interesting one, and one very close to my heart, because what happens is that all of us say, oh, our kids are so digitally savvy, kids know more than us, and all of that. And then the very same kids grow up and go into the workforce, and they are not able to use digital tools appropriately. Not that they don't know how to use it, but they don't know what to do with them and what is permissible and what is not permissible. So for example, we spoke about data security in schools. The same thing applies to the workplace. Even things like, social media, for example. You can't be ranting and raving about your workplace and, criticizing. It's just digital etiquette. So I would say it's really digital etiquette that's really important there for social media, that there's a certain way in which you, behave online. The other thing that we really need to look about the digital aspect of, digital literacy really is that though the kids know how to use MS Word, send emails, and, the usual tools, how to use Zoom and things like that, what happens actually in the workplace is if they're asked to write a report, they don't know how to. If they're asked to send an email, they don't know who to address it, who to copy it to, when to reply all, when to reply to someone privately. They're asked to take the minutes of a meeting, they don't know how to do. And employers actually expect graduates or school graduates to know that, because we are living in the digital age. But they really don't know how to organize their thoughts. They don't know the structure of using technology in a formal setting, in a workplace setting. So I think digital etiquette and organizing thoughts, knowing the method of using the tools in a professional environment, that is what digital literacy must be all about.
That's absolutely true. Digital literacy has now become an indispensable skill set for anyone, not only for student, but for any workforce. And I completely agree with you that people still do not know when to reply in a mail to all and when to reply privately. I myself have undergone that it seems to be small, but it's not small, right? Coming back to you, Stephanie, as an educator, can you throw some light on how has the digital revolution impacted the teaching and learning methodologies in the classroom?
From my observation, there are two ways it went prior to COVID. One was teachers who refused to use anything new, even if it would better their methods, their teaching strategies, and their lesson plans. And then there are the teachers that wholeheartedly embraced it. But there was also a tendency to be over-reliant on then the new things. Especially in the last decade, we went very quickly and it got very rapid changes. Since I graduated to now me teaching in schools, we went from the overhead projector to beamers to then smart boards and docu-cameras, which I have no problem using. I taught myself how to use them, but teachers do not necessarily get the training to use them, or if they do, it's like a crash course, and then they are thrown into the cold water and say, have fun swimming. It's very important to not be overly just reliant on those methods. Your own teaching skills still are required and needed in combination with them. And also, since children learn very visually, one should also know when to use that visual medium and when to address the other senses. So for one thing, I think also teachers need help in that area to get the education and the training needed to use all these new tools.
Now the teachers, instead of being just a source of information, their role has changed just from being a source of information to a facilitator. Yes. So, as you rightly said, change is something which is not constant, and we need to adapt that in order to survive in this world. It's as simple as that, like if you give a smartphone to a 14-year-old and to a 50-year-old, a 14-year-old will be able to explore it in a more effective manner, in a more better manner than a 50-year-old, because 14-year-old doesn't have any fear of judgments. But a 50-year-old will feel that what if something goes wrong? What if I'm not able to do that? What if actually restricts everyone?
And it comes also when you don't feel confident using something, you don't really want to use it in front of your students. There's a certain level of embarrassment, especially when the students know the stuff better than you do. In addition, I've observed also coming out of COVID. During COVID, everybody had to somehow adapt to the situation. But coming out of COVID, many teachers went back to the refusing to use anything digital because they didn't know how to adapt their lesson plans they've done for the past decade to whatever new medium they could use. And that should be helped in some way.
So I think one way would be to just ask the kids to help them. It's so simple, they're right there. Yeah. And, you know, the solution sitting right in front. You see the children itching to help the teacher when she's struggling. The teacher doesn't have to be, we attended the session in the morning on leadership. So the leader doesn't have to be the know-it-all person. It's always, there are so many opportunities to learn from the students as well.
And it also helps to teach the students that it is all right to ask for help.
Exactly.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely, yes. Stephanie was just talking about the training that the teachers lack. How can teachers be effectively trained and supported in digital revolution?
So Stephanie's spoken a lot about this, but I think the idea is, I think it's a mindset or it's a barrier in their minds that teachers feel that they would rather not use technology. Every time a new system or a tool is introduced, it's, not embraced. It's looked at upon with despair. Oh dear, we've just finished using this and now they've changed. Unfortunately, that's how the world is moving. And I think it's also very exciting. So I think the way to train them is to motivate them, to bring in that enthusiasm and excitement and show them how these tools and technologies and systems are going to really benefit them. So again, coming to one of the workshops I had in school in India, they were always cribbing about using technology tools and all, and I showed them a tool, and promptly they say, but this doesn't give marks, it doesn't calibrate the grading. So when they see that advantage, one of the things that teachers really, I think, across the world find very painful is marking papers, marking assignments. And if you have a solution there that does things, they'll embrace it wholeheartedly. So I think the idea is to show them where what is in it for them, the whiffum of the tool and technology. So that's one aspect. The other is, again, what Stephanie said, that they get overwhelmed and they're not, so they avoid using it. So instead, if the school can have a support system, someone who can actually help them when they're stuck, and not sitting with them in the class because they'll never use the tool, but on call. So there's always this, someone's got my back kind of a thing. You feel that, okay, I understand and someone can help me always. So I think those are the things. And of course, another aspect that teachers, schools don't encourage, many of the schools don't encourage, is that make cohorts of teachers. So teachers who are teaching similar things, they can actually work together, split the work, share the load, rather than feel overwhelmed that each one has to make their own lesson plan, make their own resources, make their own teaching and learning materials. If you divide it up, it's digitized. You can use a lot of it next year. You can, of course, tweak it as well as you go along. I think the idea is to show how it benefits. That's what teacher training has to be, and not an additional burden of, one more thing to do. You hear teachers also saying that, we came here to teach, but we seem to be just working on the computer all the time. But if you show how using the computer or the technology can actually help them teach better, that would motivate them.
Yeah, I completely agree, because being in education industry since 18 years, I have seen that change, and digital revolution has actually saved my time for sure, because of course marking assessments have taken the digital platform, but still you cannot take the touch of the teacher while marking through the digital. It should be a balance of both. And in terms of assessment, if we tell the students that your assessment is not only the formative and summative content that you give, apart from that you are assessed for how you behave in the classroom, or how you use the technology in a proper way, in an ethical way. all those things are also a part of assessment because that's what we do in gyms. And because of that, the students are more responsible in the class as well.
Absolutely. It has to be a blend and a balance.
Exactly.
For sure.
An opportunity to open it up if you'd like. You have 3 minutes left on the clock. So
Thank
do
you
if
so
you want
much,
to use
Rachel.
this for Q&A.
Now the floor is open for the discussion. If the audience has any question for us, please do shoot.
Okay. Or not, then you continue, keep on talking about the good stuff because technology is definitely a hot topic right now. Yeah. No doubt in education.
So the audience doesn't have any questions. That means we are able to answer all your questions or queries, whatever was there in your mind.
Oh, none of them.
Let's be positive.
Okay, we have a question.
Thank you so much.
Come on up to the microphone. There's two. Oh, there's a race for the mic. I like it. See, you just let it sit. People then go, oh yeah, I wanted to ask something. Come on up, introduce yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Marinka Mate. I'm from Denmark, and I have a question about the quality. If you think about having teachers to produce their own material, what is your thoughts about that quality, how to do that the best way, and what tools to use? So it's actually two questions, you could say.
So for teachers to create their materials, there are a number of ways, and increasingly we've been talking about AI, and one of the benefits of AI is all the tools that are available for teachers. You can use Canva, you can create beautiful graphics, you can very fast in no time at all. You have templates, you have worksheets which are pretty much pre-laid out. You change your text, you get a beautiful worksheet out of it. You can create your own presentations on topics using, again, Canva in particular has this magic presentation feature that they've included AI features. And there are other tools and technologies as well. But if I was to say, I would say Canva pretty much covers, they have a Canva for school, and I'm not paid to speak for Canva. I use Canva a lot. So they have a Canva for schools version, which helps you create pretty much anything you want. Videos, you want to create presentations, you want to create worksheets, and all in a jiffy with all the templates. The other part, there's a disclaimer there, that it's something that gets you so engrossed, it's a bit addictive, really. So when you start using Canva, you end up, just spend many, many more hours enhancing and beautifying it. So as long as you know that risk, you can actually use it quite quickly to create content if you don't get too involved in that world.
And to add on to it, funding is something which is very important here. So if the schools and organizations are ready to fund some good, on some good softwares like Canva, and there are many other like Phoenix, Active Learning, it's a boon to all the educators.
And it doesn't require to throw away everything that we've done so far. I mean, the important thing about the digitalization is that there's a balance between the offline and online learning, so we don't neglect all the other skills, the soft skills or the practical skills as well. So a combination of the two is always still a good thing, so it doesn't require you to throw your entire lesson plan into the bin.
But just to answer your point on funding in schools, Canva for schools is free. TED Ed is free. They give you all ready-made, ready-made lessons, and you can create your own using all the TED resources. The third one that can be used, which is really, really engaging for students and children, is Kahoot. These are lovely quizzes, very exciting. So there are a lot of free tools out there as well.
Wonderful. Well, give it a round of applause for our fantastic panelists this morning. It was incredible and very, very informative. I think there's a huge topic that a lot of people are trying to figure out and mitigate through our education system. So thank you, ladies, and thank you for being here. Please take a stand at the front of the stage. We have our photographer going to document this moment in time. Stamp it with "It has happened here in Dubai, Festival City, at Education 2.0. I know Money's down the hallway. We got a little bit of everybody moving rooms. Anyone go in the room next door? Health? Or even money down the hall? Anyway, I head over there because it seems to be a lot warmer since we're all below zero in this room. It's nice to meet you. Thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure to have you on the panel and on stage. I know she's a singer, so we got an opera singer, another singer. We may need to do a duet later. Right, I told you, there's tap dancing later down the hall, but it's great to have these talents. So there is no doubt the room here is pretty elevated. We're elevated in understanding what trends are. That's why you're here, to find out how the education system's changing, what can you do to implement it in your own business, and what's going to be the business of tomorrow. So, welcome to the stage, our next panelist. You've seen her up here before. She's in bright colors every day of the conference. Nazli Arzin, the CEO and founder of Nazli Arzin LLC. I'm going to invite her up to the stage. She's the moderator, all about preparing young adults for the transformation future of work. Come on up here. Take it away. I know our time is moving along, but I'll give you as much time as I can today. Have a great panel.
Is it working? Oh,
yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. And I think there's one topic that we haven't talked for the past, 2.5 days, and that's love. I don't think AI would replace love. The reason I say love, because I personally think that that's the most important ingredients in doing everything you do. And we talk about purpose, passion, interest, but what about love? And I think what I do also, I encourage individuals, especially youngs, organizations, to really bring their true identity, reality in business and life. And the reason I talk about love, because my panelists, they love what they do. So I want to just use time efficiently, and I want to introduce my panelists. First one is Alexandra Hoffman from France. She is the CEO and founder of Crisis Alley, which support crisis leaders and their teams thrive through crisis. She also teaches crisis management at universities. Alexandra has been serving large organizations for more than 2 decades. She has also worked with the French intelligence services, volunteer for the NYPD, which is very interesting. I love that. And the Red Cross. She studied law and corporate security and is also a certified coach and yoga teacher. Last but not least, she's the mother of 2. Thank you. Oh, you're already here. Yeah, come on. My second panelist is Mariam Hariri from Abu Dhabi. She's a senior instructor in the College of Interdisciplinary Studies at Zayed University. She has 15 years of experience in higher education as an educator and academic leader. She has a master's degree in mathematics, and she teaches math, statistics, and programming. Amazing. She is very... Okay, that's good. We go to the next one. The third panelist is Aaron Young from Hong Kong. He's an assistant project manager from Fullness Social Enterprise Society, a nonprofit organization promoting social entrepreneurs in Hong Kong. He's nurturing young social entrepreneurs and innovators in Hong Kong, and also an educator bringing practical learning experiences and internship to the curriculum, which helps youth discover multiple pathways. Oh, you guys are so fast. And my last panelist, you already know Vijay. He's from Thailand, and he is highly skilled and driven business executive with extensive knowledge in skillfully managing commercial and people strategy across enterprises. He has 25 years of experience. He has used his analytical ability to assist firms across Asia. Welcome, Vijay. Hello, everybody. Okay, So let's start with our first question. Okay. So is the education system equipping young people with the skill, knowledge, and capabilities they need for the future? If not, why? And how we can fill in the gap? Alexandra, do you want to just give it a start?
Thank you very much, Nasli. So I want to say two words, soft skills. I know we've been talking about this a lot for the past 3 days, and I was thinking, preparing for this panel, about discussing various soft skills, but the thing is they're all interconnected, and if we start splitting, it doesn't make sense anymore, right? Because in my work, in my area of expertise, I see a lot of professionals, 40 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old, highly professional and experienced people, okay? They're really good at putting crisis management plans together, business continuity plans together, security tactics, registries, and all kinds of things. But when it comes to personal resilience, team resilience, how to make decisions as a crisis responder, cognitive diversity, trust, and all of this, they are a complete loss. So this is what's happening, and I'm talking about executive committees, I'm talking about the security teams, global security teams, okay? Global crisis management team and business continuity teams. So those soft skills are absolutely essential. And a really interesting piece of data I'd like to share with you today is that in average, the most competitive companies out there in the world today invest 2.6 times more in those intangibles than their competition. And in some industries, like financial industry, it goes as high as 6 times more than others. So that's what's going on on the market right now, and because the students today will be on the market tomorrow, it's absolutely essential to understand all of this, so we teach them things that are relevant for them, not for us, basically.
Thank you so much. It seems like this topic, you know, it's not just only young adults, it's everyone in this room, so. So what do you think, Aaron, about this topic?
Hi, everyone. So I would like to speak from the Hong Kong context, because I'm from Hong Kong, and in schools, I think the education system or the method of delivering education stemmed from the 19th century. We are still adopting that, and teachers are educated during the 20th century, and it's now the 21st century, and they're still memorizing things. Students have to recite everything, and that was the way the teachers succeeded in their era, in their age. But then it's not the case now for this generation, and I think the innovation of schools and students and teachers, all three parties have to embrace innovation. And I think there was a panel yesterday talking about the industry and academia collaboration. I guess that's the way schools can try to adapt and to let people from the industry, from the market, to be involved in the education system, to be involved in teaching the next generation, to be involved in delivering what's happening in the real world. Because sometimes when things are taught in schools and when the students go to the workplace, things are not working at the same way as they were taught. So I think the collaboration between these and embracing innovation can kind of bridge the gaps between equipping them with skills, knowledge, and capabilities for the future of work.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's a great perspective from Hong Kong. Mariam, what are your thoughts?
So our educational systems have remained mostly the same for the past decades, although the world of work has been rapidly changing. Like, we can see that technological advancements and artificial intelligence are reshaping the workforce, they're reshaping the job market. Most of the traditional jobs and roles are being either replaced or transformed. So there is a growing gap between the skills that are being taught in the educational institutions and the skills that are needed in the industry, especially the emerging industries. So I believe to bridge the gap, educational institutions should consider adopting an interdisciplinary approach to learning. And shift from the purely knowledge-based approach to an emphasis on experiential learning and implementing the emerging technologies into their curriculum. They should also consider embedding a broader set of skills to help the young adults and the students keep up with the emerging changes in the workforce and the workplace. This includes technical skills that, for example, are digital literacy, data analysis, coding, and other STEM-related skills, in addition to soft skills, as Alexandra highlighted, soft and transferable skills into the workplace, like communication, creative and critical thinking, adaptability, cultural competence. Those are things that we also have to highlight. I believe that offering programs that provide a blend of both technical and soft skills would make sure that our students are, have a diverse skill set and that they are better prepared, or they are well-rounded professionals that are also able to adapt to their emerging changes in their professional lives and their, the future of the work.
Thank you so much. Vijay, what are your thoughts?
I would pick up from Alexandra's point on soft skills. And it's not just the interpersonal skills that I feel that more work can be done on, but also leadership skills. Because employers in the future will not expect, you don't expect them to give you directions. They want people to use their creativity and come up with solutions or provide answers. They want to have diverse views. So it's not about just training people or educating, but giving them opportunities to hone those skills through immersions, which I believe is an area that is, at this point in time, missing. There's an opportunity there. And the other one is, cross-cultural. Well, we look at Dubai as an example. Look at the number of nationalities working here. You introduced me as somebody from Thailand. I'm Singaporean. I come from a South Indian descent. I was born in Singapore. I lived in 6 countries, and I finally found home in Thailand. But I learned cultural immersion the hard way. Very difficult. But we have this opportunity because the world is a flat place and opportunities are abuzz everywhere. How do we prepare our students to be able to, and they want it. They want to have cross-border opportunities. They want to go and learn. The curiosity is amazing. How are we facilitating that is an important question to consider. So STEM to STREAM, or you can call it, but where's the humanizing aspect of it all?
But I agree with you. You know, it's very important for cross-cultural. I have many fun stories, you know, coming from Turkey to New York. So it's just preparing those students to be able to diverse and inclusive, preparing themselves for leadership skills. Thank you so much for your answers, and I think I'm very curious about your work in more details. You know, how is your work and expertise areas contribute to preparing young adults for the transformative future of work? Like, do you have any insight, outcome, anything that you measure at work that will help our audience? Alexandra, do you want to start with it?
So I made the decision to build a bridge with universities and business schools in France, to start with. Because when I was myself learning law, corporate security, and all of this, I was taught all the hard tools, right? Part of the toolkits that Dr. Iris Garner mentioned before. And I was never taught the rest, right? So I was like, okay, now I'm seeing that all of the other professionals are in the same place as me, so let's go to those universities and French business school to see how it's going. And it's very interesting because they call me to basically do crisis management scenarios with those students, okay? and I put them in a situation. We call that tabletop exercise. We give them a scenario. I use real life scenarios, because otherwise, if I create a fake scenario, it's easy for people to say it's not going to happen. Pretty much like 9/11. Before it happened, no one would believe it would happen. So I take real life crises and I say, okay, how do you react? What decision you make? What actions do you take? How do you behave and everything? What's really interesting is that those kids are really good at finding action, making decisions, finding the right tactics, even when it comes to responding to HR questions, communications, finance, and business-related questions. But then when I ask them, okay, how did it feel being part of that team? What did you notice as an individual? How did it go? They stall. Because they're not being taught how to discuss this. And I'm talking about 20 years old. I'm not talking about 5 years old, because it's not the point, right? I'm talking about kids who will be on the market like in 5 years from now. They just don't know how to describe how it is to work in a team, how it feels to be in a team, right? So we measure everything we do before and after. There is a progression always, okay? So they learn how it is to make decisions in this complex environment. They learn how it is to behave and all of this, but still there's a steep learning curve in that regard, basically. So and the thing I want to say, one thing I tell my clients is that working on this is a journey. Yes. There is no one end and one size fits all. It's always a journey. I'm just going to give a quick quiz here from the Resilience Institute. You know what age is the most resilient globally? What age? Young, mid, it's above 75 years old. So none of us here in this room, unless I'm completely wrong, is more resilient, is at the level of resilience, basically, to handle this complex world, this complex environment that we will be at in maybe 10, 20, 30 years from now, because it's a journey. So the point is to make those students understand that it's a step-by-step journey, because if we tell them, okay, it's like math and science, sorry, Miriam, that it's just a simple formula to apply, we fail them by saying this, basically.
That's so interesting that you mentioned, because last night I was having dinner with one student that, my student, she's here. We're talking about how fast they're living their life, about, studying and learning AI, relationship, understanding. They want to go so fast, and they just forget that it's just a journey, and they just really don't really see through their hearts and understand what they love and what the sense of purpose. So amazing that, you actually look at Miriam, because, she's all about math and statistics, like 2 + 2 = 4, but it's just the journey. So thank you so much. We're going to get back to you, Miriam, but Aaron, what do you think about this, about your work?
So I have a few slides prepared for introducing some work of me and my team that have been doing in Hong Kong. Can you show the slides, please? Yes. So what we do is we bring in social entrepreneurship to students and young adults in Hong Kong and in the community. And for those, some of you may not be very familiar with social entrepreneurship. It's simply entrepreneuring with a social mission at the center of it. The social impact to be created is the aim of this enterprise. So there are 6 stages of entrepreneurship innovation, but I will not go into the details, but the final goal, the ultimate goal, is to bring systemic change in society. So throughout the process, learners or students or young adults in this environment, we have to practice and exercise skills mentioned, for example, people skills, interpersonal skills, communication skills, and when they have to draft a business plan and to execute, implement something like that, they have to exercise financial skills, project management skills, something like that. So it is we'll say it is an interdisciplinary concept, and we wish to bring in to the school system and to the education system so that young adults can be prepared to face whatever happen in the future or work scenarios or positions they take up. So next slide, please. Yes. So for us, in our organization, we do it from education to entrepreneurship and to internship and all that with mentorship as well. And for education, we have the SENSE program founded by Dr. Siede, one of the speakers yesterday. It brings in social entrepreneurship education into the school systems. We collaborated with schools, we collaborate with teachers, we also have teachers training so that not only the students can embrace or to get to know this idea or concept, the teachers can also embrace it. The teachers can be updated with the current situations in society, in the market, in problems out there. And students can experience experiential learning and project-based learning so that they can try to resolve problems in real life. And we have entrepreneurship. Some of them can be granted fundings to really implement and actualize their ideas. And we have internship, the SELECT program. It allows students to intern in different social enterprises and to gain hands-on experience to really work with the entrepreneurs so that they can know more about what they would like to do in their future. And the next slide, please. And we believe in this ecosystem, we call it, young adults can practice their interdisciplinary skills. They can touch the real world. They can work together to experience the cross-sector collaboration to really solve the problems out there. And we believe whatever position or pathways they take in their future, they pursue whatever into the government, into the education sector, into the IT sector, wherever they go, the interdisciplinary idea and the collaboration and the skills, the mindset they have got throughout the process will benefit them in pursuing whatever pathways they are going to. So this is basically what we have been doing in Hong Kong for the past 10 years in the youth sector, and as an example for all of you on this topic.
Thank you so much. We should have had how to manage stress because I messaged him that he only has 2 minutes to go through these slides, but thank you so much. Marion, what do you think about, I would love to hear about your work.
Yeah, so most of the problems and challenges that we face in our world today and that our students will need to solve in the future are mainly, as we can all see, are complex and multifaceted, like climate change, economic downturns, even the challenges that arise from technological advancements like artificial intelligence. These issues are not disciplinary issues. These are multifaceted issues. They cannot be addressed or tackled through one discipline alone. They actually need a confluence of ideas to be solved. And unfortunately, most of the students are not trained to think in this way in most of the places. So at Zayed University, we have transformed the way we teach our students, and we have transformed our undergraduate programs to be interdisciplinary. And that is to equip our students with the knowledge, the skill set, and even the mindset for them to be able to blend ideas and perspectives from different disciplines in order to come up with innovative solutions to such complex problems. In their first year, our new students have a foundation year, no matter what their major is, in which they develop the interdisciplinary skills such as entrepreneurship, coding, communication, statistics, and critical thinking. And then those skills continue to be cultivated in their university years as they complete their undergraduate degree. Another point I would like to highlight here is something that has been discussed a lot in days 1 and 2, yesterday and the day before, is the lack of alignment between academia and the industry. It seems that everyone agrees that there is a lack of alignment between those two. Industries don't really understand or don't really know what higher education is up to, and higher education does not really understand the exact skills that the industries need. Most of the times industries say that graduate skills are not adequately aligned to their needs. So at Zayed University, we established a program called a Partner Challenge Program in order to bridge the gap between the academia and the industry. So something similar to what Aaron was mentioning. So this program offers our students the opportunities for experiential learning and the opportunity to apply their knowledge outside of the classroom and address real-world challenges that are set and proposed by industry partners. Those include renowned organizations like Accent, Cisco, Coca-Cola, just to name a few. Mentors from those organizations set real-life challenges for our students in coordination with faculty and partner specialists that make sure that the projects are aligned with the academics that we offer. And the students collaborate and they combine the learning from different disciplines to come up with innovative solutions for those projects. Now, this program, students actually start working on such projects from their very first semester, and by the time they graduate, they would have already worked with at least 5 companies. So the benefit of this program is not only to offer them experiential learning, but also it fosters their professional and personal development because they gain tangible work experience. They get exposed to multiple different professional settings. They understand how their strengths and their interests align or map to the professional settings. It also fosters the soft skills. They develop growth mindset. They understand that long life learning is something they have to keep in mind in order to keep up with the changes in the settings that they are working with. And they also develop stress management, time management skills. They get to communicate and interact with individuals from different cultures, from in different roles.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This job is very tough, being a moderator, you know. I want you to talk, but I keep just looking at the time. Vijay, what are your thoughts? And then we're going to move to our last questions very quickly.
Yeah, so my focus area is basically purpose and creating sustainable high-performing teams, right?
I love that.
There's always about short-term. Results are always about short-term. And the mistakes that many organizations make is they want growth subsequent year, and they believe the starting point is the end of last year, the previous year. That's not true, right? And often when we look at the skills gaps, it's significant, particularly with a multi-generational workforce. So I start a lot of work by asking, who are you? Not what do you do, but who are you as a person?
What did they answer? I'm so curious.
Yeah, that's the interesting
too,
one,
you know?
right? So they will say, I am head of this. No, that's what you do. But who are you? It's a very interesting question, a very reflective one. So there's a tool I use. Somebody in this room has gone through it, and they found exactly who they are, right? And it's interesting. That's why I said on Monday, within an hour, I helped students, I helped even leaderships, administrators find out why they click with certain people and why with some people they just can't stand them. And it's important to know, you know, that distinction, because that, you know, if you remember Dr. Sabrina yesterday, self-awareness first, then self-management. So this is a great way to help people understand who they are. Their left brain, right brain. Why is it that when someone speaks, I do not like that person? There is a reason, because we are dominated by, either the left or the right brain. Some of us have got the lateral, but some of us also got a diagonal brain, which allows us to be conflicted most of the time. Then there is this aspect where we look at how do we communicate with each other from there. So, and in terms of purpose, so that's one area with people. In terms of purpose, we adopt the principles of Ikigai. Now, the Ikigai that I refer to is not the Venn diagram that you see. We have some delegates from Japan, and they will tell you Ikigai is represented by a flower of 8 needs. It's called the Kamiya flower. So if you're reading the Venn diagram, you're reading the wrong diagram, right? Because in Japan, we know they don't talk about Ikigai as a concept, it's a way of life. So we introduce that into purpose, and then we help organizations that how do we sustain this, right? There are terms like Ibaosho, which is balancing work, life, leisure. So yeah, so I could go on, but if you're interested to find out whether you're left or right brained, is very easy.
Yeah, that's what I talk about love,
Yeah.
Or just, like getting to know yourself. Yeah. I'm not going to look at the time anymore. So, for Generation Z and Alpha, what are the top 3 soft and hard skills they need to be aware of? Top 3 in your mind, and why?
In my experience, if I have to pick, I like to pick 2, actually.
Oh, that's even better.
I like to be concise. That's what executive needs, by the way. So time management, a huge skill to learn as well.
I know, you're sitting right in front of me. Like, I know the time and I see you. I'm even more stressed.
No jokes, by the way. So two skills. It's really about psychological safety.
Oh, I love that.
As a leader, to be able to make people feel safe, to fail, to learn, to ask questions. I was talking about this with a client the other day, and he was like, are we safe to fail? The question was left unanswered, which was really interesting. A second concept is growth mindset. It is overrated, unfortunately, but it is super, super important. And it's about, again, learning how to love to fail. Yes. Last week, I had a huge fail with a prospect on Monday. I learned all the lessons I could from that failure. On Friday, I had another meeting with another prospect, and I leveraged that failure from 5 days prior, and I succeeded and I signed a new deal. So it's about loving to learn how to fail, because it's a journey. Yeah. So these are 2 things, I think.
That's amazing that you mentioned about psychological safety. That's why I mentioned on the panel that we should assess CEOs and executives first to understand how critical thinker they are, or empathy, or growth mindset, because if they're not, how are you gonna implement psychological safety? So, okay, Education 2.0, we're gonna continue another 30 minutes because I love the topic. Just kidding. So, what do you think, Aaron, about this topic? Or it doesn't matter right now, you guys can all talk.
Yeah, I'll talk first. I think that one of it is the ability to empathize. Empathy. Yes, because in this era of technology, I think that what Vijay said is the human side, like of what our use would be, and this is the first one. The second one is critical thinking and problem solving. It has been told like yesterday about this topic, critical thinking, how to distinguish what's true from what's fake, what's wrong, and I think that's one of the key in this new education generation, where like automation and machines will take place in a lot of scenarios. Critical thinking would be one of the very important skills they have to be equipped with. And the third one is innovativeness. To build new things, yes.
Thank you so much. Marian, what do you think?
Yeah, so the future of work will heavily actually rely on digital skills and technology. So I do believe that it's very essential to equip the students with a strong foundation in digital literacy. This generation, especially Generation Z, grew up surrounded by technology, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they know how to use this technology meaningfully and positively. So they do need to understand digital security, digital privacy, even the use of artificial intelligence and the ethics of using artificial intelligence in their studies and in the workplace. Another skill I would choose is, as Aaron said, critical thinking. This is very important because it's important for them to be able to ask the right questions and be able to assess different perspectives and assess different information from different resources in order to be able to make informed decisions. A third skill I would choose is to be able to deal with complexity and ambiguity. Artificial intelligence is, we don't really know what the skills will definitely be in the future, the skills needed in the workplace. So they do need to be able to have a flexible mind to be able to adapt to changes, and also, as Alexandra highlighted, a growth mindset comes along with this. They have to know what you're learning now, you should build on the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Vijay.
I'll just add, everyone's covered this, but the future of work is not going to be totally driven by grades, it's going to be driven by skills, right? So I think there's so many other skills that all the speakers have alluded to. So everything is the fact that, you know, we have to humanize it, you know, whether it's technology, whether it's math, what's ethics around it, we coexist with in a network, you know, that's so difficult to define and constantly evolving. So skills are so important. So yeah, soft skills particularly, and leadership skills. So I would just say that's something that we've got to prepare our young kids for, right? So I'll leave you guys with one thought. I asked this question to my 11-year-old once: is school preparing you for life? And this 11-year-old said, no, school's just interested in our grades. That's a sad truth. Allow me to be brutal as a father. It's sad to hear that.
I got the same answer.
Yeah, it's got the same answer. Here we have it. So you've got answers from kids who may not tell you that in your classroom setting, because they say, it's a teacher, you're an educator. But as a friend, they tell us a lot of things. So feedback again for you guys. It's neutral. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Time's up. Do you guys have any questions?
Come on up to the mic. Come on up. We haven't heard from you. Well done, guys. Give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Great, insightful session. A lot of new faces. Welcome. We'd love to know who you are.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much to all the panelists. My name is Wafa Zolber from Zaid University. Now, it has been the norm that throughout teaching in higher education, we always heard that there is a big gap between the graduates and the university market and the community market. And it was actually the norm that the graduate goes through a different, totally new cycle once the graduate leaves the university and starts to join the market. And there has been long debate and argument between the universities, higher education, and the industry, trying to explain to the industry, it is not our job only to give you a ready-made graduate. So you have good duties as well, because the market itself updates itself. So how often can higher education be updated is another thing. Now, in the past, we used to have chemistry major, English language major, math major, but later we have heard about major and minor. Why? Because we had still to develop some type of multidisciplinarity within the fields of discipline, within science, within humanities, and all of that. And all of this got into the same direction. Until now, we are talking about borderless majors, where we are preparing students not only to obtain academic skills like the past, but now we are teaching them how to manage even life skills, which they definitely use in their major, whatever the major is, and whatever the industry is. And maybe a key word can be borderless majors, and another one is interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity. Thank you so much.
Could I just add a point to what she said?
Was it a question?
No, it was a
no,
comment.
it was a comment, right?
Yeah, it was.
Or do you?
Yeah, it's a viewer.
Well, you have evoked in me lots of feelings, because it's not a question, it was a comment.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
that's what I thought.
Yes, it is a comment. So
Okay.
it wasn't a question, especially that all of this has been a debate. We have been to so many meetings and conferences,
Yeah.
and there has been committees in the universities that were formed for the purpose of how we can bridge this gap between the community and the university. So that was very tiring for faculty in the university, to be honest, until we arrived at the stage where we believe in interdisciplinarity, right? Now, if a graduation person is majored in math, this person is not expected to function only in that field when he graduates. No way. And if he expects that, he cannot function in the community. So this person has to be, let's say, graduate with so many skills, not just academic skill, not just professional skill, but life skills. Now, how often, like now, we have got so many people suffering from time management issues, stress management issues, right? So many issues that cannot keep functioning. So the problem is not in the field of science. It is totally different skills. This is where we are talking now about interdisciplinarity or maybe multidisciplinarity, of course, with the distinction between the two.
It's 100%.
Just a comment, thank you.
Sometimes I honestly think that we make them more confused than they are, you know.
Could I just add, yes, I agree. If you remember the first day I said education institutions are under significant pressure because of the demands of the private sector or even just government sectors, because I grew up just starting with 4 subjects, and now you've got AI, you've got this, you've moved from STEM to STEAM to STREAM, and God knows what else will come after this, right? So, and I say it's a tripartite agreement. But I think the important thing to educate young people is career is never going to be linear. Be prepared to step sideways, diagonally, and that's what I tell the young people, look, just because you're a chemistry major doesn't mean you have to go that direction. There's always opportunities. If it doesn't work out, step to the side and try something else. And that's where I think, this tripartite arrangement between parents, schools, employers is so critical. So, without one, it's not going to work. But it's easier said than done, right? So we're all wired differently. We all have different values. But I think as long as we are aware of it, it's already a catalyst for change.
Thank you so much. If you guys have more questions, we will see you in the networking area.
Come on up.
Oh,
giving
you have a question.
I'm
sorry, there's so much
more.
light coming to my eyes. I can't see anyone.
Actually, I have to agree with her, and I'll be asking specific question on language development in terms of communication skills. I've been teaching from Philippines, Vietnam, a little bit of Korea and Japan, and now I'm in Bahrain, and I see this gap between university and industry. Like, there is a lack of expression, communication. They have a lot of brilliant ideas, but in terms of communicating what they are doing, there's something wrong. So it's a challenge for us, faculty members. How are you gonna make this young leaders, young entrepreneurs, young engineers to come up with their own self and speak to the world what they are capable of doing? So maybe if in this case, classroom learning or university learning, partnership with industries may not be enough. From different industries that you are coming from, maybe you can advise, or what could be the strategy or some organizations that could help? I'm glad to meet one TED speaker here. Sir Danny, if you're here around. Yeah, there is one. One also is a Toastmaster speaker, which also they train people to become public speakers or communicators. So maybe you have other ideas how we could help these young learners to become communicator as they are.
It's a journey.
I'm not sure I understood the question. I'm sorry. You'd like to know how organizations can explain more what they need? That's the question?
How are we going to prepare young adults to be more transformative in the sense that they can be more communicative, more self-expressive in terms of their communication skills?
Okay.
If classroom learning or industry collaborations may not be enough to prepare them fully for the future of work, what other organizations or trainings that they could have?
So if I
go ahead, please.
Take this one. Thank you very much. I think it's about cases, making them working on cases. Top-down speeches, top-down classes just are gone, seriously gone. People are craving for interconnections and discussions and thinking through real life cases. When I do those crisis scenarios, at the end of each scenario, I say, okay, every team will have to report what the team did, okay? So you assign one speaker for each team.
Yeah.
I do everything, all of my work is done virtually, okay? Which is one of the good things from COVID. So all of my work is done virtually. It's a great place to learn public speaking, to learn how to be comfortable to speak in public, because you have the screen between you and the rest of the world. So when I tell those kids, okay, you assign one speaker, and each team will go on stage. When I tell you to go on stage, I'll put you on full screen. You're ready to go. It's about engaging them, motivating them, making it easy for them. But they have to train, to practice. Some of them stumble. Some of those kids don't even barely speak English. And everything I do is in English. Just go for it and try. Try and stumble. If it's okay if it's not perfect English. The thing is, we have to let them try. And we don't. And so when they join the workforce, they're basically afraid of failing.
Yeah, and you mentioned that, also failure, right? I think they have, have this, taught us, like, if I speak, if I communicate, nobody understands, I will feel like I'm going to fail. So that fear also just makes them more kind of reserved. So thank you so much. Now I see Rachel smiling.
Yeah.
This job is very tough.
Yes,
You've done an excellent job. Thank you, moderator. You've done a great job. Thank you, panelists. Come on up. Give them a round of applause. We'll go to the end of the stage. Smile. I know your question was, what other resources can people do or engage with to get the training they need to communicate? So if you got any tips, you know who's there. The lights are super bright up here. Maybe we can turn it down a little bit so we don't blind anyone coming up, because guess what's next? Recognition time. So everyone's looking forward to that. And after recognition, I've been asked to do a group photo. So stick around. We're going to do everybody in the room up on stage so we can get a group photo of everybody here at Education 2.0. Thank you so much for your expertise. Thank you for sharing. So much great stuff. Communication's the key. I mean, how many marriages are breaking down because of communications, right? Hundreds. Tons of them. Tons of them. Before I got married, I actually told my husband, I said, let's go to a therapist that specializes in divorce. And he looked at me, he goes, what? I said, I want to go to the person helping all these people in trouble before we run into trouble. He still looked at me like I was crazy. I said, I am going, and either you want to get married to me and you come along, or we don't get married. So he came, and he found it was unbelievable, the knowledge that we were able to bring into our relationship before we committed, so that we made a right choice. Little proactive, not very common. People always laugh about that story, but it's a real story. She told me 5 reasons why people get divorced. If you want to hear more, I'll tell you after lunch. But in the meantime, I'm going to keep on going. And please put your hands together. We pulled someone over from another room. The health room has a lot of experts I like to bring in. So put your hands together for Dr. Dennis Barbieri, who's going to help us today, CEO of International Assistance. Hello, Dr. Dennis. I'm going to ask you to just introduce yourself for a second. Let everyone know who you are, what you're here to achieve.
Hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm Dennis. Thank you for welcoming here. I'm the CEO of International Assistance, and I would like to say thank you to you, actually, because coming from the health sector, everything starts with education for us, and it's an ongoing journey. We never stop. Without education, we will never achieve what we achieve, and we also constantly seek support from you. So we work with cross-functional teams in order to improve what we do, and so thank you. And also, as a company, we usually provide healthcare solutions, but also education and training to our colleagues and also to other civilians. So we always seek for advice from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, I will kindly ask you and invite you to the middle of the stage. They'll be giving you the recognition awards on the left side, stage left, and inviting people up. Are we ready for Day 3 Education 2.0 to see who is in the room that is going to be recognized? All right, thank you very much. I like a little excitement. We're going to have to move around, ladies and gentlemen. We are running a little over schedule, but I'm sure you don't mind. We'll still get to lunch today, and we'll still have a great afternoon session. So, welcome to the stage the first person I'd like to recognize, who's Assistant Professor of Literary Theory and Cultural Studies at Princess Noor bint Abdul Rahman University in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. She holds multiple positions at PNU, including Vice President, Deputy of Quality and Development, and Director of the Promising Research Center for Social Science and Women's Studies. Please put your hands together. Anud Abdulaziz El Hamad. Congratulations. Thank you very much, and congratulations for everything you do. Next recognized person in the room, expert who's a co-founder and director of Kids Preschool with a background in social welfare and early development of children. She brings extensive experience from the UK. She's managed an Australian preschool franchise before creating her own curriculum. Here she is with over 4 centers and 350 children, Akila Che Azizuddin. Next expert in the field of education is the founder of social entrepreneurship school education, the SENSE program, inspiring next generation to drive social transformation with over 50,000 trained individuals and 60 incubated projects. This program, are you ready to come up here, Dr. Cassie? Come on up, give him a round of applause. 10,000 disadvantaged communities in Hong Kong is where he's reaching. Congratulations, Doctor. Well done, congratulations. It's your time to shine up here, so I want you all to really take a deep breath in and enjoy every moment of these steps while you stand here and really share this moment with the world. We are live on YouTube for the world to see. The next expert we'd like to recognize is an author and educator at the University of Technology, Bahrain. With a passion for language, teaching, and learning, she combines research, imagination, and tenacity in her writing. Her expertise is teaching the English language, courses to diverse students, and is reflected in her book called Starters to Flu English. So welcome to the stage. You've seen her very recently, Karen Ramaldo Bensole. You're welcome. Welcome. Time to shine. Did you have a moment? Did you want to thank anybody? Sure, come on up. Come on up.
Oh, the struggle of being tall. I'm tall. Rachel here is taller. Well, anyway, that's because of his or her energy, I'm sorry, right? So anyway, I've been talking a lot for the questions or comments, but I am very honored to be here, and I would like to thank the organization for the award. I've been a dreamer myself when I was younger, and I want to do what my inspiration did to me. I was so inspired to do more, and that's why I want to learn more so that when I get back to work, I have something to share and inspire my learners. And this award goes to my family and to University of Technology Bahrain. I hope they're watching.
All
Thank you
right.
so much.
Well done. Congratulations. Cool. Like I said, take that moment to shine. If you have some people to thank, we had some great, words yesterday from family members to staff members. So do take that moment here. Just push me out of the way and come and take the stand, okay? The next person I'd like to recognize is a doctor who's the founder and current president of the Association for Early Childhood Educators. For over 40 years of experience in early childhood education, her dedication to community service has been recognized with many prestigious awards. So please do invite to the stage Dr. Christine Chen. Well done, Christine. Time to shine.
I have a message for all early childhood educators across the globe, and I believe we have some over here, and we should believe that what we do is really important in building the foundation for learning and development. And that we are actually building foundations which people normally don't give credit to foundations of buildings, for example. Okay? We will always admire the building, but nobody is going to say that, oh, there must be a strong foundation, sustaining this building. So our work may not be that well recognized, but I encourage all of you to keep going, that the work that we do as early childhood educators is really important in building foundations for lifelong learning. Thank you.
No doubt. Congratulations. Ain't that the truth, right? Okay. Next up, please put your hands together for the Global Executive Director and Educational Thought Leader at Open Flow Learning Center. Her expertise in teaching, training, and extensive experience in implementing professional development programs. She co-founded multiple educational initiatives, including Open Flow Learning Center and Biomimicry Works. An international workshop presenter, she has shared her knowledge across America, Philippines, South Africa, Indonesia, Singapore, and she's not stopping. Dr. Nicolene, come on up here. Give her a round of applause.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I thought that my recognition session was in the afternoon, and my son, Kentridge, who is 15 years old, actually gave me some homework. And he asked me to recite a poem, which I now cannot remember, but I do remember the start. And the reason why I remember the start of this poem is because it reminds me that before anything on earth, a long, long time ago, there was no education. There was no up, there was no down, there was no side to side. There was no dark, there was no space. And protons could not collide. So reminding all of us that no matter the fear of AI, no matter the fear of the future, a long, long time ago, everything was nothing. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Well done. Well done. Next up, I'd like to invite to the stage a programs design consultant at the Saudi Industrial Development Fund, SIDF. With a PhD in business administration, specializing in finance, this next doctor has experience in evolution of corporate governance codes and their impact on performance, specifically in Saudi Arabia. Please put your hands together for Dr. Gada Ali Amunajem. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, I'd like to invite to the stage our industry segment advisor at T-Mobile. She's an education leader for over 2.5 decades and an equity evangelist and advocate for authentic leadership. With extensive experience in school boards and international education research, she inspires and prepares others to lead unapologetically. Please invite up to the stage with your accolades, Dr. Iris Gardner. Congratulations.
Thank you. What an incredible honor. First, thank you to Education 2.0. And secondly, very special to my heart, my family, my husband, who has been my lifeline from day one. And I'll use this award, and I challenge all of you to use this as fuel to continue to create a more inclusive society. Thank you.
Next recognized individual and expert in the room is a chief language teacher and chief story warrior at the Chinese School LLC. With a focus on preserving Cantonese and Hakka languages, she founded the school successfully last year and is currently working on memorial work titled Teacher Frank Hu's Death Note, honoring a late honorary teaching fellow known for his love of Pikachu. And if you have any children, you know all those characters from that cartoon. Please put your hands together for Iris Lau, who's the Chinese School LLC founder. Come on up to the stage. It's time to shine. She may not be in the room, but we congratulate you for this wonderful recognized award. Congratulations. You'll receive it soon. Next is the Chief Risk and Legal Officer of DSS Plus, with 13 years of experience in a fast-paced environment. She successfully managed enterprise risk and legal aspects, shaping business strategy and changing management in large organizations. You may have heard her on stage a couple times the last 3 days. Please put your hands together for Maribel Barras. Congratulations.
Thank you. I just want to say a few words, and for me what is really powerful is what we all have in common, and probably is we would like to make this world a better place, and it can start with each of us, and together we are stronger. Thank you.
Congratulations. Unity is a beautiful theme I keep seeing up here on stage, so really lovely. Next to be recognized is an expert in the mathematics part of education. He is a top mathematics education center where he is a renowned mathematic educator, president of the Mathematics Science Research Institute and Mathematics and Statistics Program Director. With a double PhD in mathematics and education, he is an expert in training, mathematics, Olympian trainer, and has authorized books read in 35 countries. Welcome to the stage, Matthew Yip. Congratulations and welcome for being recognized.
Thank you. Today is my big day, but in math education, there's a very big problem. Give students cannot be satisfied faster, and also students who are weak in mathematics cannot follow school schedule. For this reason, I would like to offer a solution, which is a package consists of two parts. The first one is a global math and math Olympic assessment test. And the second one is an automatic tailor-made math learning system. Because they are a very big task, I can't do it by myself. If you want to know more or even cooperate to solve the problem together, please find me. This is Matthew Yip. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Awesome. So if you need math tips, this guy got them. Okay, please be sure to connect. Next, I'd like you to put your hands together for the head of electrical engineering department at the King Faisal University in Saudi Arabia. This person is a highly accomplished researcher and facility member with the expertise in electrical power systems engineering, with an impressive academic background from renowned institutions such as the University of Manchester, and among others. He has contributed significantly to international research projects and received recognition for his work in energy. Please put your hands together for Mohammed El Akil. Well done and congratulations.
Yeah, please allow me in the beginning to really express my appreciations to the Education 2.0 actually organizing team for such great efforts actually, and for gathering such elite group of educators actually, whether it's in the public education system or the higher education system, and I really thank him for that. Thank you so much again for providing this award, which encourages us more to work more actually towards the one of the core businesses of our duties actually is to not only educate students, but also to improve their knowledge, skills, and values as well. So thank you to my family actually who are joining us actually today, and I really thank them for that. I would also like to end this short, this very, very short talk actually with a quote which says that it is difficult for us to continue teaching today the way that we have been learning yesterday to prepare students for the future. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. Thank you for sharing and everything you do. Next to be recognized is an experienced policy and strategic planning professional at Al Hussein's department. As a manager, he leads 3 teams of 22 professionals across 2 cities and 3 sites, providing guidance, conducting meetings, and leading project execution. He has an expertise in strategy, implementation, and performance management. Please welcome to the stage Majuhed Alhamdulillah. Take your time, enjoy the journey. Enjoy the journey, and do correct me on your last name. Majahid. Congratulations. Tell me the last name. I invite you to correct me, please, sir, and congratulations.
Actually, I got my laminated card in order not to confuse things, but you have missed the first name and the last name as well.
Oh, so sorry.
And actually, I was
Please do correct
thinking,
me.
is it me? Okay, so the first name is Mujahid, and the second name is Al-Hawamda. Okay, morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum to all. And for the friends from India, namaste. From China, Nikhama. And for the people from Turkey, Nisalsen. And from Germany, I guess we have only one person from Germany, Tina. Gustin Tag, right? Okay. I have 4 cards of gratifications and gratitude. So the first one is to God Almighty in happiness, in hardship, in prosperity and adversity. When you are following a star and finding a stable. The second card of gratitude goes to my father and mother for their hardship, for the guidance, and for the sacrifice that they have made in order to make me who I am. And the third card of gratitude goes to the team, the Conference Education 2.0, the talent that they have shown. And I do remember a poet and prolific philosopher belongs to the subcontinent of India, of course, before the separation, when he was praising different nations. And he said about the Turkey, he praised him regarding their dignity. And the peninsula of Arab, it is the eloquence, and when it comes to the subcontinent, it is the intellect. And I do believe what I have seen over here, the intellect, especially the team is mostly, or I think all of them are from India, they have manifested the talent that I have never seen in any place.
Well done. Congratulations.
Number 4, the 4 card of gratitude goes to the one and only. I think that person, if you combine entertainment plus passion and energy plus professionalism, the product will be the person who is standing behind me, which is Rachel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you very much for the motivation and the entertainment that you have shown. 3 pieces of advice. I will start with myself and for the people listening to me. The first one, when you are at the top of at the peak of your performance, receiving this award, you should not forget to stay humble and keep the curiosity and keep learning and growing, because this is not the end, this is the beginning of another stage. The second piece of advice, it is fine, although I am not I don't like to celebrate things too much. It is fine to celebrate the award for 2 or 3 days, but at the end of the day, the impact will depend on the one new idea or one new perspective that you have, that you will put into practice when you go back from here. And what you need is a plan. And according to my experience, such events needs 3 traits in order to benefit from. The first one, when you enter this event, you should put aside your achievements, your entitlement, and your title, and enter as a learner, because dignity has 2 faces, the bad one and the good one. The good one, it is related to self-esteem and dignity, but the bad one is related to the sin of superiority, believing that you are superior, which is the production which produce conceit and arrogance. And the second trait, which is asking questions. You have to ask as much questions as possible, even if you know the answer. And the third one is to challenge your ideas and perspective by challenging others. And the last piece of advice. The happiest people are not always the most successful one, but the happiest people are those who serve the best and add value. And you will face lots of difficulties, lots of hardship, lots of struggle in your life. Your strength is defined by mitigating and overcoming these difficulties. And the last thing, the best line I have ever heard in my life. And I have to read this one. Sometimes when you are in a dark place, you think you have been buried, but actually you have been planted. Thank you very much again.
Wonderful.
And have a nice day.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Congrats and well done.
Actually, I want to take a selfie with you.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Well, how about we do it afterwards? Because I know these guys are getting hungry. Don't forget your award, though. You got to put it in a good place. Hold on. Wait a second. He's going to make me run after him, right? But what a great speech. I won't be letting anyone else do that, just for the record. 1 minute is your timeline. I screwed up his name, so he deserved it. I got to give it to him. But I'm not going to give him his award back till he takes a picture with me. No, I'm kidding. Joking. Joking. Yeah, we're going to do it afterwards. I want to get a picture with everybody. Don't worry, we're going to get you all up on this stage. Thank you for a beautiful speech. I'm going to get him up as a sponsor next year to talk more, right? How you doing over there? Okay, you want to take a seat next time? Okay. Next expert on our stage, please welcome to the stage for recognition of a CEO of the R Production Incorporated, the consultant for supporting the immediate employment and retention of highly skilled foreign human resources. She is a human resource development trainer for both foreign employees and companies. Ryoko Kikuchi. Thank you. Come on up to the stage. Congratulations. I'm leaving a timer on here just so everyone knows. I'm not joking.
This is the first time I speak English here. Thank you for this. Thank you for the recognition of my work. I see the sign that my work is valuable. I want to bring this understanding to Japan. Many people think that HR should only focus on hiring. Because of this, they don't care about the training needed for integration. This makes it difficult for new foreign workers to adapt to the new jobs and cultural expectations. I want to continue working as a bridge between foreign interests and Japanese market. I believe this will make Japan a more appealing partner for the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very good. She got the picture? Got it? Got the picture? She's gonna. Did you get the picture? Everyone got the picture? Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. Well done. All this work. She did it. Okay. Next up, please welcome to the stage Department Administrator at An English Club, a powerhouse in education in the Aichi area of Japan. With over 20 years of experience, this person has built a strong reputation for developing the club's own textbook series and creating a positive culture for both customers and staff. Under his leadership, the English Club has achieved a remarkable teacher turnover rate of less than 20%. So come on up to the stage, Scott Knoll. Congratulations. It's time to be recognized. You're welcome. You're welcome. All that hard work. How's it feel?
Great. It feels great. Thank you, Education 2.0, for putting all these great educators together. And I've learned so much. And you guys have given me so much energy. So when I go back to Japan, I'm looking forward to get right back into it. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations. Next to the stage, to be recognized as a mental and emotional health coach at Arya Mindspace, with over 18 years of experience working with individuals of diverse backgrounds. She's dedicated to empowering children and youth with emotional resilience, and this is by far much needed. Please invite to the stage, put your hands together, Samitra Sharakumar. Much needed. Well done. Congrats. Sure, go for it.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd really like to thank, first of all, the Divine for putting me here, right time, right place. My parents, from whom who have taught me a lot, and my children, from whom I've learned a lot. Family, friends, teachers, coaches, colleagues, clients, everyone has been a part of this journey of mine. So today I stand here in honor of all of them. And Education 2.0 conference, I really don't have the words to express my gratitude to you. When I came here 3 days ago, I didn't know anybody. And now when I leave today, I've made so many connections and maybe even sown a few seeds of friendship here. So thank you so much, and a big shout out to my friend Deepa, who's come from India just to share this moment with me.
Wonderful. Congratulations. So nice to have you here. Doesn't it feel like a big family by day 3? Everyone's gotten comfortable, right? I love that. I love that, right? You have some lifelong friends. I guarantee you can't get rid of them now. They're connected, feeling the love. Look at this. They're serving the same purpose, and you find people with similar values, right? They're doing similar things. Please put your hands together for the Department of Administrator at, oh, we already had Scott. Sorry, you know I was going back there for you, Scott. Okay. Couldn't get enough. I cut your time short. You were so respectful of my time. Thank you, darling. Next person. Someone you've seen a couple times. I'm sure you'll recognize him. He is the Chief Vision Officer at EduIt, Inc., Found Cup Corporation, and he is the AI visionary of the educational singularity, the movement when AI becomes the educator via EduIt AI teaching tablets. Welcome to the stage, Un Dao Du. I like that, Un Dao Du. Welcome to the stage. Congrats, congrats. Un Dao Du, did I say that right?
Pretty good.
Okay, here's your
Hi.
time.
I'm un. If you take anything away from this conference, remember, you undo with a smile and a laugh. Because any hardship you have is just like the cloud above you, and it will pass. If you see someone in pain, you undo them with a smile and a laugh. And you remind them that as a Tao, you're there to help them. Because the Taos are your oak trees. You don't have many of them, but they respond to your needs and your time of need. And it's your job to be the Taos to the uns. Because if you are, you become a do. The do spends their time serving humbly their family first, their community second, the planet third. Un, Tao, do. It is a mantra of mine, created by me, that I say every day to remind me to help, to smile and laugh, to help and to serve. I am the atheist monk, Un Tao Do, prophesied 5,000 years ago to usher in the fifth age by Au, the founder of the Mayan civilization. Here I am. On my back, I've spent 23 years working on ushering an AI touch tablet. I am the reason why Siri is on the iPhone. In 2007, I reached out to Siri to usher in this device, this AI touch tablet, which is going to teach every child to speak any language, sign language. We're launching in Japan, and here's the great news. Just like Oculus in 2012 said, hey, there's going to be this thing called VR, and all of you laughed. Yeah, right. 2016, it launched. Okay? Right now, you can go to eduit.org, and you can sign up to get in line to get an Eduit Touch tablet. And here's some additional. I've been modeling my kimonos. People coming up to me and saying, wow, look at your great kimonos. I am gifting my kimonos to anyone signing up to my crowdfunding. I also have a few t-shirts left from those who've already signed up. I'm giving out. These are unique also. So if any of you want a kimono from Japan, or you want an Un Tao Do t-shirt, you just go to eduit.org, sign up, and grab me and say, hey, I want my kimono and t-shirt. Remember, Un Tao Do. Thank you.
Un Tao Do. Congratulations. I can't believe you still have shirts left. My goodness. You know, amazing. Amazing. Thank you, guys. Only a few more professionals to recognize this morning, and then I'm going to get you guys up here. Next, expert in their field, the founder and CEO of Alzby, and he's going to correct me as well, a business consultant. You've seen him up here. I've talked to him numerous times. He's traveling the globe with over 25 years of business expertise in the leadership realm. He is a highly skilled executive who excels in managing commercial and people and their strategy. So he has a track record all about improving businesses and fostering individual potential. If you haven't met him yet, I highly recommend connecting with him. He has a lot of knowledge to share when he's not up at night managing 85-page proposals for clients. So VJ, Madhavan, come on up stage. It's time to shine. All this work, hard work, is finally time to pay off. Congrats.
Just correct, yeah, it's OULBYZ, O-U-L-B-Y-Z, which is an acronym called Own Your Life, Gen Z, B-O-Z, Zing, Zes, hopefully not Z, right? I really want to thank everybody here because there are more things I don't know than I know. And over the last 3 days, there's so much I learned which I could take away and just incrementally improve the value that I can deliver to my clients, my mentees, right? And even to my little girl, right? So, as we say in Thailand, khop krap, and good luck, chok di, everybody.
Thank you, and congratulations, Vijay. Last up, for the recognition of this first half of Day 3 at Education 2.0, I would like to invite up to the stage, please put your hands together, to an accomplished entrepreneur and trainer with expertise in entrepreneurship and innovation. With 5 years of experience in coordinating and delivering entrepreneurship programs, he has successfully guided and mentored numerous individuals in transforming their ideas into successful projects. He's a co-founder and general manager of Safa Training and Maintenance Company and Academy. Please put your hands together. Majdi Suleiman, time to come on up to the stage and be recognized for everything you do. Congrats. Please.
Hello, everybody. I'm Steve. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to get this award. I will give this award and achievement for my family and friend and for men support me, Orange company, by Orange to support me to be here with you. Thank you very much and good luck.
Shukran. Yeah, enjoy. Thank you very much. So as your host, like I said, I first want to applaud everybody in the room that has achieved this recognition. You have worked so hard to receive it. There is no doubt there is one pain point in my heart that when I work with anybody, if they don't feel, or if I don't feel listened to, then I don't feel valued. So I want to take this opportunity to make sure that everybody in this room feels valued. So if you didn't get that 1 minute to talk, please put your hand up, and I want to invite you back up here to get up here and just make a mention to the world of exactly who you want to thank. It's that important that you are valued, and it's my guarantee that I will do that on my behalf. So if there's anyone here, someone wants to get up, another person, please come on up for 1 minute. Please give your thank you and gratitude to whoever you think deserves it. Thank you, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Rachel. I feel like if I don't do this, I'll be thinking about it all day. But basically, I just want to dedicate this recognition to my parents and specifically my dad that I've recently lost. He was my biggest mentor and really the backbone to all my successes. And, you know, I hope all parents here in this room know the impact you have on your children, because really it's huge. So thank you, everybody.
Congratulations, and thank you, Dad. No doubt, no doubt. I think there was one more hand. Any other person need an opportunity? Come on up here. Come on up here. Give her a round of applause. This is not easy. You've spent years to get where you are today. It is not really acceptable to be rushed from this moment in time. So please, I welcome you up to the stage. Anybody else, just so I can have a visual understanding? You're coming up as well? Okay. Congratulations. Thank you.
I'd like to thank all of you for being here, Education 2.0 for arranging this entire event, and cheers to all the impact creators in the room. Cheers to all of us.
Cheers is right. Keep on doing what you're doing. Come on up stage, and I'm going to ask everybody after this last one, keep it under a minute, and we're going to all get up on stage. We're going to take one picture, then we're going to go to lunch. We're going to have a nice space, because we're a little late. We'll have a nice lunch, and I'll tell you when to come back. Hi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rajiv, but I got the award on day one, but I definitely wanted to grab this opportunity to tell something here. The lady just walked up and said she lost her father. My condolences to her. Very similar experience. I lost my father 2 years back, and I'm standing here to tell two things. One, from what I learned from my father. Second, from the great speech that you gave, my friend. He always said that when incidents A, B, and C happens in life, a foolish person looks at these incidents as individual incidences, but a wise person looks at them and understands that A and B happen for the C to happen. And I think all of us are here receiving this award because a lot of A's and B's that you did as great work has brought you to this platform, including me, to receive this award. So great work. Always connect those dots and you'll know what life is all about. That's one. Second, a very powerful book called Good to Great, written by an author called Jim Collins, talks about something called humility plus will. When these two forces come together, then great people like all of you do some wonderful work. So as much as we are aggressive in the willingness to do something, let's stay humble, as our friend said. Thank you so much for Education 2.0. And Rachel,
yes.
Superb.
Thank you
so much. I'm blessed and humbled to be with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, that's the time, guys. I want everybody up who wants to be in this picture, because if I haven't tagged you on LinkedIn, I'll do it after this. Please, do take a moment, come on upstairs, up to the stage with me. I'd like one round of people to be down below, one round to be up so we can get everybody in. So either upstage or on the floor right in front, and we're gonna snap that shot. It's not obligatory, but if a picture is not taken, then we don't have proof that you've been here. So here's a great opportunity. Oh, great, right in the middle, she got in there. Get your seat before it's gone. Awesome, it's been great. Well done, everybody. Really, well done. Come on, move over and sit down. Come on up here, girl. Great. Special request, special request. How are we doing? Squeeze in here. Photographers. Oh, great. We got anyone not be in the picture? We got everybody, the whole room? Great. Wonderful. Come on in here. Squeeze to the front so you could be seen. I'm going to move this a little bit. Okay, let us know when you're taking the shot. We'll do 1, 2, 3. Smile and say education. Woo! All right. You know, someone's grabbing a video. Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Really, day 3, first half done. Success. What a great group of people. Remarkable for what you're doing and impacting the world. Enjoy your lunch. I'm going to see you all back here in 1 hour. That means second half is starting a little delayed, but I'll see you in 1 hour. Enjoy your lunch. You hear me? Hello, 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 hello. Oh, good. We got some people here. I know the people that are here are ready to get up here, right? And the people online, they're waiting. They said, what is going on? Everyone's at lunch, having a great lunch, talking. One thing I hear is, I didn't get enough time to talk and network. I keep hearing that. But you got the evenings, you got the mornings, and then they squeeze in lunch. So then it's tough because now everyone feels like they're connected. They're all family. Everybody wants to hang out. They don't want to leave each other. And this is where it gets kind of sad because we're at the second half of day 3. Everyone's got pretty cozy. Here we are at Education 2.0. There's no doubt this has been a phenomenal last couple days. We only have a few hours left to really make the most of it. So people are snapping pictures left, right, and center. Have you guys had a great morning so far? You ready for second half? All right, you had a good lunch. I know you had a good lunch. 5-star, that's how we roll here at Education 2.0. Good stuff. They had a whole bunch of stuff, from sushi, so much. Sorry, I'm making these guys online jealous. Sorry, YouTube. You know, we had some good food here in Dubai. That's one thing in Dubai. Once you live here, it's hard to travel because everywhere you go is just not good enough. It becomes a big comparison of what's going to happen next. So, guess what? We're going to start this afternoon off right. We're going to start with a nice fireside chat. Nice fireside chat. But it's not any just fireside chat. It's all about compassionate leadership in education and beyond. And one of the common themes you keep hearing is leadership, leadership, leadership. And we are building the next leaders within organizations, within education. No matter where you are, there are leaders in so many different realms. The people in this room are going to be able to impact that leadership to be more effective. So like I said before, my extreme thanks goes to our gold sponsor, the Consultancy Group for International Education once again. We appreciate your constant support. So without further ado, let me invite up to the stage Shireen Gilal, chairwoman of the Education Consultant, teacher, trainer, and founder. She's the chairman of the Consultancy Group for International Education. And Sawan Kapoor, the founder and CEO of Dire to Hire Solutions LLP. Come on up. I can't wait to hear what you guys are going to share today. Give them a round of applause. From storytelling to leadership, you know, good conversations. Nice to see you back on stage. We missed you. You got your microphone and you're ready to go. I'm just going to give you time. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, ready to get going?
We are, I guess. Okay, it's fired out. Okay, I think Rachel has already made enough introductions, but I come from a 40-year career in education. I started out as an English teacher because English is my major, literature is my passion. And then, you know, you ascend the ladder to become a leader. But what is a leader? This is a very important question. Is it a boss? Is it someone who goes around and gives orders and that's it? Even nowadays, I feel that there's a misconception about leadership. Now, I'm talking from the educational part, and Mr. Zavan here comes from the corporate side. So I'm going to trigger some important questions here because we really have a lot of problems with the corporate or CEOs because most of the, if you live in the MENA region, most of the owners of private schools are businessmen who don't come from an educational background. So they're very practical, very business-oriented. Can I ask you, Mr. Savan, if being compassionate as a CEO in your company, are you compassionate, a compassionate leader?
I would like to think so, but you know, it's one of those things where you can't write the exam and award yourself the marks. So I think it's one's team will best be able to say if one is compassionate or not. But I try my best, and I hope my team and colleagues and people who work with me feel it. But I think you know, if you look up the word compassion on Google, you would say that it says having the ability to express care for someone's situation or someone's misfortune.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like looking at the glass half full, half empty, right? I think a better word is, you know, a benevolent leader. So if you look up the definition of benevolence, it's, you know, it says bene in Latin comes from good, yes.
I studied Latin.
Oh, there you go. And velle is to wish.
Mm-hmm.
So it is to wish someone well. Mm-hmm. And I think a benevolent leader is one, you know, who is deeply invested in the success of others. And I think that's the essence of, you know, our topic today. And it's very rare because, you know, rarely do you find that caliber of leader who success for whom is helping others become successful. Correct.
And you help others to become leaders as well.
Correct. I think leadership in that essence is about, if you were to boil it down, it would be about helping your people and your teams win. And that process is not always glamorous. In fact, it's full of pain and sacrifice because there's an element of, you know, them being able to coach. And a coach is not someone who's going to patronize you. They have to show you your limitations, and then they have the expertise to be able to move you past those limitations. So,
or even provide you with some professional development to move on if you can't.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that would be the process.
Actually attending, I think it was the first day, it was a panel discussion, understanding learning. And they were talking about being part of a team is very important and providing strong sense of safety, and that together they achieve more. Now, the sense of safety, we don't only mean the work environment, but the culture of the organization, be it a school, be it a company, or any other entity. So in your view, how do you provide that as a leader? What sort of facilities or what sort of benefits do you provide? And I don't mean benefits in terms of money and that wise, but I mean, what sort of benefits do you actually give your employees?
Well, you know, that's you've brought it up so well that they provide an environment that's psychologically safe for them to be able to, excuse me, feel vulnerable enough to be able to grow.
Mm-hmm.
And I think compassionate leaders or benevolent leaders from that aspect, from that perspective, have two things that I've seen across organizations. The first is that they enjoy a very high level of trust. And the second is that they are very aligned with the objectives or the outcomes that the teams have to achieve. So if you put these on an axis, then you have trust on one side and you have, let's say, alignment on the other axis. So that gives you four choices. One is in the bottom left-hand corner where you have low trust and low alignment. That would be somebody who's like a mercenary. You know, and we've met people like this who they're doing the bare minimum to stay employed so that nobody can point a finger at them. And then if you go up to the top left-hand quadrant, you will see it's someone who's a good citizen. They enjoy the trust, So people perceive their intention as clean and clear, but they're not always inspiring. They don't have that ability to lead and drive. Right.
Okay.
And if you come to the bottom right-hand quadrant, that would be somebody who's a pirate. They are very aligned with the outcomes that need to be achieved. They feel that they will also win if the team will win, but they don't always enjoy the trust, which means they don't always delegate power. They want to hold on to it. And the place that they are coming from is not transparent. And promoting such people becomes a problem. Their promotability comes into question.
It's a great liability. I
yeah,
mean,
it can be. It can be if they don't course correct.
Exactly.
And the fourth, the top right-hand quadrant is where they enjoy a very high sense of trust and are very aligned with the objectives of the team. And those are the people who act, in that manner where, their success is dependent on making others successful. Because may it be the classroom or I think even beyond, you can't claw your way to the top of an organization. You have to be carried there. People must choose
nice
you
way of putting
to...
it, yes.
Right. People must choose you to be the leader because of who you are as a human being. They know that you're invested in them and that you care from a place of tremendous, sincerity.
But there is always that human element of why should this person be the leader and not I? Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like, I could be a leader just like the next, just like you, so why not me?
Well, in your case, I think you could be, possibly even better. But I understand the perspective with which you were bringing that up.
Human nature.
Right, yes. And that's the problem with an unhealthy ego. And there's a statement that I once read that when ego comes, everything goes. And when ego goes, everything comes. So it's very important to have that awareness because I think the road to career development, it's paved with personal development. If you don't have the ability to accept feedback, to look inwards, then you're not going to be able to grow. And I think great leaders, compassionate leaders do that really well because they've done it themselves and they know how to pass this process on to people that they are working with and helping them become a leader.
And they would know those who would not be fit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they'll be able to diagnose and spot where they might be, off track.
Right. Okay. And as background, coming from a background of schools, we always believe that there has to be a school culture, a culture of beliefs and rituals and certain traditions that are aligned with a school. Do you have the same thing in corporates?
The alignment you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes, very much. I think it's about...
The culture of your company. There's a certain culture that brings you all together. There's a sense of belonging.
Right.
Family
yes,
sort of.
The organization must have a defined set of core values, and there isn't any one, specific set of core values. They're different for every company. They're different for every human being. Somebody values their health and fitness the most. Somebody values family and friendships the most. Somebody values their business and finance, their careers the most. So there isn't a right answer here. But I think if you look at how do people express care for one another? So they project their values, what is important for them, their priorities onto you. And we do the same. We project our priorities onto others. Because, they say that if you live your life according to me or according to what I'm saying, you will have a more fulfilling experience of life. They are doing it with the intention of creating harmony, but often it creates disharmony, right? Because
you're not cloning people.
You can't ask a cat to behave like a fish. If a cat keeps thinking I can't swim underwater, then it'll drive itself insane. So it's very important to know your priorities, because when you're aligned and congruent with your priorities, you awaken your leadership capacity. And you begin to radiate outwards. You improve your energy. And I think compassionate leaders know how to help somebody learn that process, because if you look at it from the perspective of motivation, motivation doesn't last. It's like the drug of the feel-good world. Every time you're going to need a bigger dose, and you're going to need it more frequently. So motivation is actually feedback that you are not aligned with what is most authentic for you. And if you don't take the time to discover what is most authentic for you, then you will keep seeking that validation and needing motivation. But when you are aligned and congruent with what is your priorities, then you don't need to depend on external motivation. It's kind of like if you see a child play video games, the child does not need an external source of motivation to keep playing video games, right? They'll play for 6 hours, 8 hours, and till the parents say, you're going to hurt your eyesight, stop the screen time. And they will they will welcome even the challenges in the journey. So if the device runs out of batteries, they'll find a way to get batteries out of the remote or out of the clock or wherever. So it's very important to be aligned with what is your priorities. And compassionate leaders do that really well. They help you uncover your true self, your authenticity from that perspective.
We believe as educators, let me say as teachers, that inside the classroom, each student is a leader in some way or another. Even those who are, as learners, whose capabilities are less than others, but they are leaders in some other way. So that's why we try to promote their leadership skills in what they perfect. That's how we help the generations to become leaders and to understand where their points of strength are, of self-confidence and self-motivation, rather than be dependent on others, as you were saying, to motivate them.
Right, right.
Okay, so I found this recipe, Chairs for Success, says compassionate leadership shapes the culture of the organization. And if you have a culture, it shapes the learning and behavior. And that goes for companies as well. We learn, and I'm sure your employees learn from that.
Absolutely. I think it's the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that shapes the world. So,
Right. So leadership and culture actually shape the identity and the sense of belonging, we're saying, or the culture of the organization that we would like to have, and be it a school, university, a workplace, or anything else. Okay, this is a sort of a brain teaser for our audience. We need some engagement, okay? So, what is a school culture or a company culture that is all show and no go? Promises are made, but not fulfilled by your leadership. What would you call such a school or such a culture? I'm going to come down with the microphone. Or actually, the microphone is right there. All show and no go. Toxic culture, right? Okay. Anything? Any other metaphoric label for that? Sorry? Fake. Good. What about a circus? It's all show, no go. Okay. What about this school culture is viewed as unpredictable, tension and stress abound. People may view it as a prison. Madhouse. Madhouse, yeah, I like that. Okay. And the next one is important element is the concern for each other. And staff communicate with students and their culture is common. In this type of culture, the principal makes a commitment to the stakeholders that everyone will be treated with respect and with their best interest at heart, just like Mr. Savan was saying here. So what type of culture would that be? Inclusive is nice. I want a more warm word for that. Gives warmth. Sorry? Forest? No. No. Sorry? Yeah, well, commitment is part of that culture, but there's a sense of safety and ease. Exactly. Family culture, sort of like family culture, homey, comfortable. And the last one is where the principal or the CEO would be, is more focused on management issues and getting things done, regardless about how or what is going to happen to the people there. What type of culture would that be? Exactly. A machine sort of culture. Yeah. Okay. So here are the answers for your does this need battery? There we go. Family culture is the one where principal cares for everyone, or the CEO cares for everyone. There's a safe environment. And then we have the machine culture, just like you said now. The circus is the all show and no go. And the little house of horror, where it is unpredictable what is going to happen to me today. Okay, so Mr. Savan, could you wrap up the elements of a safe environment that the compassionate leader provides for his employees?
Yeah, I think you know, if you look at it from a perspective of the elements, at least in the corporate side, you know, you're looking for a place where, let's say, first of all, the environment should be enthusiastic. Because only when you attempt things from a place of enthusiasm will you begin to develop a meaningful connection with things. So, and it's not a one-size-fits-all, I'm just giving some general thoughts. You must be challenged. You must feel you're working on something that is bigger than yourself. Because when you find that zone of, that groove of enthusiasm, then you begin to develop a more meaningful connect with the work that you're doing. And only when you find that meaning will it at some point turn into a commitment. Because the commitment will keep you going, you know, even when things get challenging. And that is commitment is a fundamental to achieve excellence in anything. So I think that's very important. The other thing that I've always looked for, you know, in corporate cultures is to have a differentiated platform. That means if my work is better than others, then my reward should also be better than others, right? My individual contributions should be valued. It's not at the cost of others. Of course, that doesn't mean that you have to operate in a manner where it's a win-lose dynamic. It has to be a win-win dynamic.
You actually encourage others to reach
Correct, correct, absolutely. Another thing that I look for is a sense of ownership, where the organization can provide you the authority and the power to take decisions, which essentially means that it should be okay to fail sometimes. You know, they have the ability to be able to separate the human being and the failing event. Because I think that's truly a stepping stone to growth and to progress. And I find that, you know, in the system of education and also in corporate cultures, bosses and leaders are not very tolerant of failure. You know, they don't encourage mistake making. In fact, a child feels scared that if I make a mistake, I will be reprimanded. So I think that is very essential, because failure is going to help you become the masterpiece that you're meant to be if you understand the strategic value of failure. Everything is on the way and not in the way. And that's something that really needs to be understood, because the lotus will only blossom in the mud, right? So failure is not your enemy, it's actually your friend. And if you understand its strategic purpose, you cannot let that failure define you, because if you failed 5, 7, 10, 50, 100 times, that doesn't make you a failure. These were some episodes in your life where you didn't do well, but you gained the experience. So it should allow you to become better and not bitter. So, because that's the journey to getting to the top of the
But not everyone
organization.
or not all leaders have the tolerance to accept those failures.
Yes, and great leaders are not looking for who to blame. You know, they're not looking for saying things like "I told you so," or you know, a mistake was made by someone. Everybody gets together to start fixing the problem, and these are the marks of a healthy culture and of a leader that is showing in reality that they are invested in the development of the people that they work with.
Okay, let me tell you a case, and I'd like to have your input in that. One of the schools I was a consultant to, there was a problem with the CEO. There was a great gap actually, and the management or the principal of the school, where the leader was very compassionate, working for the teachers, getting their rights and making sure they know the responsibilities. But then came this element of the business factor, and the CEO didn't like that the leader is, the CEO considered that the leader is on the teacher side, staff side, not on my side to make money. So what happened was he let that leader go. Now it's literally a house of horror, because they do not know or predict what is going to come next. What would be, in your view, as a CEO, the solution for such case? And we see that a lot in the Middle East.
I mean, in this particular case, it could be a multitude of reasons. One that comes to mind immediately is that it could be a communication problem. Yes, of course, businesses at the end of the day are in it for the profit, in it for the money, and that is important. But it is important to define that for the people that you're hiring. When people are on the same page, then you minimize such instances. So there has to be a balance that organization has to create in, you know, what are some of the decisions they are taking to, you know, make themselves more efficient from a cost perspective or improve their profitability, and at the same time. And I personally, I think, you know, the actual relationship between delivering quality and cost is actually inversely proportional relationship. The higher the quality, the lower the cost. It's not the higher the quality, the higher the cost. I see it as the higher the quality, the lower the cost.
That's misunderstood.
It's misunderstood.
Because the higher the quality, or the higher the quality of teachers you hire, will be the higher salaries you give.
Correct.
But they don't see behind that.
Right. The overall expansion, the overall scale that will be able to deliver, the overall productivity that it will be able to create as a system will be stronger if that's paid attention to. I can't fully say in the schooling system, because my experience and expertise doesn't lie in that.
The same,
but I can tell you from a corporate perspective, if you look at industries, whether they are service industries or service industry or a product industry. There are so many sectors that have proved this, that the higher the quality, the lower the cost.
Yeah, that's the
So,
same. Okay, now we only have less than 10 minutes. So to wrap it up, because I want to give 10 minutes for the Q&A session, leadership, heart and brain.
Leadership, heart and brain.
I mean, you have to be compassionate, but yet you have to have, of course, you have to be, there's commitment, there are decision makers, so there's the brain and the heart, they have to be all aligned in order for you to be a successful leader.
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely. You know,
right.
there is a place for intuition, there is a place for feelings, there's a place for emotions, and at the same time, there's a place for logic, there's a place for creativity, there's a place for
Exactly.
the financials, the numbers, if you will. So all of that has to come together for one to have the skills, you know, to turn into or to evolve into a leader. So.
And so, most importantly, in any organization, the sense of belonging, a safe environment, a safe working environment, is what will have your employees or your staff or even your students be productive and impact positively on them. If you have any questions, we're open to questions. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Norbert Tembo, and thank you for this discussion. I am a lifelong student of organizations, and I find that we are always in agreement that you need good leaders, you need compassionate leaders. You know, we all seem to agree. But it keeps happening that the people who get promoted are the Machiavellian leaders, the self-absorbed leaders, the narcissistic leaders, and we are not actually seeing this happen on the ground. And these caring, compassionate, you know, people-centered leaders are often shunted aside, quite often.
That's true.
And you lose a lot of good people. So now what I would like to know is, what is the disconnect? Because we all agree that the narcissistic Machiavellian leaders are not what we need, yet we keep promoting them.
From the business aspect, why do you keep promoting them?
Well, I would say that's a very pertinent question, because I think this is a pervasive problem. In fact, you know, it's probably in the corporate world, it's the biggest unspoken of problem. There are too many people in positions of leadership that don't have the leadership qualities to groom others. To develop others. And it goes back, in my view, to the culture. If the culture is permitting for such a leader to ascend, then there is a larger issue there, and that is an issue of what the culture is permitting. People who have it in their direct scope to be able to shape the culture of an organization, even they can often struggle with it. So I can completely understand how many people feel frustrated in their careers seeing the wrong values getting promoted. You know, there was I was looking at this little, I think it was a GIF or a short video where the heading was, "This is what happens when the boss promotes the wrong person." And mid-flight, the air hostess, the pilot, the co-pilot, the attendants, they all put on their parachutes and they jump off of the plane, and all of the passengers are looking like, if all of the staff is off the plane, what's going to happen to us, right? So they abandoned ship at a time where it was needed most. So I think the disconnect is that leadership or potential leadership in organizations needs to work on their personal development. The road to developing your career, developing your health, developing a business, it's going to be paved with personal development. And that means you have to have the ability to introspect, to reflect, to look inwards, because if you cut off feedback, then you are putting that last nail in your coffin. You're not going to grow. That is the #1 tool, at least in the corporate world, that is going to allow you to reinvent yourself in a manner where you can continue to match the complexity of the challenges that are coming up. And you know, I completely recognize you know, the depth of your question, because we have to stop living under the fallacy that the world is a fair place. It isn't. It's an unfair world. Bad things can happen to good people. But as you work on your leadership, what will happen is your ability to tackle unfair situations and your ability to solve complexity will continue to rise. It'll continue to grow. But if there is a cultural problem, then, you know, if it's not in your direct scope to be able to shape the culture of an organization, then at some point you're going to land up leaving, because you haven't opened an institute to correct that particular organization. You have a career, you have ambitions, you have all of that. So therefore it becomes very important to be able to screen the culture of an organization before you take the decision to join them. And that's not something that happens because it's, again, not taught. You typically come to understand the culture of an organization after you join them. And by then you could feel trapped. You could feel this is not really what I signed up for. The way they marketed themselves and who they turned out to be are two very different things. The job description and what I actually have to do are not anywhere closely related. It looked very different on paper, and it's very different in real life. So
it would be a toxic environment for you, and it will drain you down. What we do is there's always the evaluation. I mean, you're evaluated across the year. There is the peer evaluation as a self-evaluation, and then there's the leaders who evaluate. So there are 3 different levels of evaluation. So if those people who are promoted and who should not be in that position, then there's definitely something wrong. It's not fair. So this is not an organization you would like to be part of.
And just to build on that, that's kind of the work that I do, is help teach how to screen an organization before you take the decision to join them. Because you see, if you approach an educational institute or a corporate, if you approach them as a job seeker, then you're not going to get the ground reality of their culture. Because if you look back on the last job that you take or the last opportunity you attempted, you're going to put your best foot forward because you want that opportunity, you want to secure the job. So you're going to market yourself to the organization. Similarly, under the context of wanting to get hired, the organization is also marketing to you because they also want to attract the best talent in the marketplace. So the very context is not designed for the truth to emerge, at least from a cultural perspective. So it's important to understand how to be able to bring that out. And there's an entire process that we dedicate to it so that people are coming from a place of much more information and much more education in being able to say that, yes, this would be an appropriate culture for me and I'll find the things that I'm looking for.
I think we should all take the training with Mr. Savan on the skill of how to find the right place, right? Okay, any more questions? Still have like 40 seconds. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, I was just thinking about how amazing would it be before you work anywhere to go into a rating where you can see the rating of the workplace, you know, because I mean, it feels like everything's so personalized. We can make reviews. You know, is there such a thing that exists?
There are platforms such as this, but again, you know, the problem is that those platforms can also be gamed. So unless you uncover it for yourself and, you know, using a methodology where you get that that insight, you know, it's very hard. You go and read reviews, and there's a dime a dozen reviews available for one and all. I mean, so.
It's the Amazon of the workplace, you know? Everyone's going to have an opinion. But thank you so much, guys. Great fireside chat to start out the afternoon right. Well done. Really, really. Don't sign before it's too late, you know? Thank you, girl. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Day 3, education 2.0. We're going to keep on going. We have a great afternoon of lots of things planned. Now, during lunch, which I hope you guys had a great time, did you enjoy your lunch? One of the questions that was brought up is basically, you know, we're learning so much. We're talking to so many people. What are we going to do with this after we leave? So I want to leave you with this moment to think, because I'm going to come around with a microphone, and I want to know what each one of you guys are going to take with you tomorrow. When you get on that plane, when you get on that train, if you get in that Uber, what are you going to take from this conference with you tomorrow to add impact to exactly what you're doing in the world and to provide some better value to what you can do tomorrow? Okay? So, although management systems have been evolved for many years in several ways. You know, this pandemic really changed so much of the way we work, the way we deal, the way we learn, the way we educate. And there's certain gray areas when it comes to the leadership and the teacher initiatives. So the next slot of panelists are going to educate us on ways to revamp the leadership in school management to achieve better results. So I'd like to invite the moderator, Danny Kursigara, who's the Managing Director of Freedom One Internationally Consulting and Executive Coaching. He happens to be a TEDx speaker and multiple best-selling author, fancy, to begin the discussion on how to reimagine leadership to elevate school management in the post-pandemic world. So ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear, and you're going to be very pleased to know that he was selected as an honoree in our 2022 spring program, and we are thrilled to have him and his opportunity to share his expertise with us and his insight today. So, without any further ado, take it away, Danny. Give him a round of applause. It is your stage. You're welcome.
By the way, excellent moderation for the last 3 days.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So this is an interesting topic. We are talking about reimagining leadership. In the last 2 days, we've heard a lot about why leadership hasn't been working, whether it's a school environment or whether it's a corporate environment. And I think this is a great opportunity that how do we reimagine leadership, especially in an educational institution post-pandemic. So can everybody hear me? Yeah, this is better? Oh, okay. All right. So I'll just, I'd like to introduce our esteemed panel. I need to take my glasses off because I can't read with my glasses on. So we've got Mrs. Humaira Junaid. She is the Quality Assurance Head, His Highness Sheikh Rashid Al Maktoum, Pakistan School, Dubai. Humaira Junaid dedicates her career to improving students' educational experiences and promoting lifelong learning. She has held various leadership positions, and in these roles, she has remained committed to giving equal opportunity to quality education to children of unprivileged families in the Pakistan community in UAE. Please welcome Humaira Junaid. Our second esteemed panelist is Maya Mikhelswa, if I'm right, founder and CEO, Transformational Leadership and Wellness Coach, Elevate, Sustain, Prosper. Maya is a visionary leader, transformational leadership coach, and wellness expert dedicated to empowering change makers and sustainability leaders worldwide. She founded Elevate, Sustain, and Prosper, an organization that offers VIP coaching, group programs, and an innovative leadership framework to elevate leadership wellness expertise. Please welcome Maya. Once again, we have Savan Kapoor, who we just saw in the last 2 minutes.
Can I get rid of you?
Savan is India's leading career coach. He runs Dire to Hire Solutions, a job search, job application, and career management firm, and has impacted more than 200,000 career aspirants. That's fantastic. His mission is to help 1 million career aspirants and working professionals land their dream job. Great job, Savan. Give him a good hand. And last but not the least, we have Zainab Asif, Head of Department, American International School. Zainab Asif is an instructional leader in an American International School in Dubai with over 10 years of classroom experience, subject coordination, and coaching responsibilities. She has demonstrated leadership qualities to train and help teachers upgrade their teaching strategies. Zainab also received an Outstanding Leader Award in 2020 from Athena Education. Give her a big hand. Microphone. Okay, good. So maybe
Do you want?
Take.
I can shift it.
No, that's all right. Okay. So, all right.
You might need this.
Yes, absolutely.
You're welcome. Have a great panel.
Thank you. So it's really great to have all of you once again, and we've met this morning as well, and we've had some really good conversations. So the first question I have for the panel today is, in terms of understanding the pitfalls in our education system, and that's been talked about a lot over the last 2 days. What's not working? We've talked about that a lot. But from your perspective, given your leadership expertise in educational institution, in the health and wellness sector, and in leadership, if I were to give 1 minute each, what would you say is the number one, if there was only one biggest pitfall in our educational system, what would that look like for yourselves? Why not, Homera, would you kick off?
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, one pitfall is a really difficult thing to find out, but still I feel that our teaching qualification itself is lagging. We've been talking about well-being, emotional intelligence, empowerment, and when you look at the curriculum or the courses which are included in the teaching qualification which make you a licensed teacher, all of these, the ones that I've just mentioned, are never there. We are only talking about lesson planning, differentiation, classroom management, same old things. We need to revamp. We need to rethink. We need to include these modules into the teaching qualification so that every teacher who comes into the classroom is kind of ready for it.
Okay, awesome, very good, thank you. How about Savan?
So your question again was, what is the number one pitfall?
Wonder what pitfall do you see in the educational system that you'd like to share?
I think the pitfall is, again, there's a lack of an understanding of soft skills and a lack of understanding of interpersonal mastery that is required at the level of administrators and at the level of educators to be able to groom these young minds in the manner that they need to be shaped, whether it be school education or even collegiate education. I remember back in school there used to be a subject called moral science, and I think we were talking about this earlier on our call. And it was the class period was about 30 or 45 minutes, and it was once a week. And it was in a class like that where they used to address such topics, So I loved the class, but half an hour every week was nowhere close to what was required to help me understand and get a more realistic sense of what it's going to take to create happiness in life, to create abundance in life, and to create the outcomes that I'm looking for. So I think that would be probably the number one area for me.
Excellent, excellent. Maya, how about you?
From my own experience at academia, because I'm not an educator with youth, but myself among students, is that we look at other people only from neck up. We just see the mind and intellect, and I think what we're missing is to look at the person holistically, including the body, because the body is the map of the soft skills. That's where the compassion lives. that's where other skills that we're needing so badly after pandemic are actually based. It's the whole body and not only the mind. So looking holistically.
Absolutely, excellent. Asifa.
For me, I feel like what we are seeing now is a limited exposure that our students are having with the emerging industries. We've not updated our curriculum, we've not updated our teaching strategies yet to meet the expectations of future career that our students have to be ready with. We've not embedded those complexities and real life skills that are required that the students need to know that have been kind of disappearing with the post-pandemic stage. So I think emphasis on updating the curriculum, updating the strategies and methodologies is the top priority at the moment.
So what would you say, how would you say, from an educator's point of view, how would you reimagine leadership now?
I think we have to, in general, see how we are going to redefine the term itself, where leadership was more on one person managing the whole decision-making, should now be a collaborative effort from all stakeholders, parents, students, teachers, getting everyone involved in that shared vision. Because when you are sharing a common vision, you know the path. And you're clear about the expectations, you're clear about those goals. You're all moving in the same journey. So I think that if we are, from the educator's point of view, if I know where I am leading, and if I'm getting that supportive network to move in that path, then things will be easier, will be much clearer to execute. If I have a leader who only thinks about one person giving a power and command, then I don't have the ownership there. I need to have a voice and choice as well, as a student, as a teacher. So I think that when we have such decisions, we need to involve students as well. Because sometimes you may be amazed with the contribution that they can make in this. They know things better than what you may see.
Excellent, thank you. What would your take be on that, Humaira?
I think we should be welcoming to the changes around us.
Mm-hmm.
Modifications, adaptations, all of these are very important for leadership, especially post-pandemic.
Right.
And just like AI, it is becoming a worldwide fear as well. We must understand that it is just an assistant to us. Just like anyone would have a domestic assistant, and that augments your performance in the world. You are able to give back to community. Similarly, with AI, you'll be able to invest your thought, your energies into something more positive.
Yes.
So I believe that we should be welcoming all possible changes around us.
Excellent. What about you, Savan? How would you reimagine leadership from an educator's point of view?
You know, all such valid points. I mean, in fact, the entire conference over the last 2 days, I think, you know, this particular topic, leadership in general, has been discussed a lot, and there have been such rich perspectives. Reimagining leadership at this level for me would be, you know, there needs to be a support structure put in place for the educators. And I think that's important because, you know, it's going to get them to imbibe the depth of those lessons, not just subject matter expertise, but the development part of it, and teach better how to be able to pass that on. I think the problem with this area is that, you know, personal development or soft skill training, it's outside of one's direct experience. So it's very easy to intellectually understand, but until you go through it, you know, it's very hard to be able to fully imbibe. You climb a small hill or you go climb Mount Everest, you're going to be out of breath in both places. But the reality of what you experience, you know, when you're in the death zone and the blizzards and the -40 temperature, that can't be explained vicariously. It has to be experienced to a certain degree to be truly understood. So I think if there's one thing that I could, you know, do to reimagine leadership is for educators to have that, because the challenge that I see that they have is that, you know, the target is moving. The world is evolving at a pace that's so fast. We're trying to get people ready for an environment that we're not able to fully figure out. So, and I'm sure every generation has been able to say that it's, you know, the world is changing. but well, then we are headed in a progressive direction because it is truly changing like never before.
Interesting, very good. Maya, how about you? How would you reimagine? Because you've got a very different take on this whole leadership subject, so I'm quite interested in listening to how you see this.
Actually, I would like to echo your point. Yesterday we had lunch with Danny, and he told me that the word change causes in you resistance. So I would actually echo and upgrade the personal development of educators, so they can lead from presence. Because I think once you're present as a leader, as educator, you can see what's happening around you. You can see your students, you can see others, you can see your environment, your ecosystem. So you can adjust, regulate according to what's happening. So I think personal development for educators, it's a must, because we need to change the system now, especially, and I want to shout out to this beautiful team from Hong Kong that shared with us social entrepreneurship that is based on 17 SDGs. The last SDG, number 17, is partnerships. We need to collaborate among universities, schools, educational institutions to learn from each other so we can actually achieve this upgrade.
Yes. Yes, excellent. I think all your comments are very valid because you come from very different places. One thing I was thinking about, I was looking at how would I reimagine it, and an analogy I use is that, let's say we enter into this room, and this room is a big, like a library, but the library has only 2 books. On the one side, the book says, Effortless Success, 5 Keys to Abundance, Prosperity, Health, and Happiness. And there's another book that says, Struggle Your Way to Success, 5 Keys to Work Hard and Struggle Your Way to Success. Which book would you buy? So I think that's a very important concept to think about when we are reimagining, because right now I feel that the education system is a lot about work hard, struggle. If you don't struggle, struggle equals success. If you want to be successful, you've got to work really, really hard. So we have these beliefs around success that are not very empowering and inspiring for people, especially students, because that's the feedback my daughters give me, actually. So I really kind of felt that reimagining it, to think that success is just would come naturally to us when we are in alignment with our heart and mind, we're in alignment with the passion and our purpose that we want to achieve, it becomes a much easier road, and that's how I was kind of reimagining it. But anyways, let's move on to this question, which I thought is very important because given the fact that we've been talking a lot about leadership, let's look at how do we really take action and put this into, like what Rachel was saying, tomorrow morning when we go home, well, how do we change? So let's imagine that your government makes you the Minister of Education today, right? They give you unlimited budget, unlimited resources, and say, what will you do in the next 90 days to bring 3 real upgrades and changes to the education system, and you have full reign to do whatever you want? What would that look like for you? Maya, go ahead. You're smiling.
Okay, I will start with a very provocative statement, so please take what resonates and leave what doesn't. 90 days are more or less 3 moon cycles, and I think what we need, not only in education but in our system in general, is to shift from a very patriarchal system where we're just growth-oriented and we work 24/7 to a system that is cyclical and more nature-based. So we can achieve not only our sustainability goals, but also everything that we aim in our society. Equality, equity, and so forth. So that's so important for us, female leaders and educators. We are not trapped, but we're blessed with this female body, and it works just as nature, cyclical. And it's not easy, and I want to name that because sometimes it's just a taboo, that it's not easy to be in a system that is designed for this more all the time growing, never changing energy. And I think once we allow this space for cyclical for rest, for digest, for growth, and for harvest, we can see change in many levels. And we can allow space for everybody to be included and have a moment to just take a break and breathe. And then the pace of our ever-changing world would also just feel natural to us and not so scary. So if that feels provocative to you, please just take a moment and breathe. But that's what I do when I work with sustainability leaders, because that's the first what I hear from them when I tell them just take a moment and have a break. Take 3 days off when you're on your moon cycle. They cannot do that. Their organizations don't allow for that, right? So 90 days, it's a great time to test, implement.
Yes.
So yeah, 3 moon cycles.
How would you involve the nervous system? You talked a lot about nervous system 2 days ago. So how would that be, how would you introduce something like that in the education system?
I think because we are part of nature and an ecosystem, we have this amazing planet moving around us, the moon, which shows us the cycle. So there are tools available online, there are apps if someone is not familiar with the cycle of the moon, and how simple it is to divide it into 4 phases.
Right.
And just working according to those phases, even within organizations. And that's what my colleagues from Ayurvedic field actually applied in their organizations across the globe. It is possible where you use the time to the spring time when you kind of think about ideas, put seeds into the soil. That's a metaphor, of course. For some, maybe farmers, it's more literal. Yes. Then you have a phase of harvesting and kind of working. That's the hard working phase, right? Then is the first of autumn, of rest, of like thinking, understanding what has happened, what have we learned, how can we improve. And then there is the most important and the most omitted nowadays, the winter phase, the phase of rest and time to actually go within and see what can we improve in the next cycle. Okay, so that's in a nutshell, Danny.
All right, there you go. So now your government is going to appoint you very soon. Homera, what about you? What are the top 3 things that you would put into action if you were given this position as a Minister of Education for UAE?
Danny is putting us into all into action. I think we need to rethink the data-driven approach that we have towards organization, let it be corporate sector or education sector. Now, I feel that in the effort to collect data for everything, even for well-being, we have apps. Every child has to rate it so that leaders can actually see how many students are happy and how many students are sad today. So this data-driven approach is basically engaging and using the energy of the teachers into something that is less important, I believe. Human observation. The teacher who's in the classroom, she's the leader of that place. She knows she can see how many students are happy. Perhaps the time that she's going to utilize marking that these number of students are happy, these are sad, she might utilize that time to make the sad ones happy rather. So because we are measuring success, we're measuring everything actually, and that too much measurement is creating this chaos. So we need to kind of rethink, is this much data really important? Can we kind of, reduce it to evaluate ourselves? And what is the importance of human observation? We are completely negating it. Whenever you're talking to your leaders and you're telling, well, I saw that. You saw what? In numbers. I felt it. Your feelings are also not important. It's only something that shows, that's tangible, that can be evaluated. So this is the first thing I would like to kind of revamp. And I feel that we should actually start celebrating progress, not only achievement. Because there's a lot of celebration around achievements, but the little steps that every student is making, the little effort that he's doing, that must be equally celebrated. And thirdly, I would say, rather request all the organizations, all the government organizations who are responsible for inspections, I would suggest that they should reduce the number of inspections. I mean, it's a yearly process, and it keeps the leaders running after developing that data to prove that they're doing a good job.
That's a very good point.
If we could actually put effort into something that is visible across the school. As we talk about changing cultures, you can't do that because you have 3 months break in between, and then you have inspection coming ahead, your self-evaluating forms, your strategic plans, everything, so much documentation in way. So I feel there should be a gap. Inspection should be there, quality should be assured, because I'm myself doing that all the time, but I think less frequently.
It's excellent points. I hope the government is listening on YouTube. You might be appointed tomorrow. All right, how about you, Asifa? How would you tackle this in the next 90 days if you were given unlimited budget, unlimited resources?
You're giving a dream situation for all the educators. Before I move on to what I think, I want to share something that I read probably a few months ago. There was this Emirati student who kind of built a device which could be placed in the buses just because we had consequences like students left in the bus and the death happens. So she was, she was really upset with that, and she came up with a very nice device, which was kind of a sensor that the driver would come to know if the student is left behind. And then she said in an interview that I wish that after this invention, there are no more deaths because of this. So that day when I'm just making my adjustments in the curriculum, I just felt like, how about I change a question? I change my vision to a question where, how would that education look like if I had figured out a way to nurture curiosity and passion of those students than depending on those grades, which I don't know till where they will need. Because when I'm sitting in an interview, all I'm asked about is my skills, my competencies, my expertise areas, but no one's actually checking my grading sheet. So why run behind those numbers? I think the school should move on to approach of this collaboration rather than competitiveness. We don't need competition. We want students to excel in the areas they are expertise in. We want them to identify those skills that they are expertise in, and we need to give them those opportunities where they feel confident to show that. Because if I know that I am maybe good at collaborating, I'm good at teamwork, but I'm not good with math, why would that show on my grading sheet? So even moving away from grading system to more of a rubric approach, maybe, if I make sense, that ranking system where you get a detailed assessment of the students' achievements, strengths, areas of improvement, rather than giving numbers and labeling. So I think moving to that approach might make our students more lifelong learners and making them prepare for the real-world complexities. The other thing that attaches with this is that reframing, redesigning the framework, which is more focused on skills rather than data, as Ms. Humaira mentions. We can move on to more of identifying those skills, finding ways to evaluate those skills. For example, having project-based learning. That would help. I don't want them to do assessment papers. I want them to collaborate, come up with solutions for real-world problems. And through that, I am encouraging teamwork. You know, these skills, these values have been faded with this pandemic where this isolation happened, students' well-being has been affected. So when I am incorporating this kind of learning in my classroom, I am giving more chance to the students who might have felt isolated, who might have felt that they cannot contribute just because they don't have that knowledge. We don't need, the knowledge is available everywhere. It's the skills that I need to work on. So I think that is essential right now. And moving on to why I should wait for a college and university to have internship programs. Why can't I have it in school? I want my students to expose to the market, get that exposure, what is waiting for them, what kind of career is there in the market. I will expose, have more collaborative opportunities with the companies, with the market, with parent partnerships. So when I'm bringing those communities inside the school, I'm actually making more sense to my students for what they're learning and what they have to be ready with. So I think if we are working on these major areas, we are anyway redefining leadership.
All right, excellent. So now we've got 2 ministers in UAE, not 1. Excellent. Very good. Very good. Thank you. Sawan, what would your take be on this?
Thank you for allowing me the time to think about things. I would say, you know, I agree with the perspective shared. I think in the pandemic we saw, you know, countries led by women tackle the mess much better. I mean, New Zealand, Finland, Taiwan, they all did much better with tackling the thing. So I can understand where you were coming from. And if there were 3 things and an unlimited budget, I think the first thing I would do is to bring focus to that soft skill development for educators, establish that as a priority. The second thing I would do is make it part of the policy framework, but at the same time, that policy has to be designed by the people implementing it and not by somebody else sitting in a different location.
Yeah.
It has to be self-regulating, and it cannot be a one-size-fits-all. It has to be customized for a local environment.
Yeah.
It has to be customized for the people that will have to abide by it, and it has to be inclusive in that those people must have input into the design and content of how that comes to life.
Yeah.
And the third thing I would do is I would possibly make investments in simulators and gamify the education experience. And I say that from the perspective of, you know, again, be able to provide that first-hand experience to somebody in an environment where they're actually responsible for the outcomes. And the first time they do it, they shouldn't know that this is simulated. It should you know, it should feel like they're actually going through a real experience.
Okay, excellent. That's great, Salvan. I think what all 4 of you are saying is, and something we use in corporate leadership is it's quite common. We say that are you a leader who is worth following? It's very important. There are many leaders these days, but very few are worth following. So would you say, like, am I a leader who works on the business or somebody who works in the business? And I think everyone, when you are given the power to change, you start working on the business. You see, the very instance you get the resources and you put in a position of power to make a change, you immediately up-level yourself. And then all your answers are very much aligned to, all right, how do I use this power as a force for good? So which is fantastic. All right, so we've got a very short time. We've got only 7 minutes. Anyone for any questions? Anyone would like to ask any questions to the panel? Wow, you've done a great job. Yeah. No actions. All right, so one question I would have would be, if there was 1 or 2 things that you would say that the teachers would need training in immediately to put all these actions into, you know, implement them, what would those things look like from your perspective? Asifa, anything from you?
I think teachers should know how to have those interdisciplinary learning opportunities where cross-curricular integrations and how students learn in the best way, integrating all the subjects and you know, allowing the project-based learning. That would be my top priority at the moment, where I want teachers to move their focus from knowledge-based teaching to more of that skill-based teaching. That would be my priority. And a second would be empowering teacher agencies. I know that I want followers, but I do want to make more leaders as well. So for that, I want my teachers to have that power. I want them to be there with me, professionally developed. I want them to take part in the decision making. So appreciating them, motivating them, and then making them a part of the decision making and how they can take wise decisions would be somewhere that I would want to work.
Son, what would you say would be 1 or 2 things that the teachers need to really learn immediately to kind of implement the things you just talked about?
Well, this time you've not given me not much time to think about it. But if there's one or two things that teachers need to do, I think in my capacity as as a coach for working professionals, I would say that sometimes we're so close to the issue, we also need to be able to accept that feedback and to evolve with that process.
It's an excellent feedback, yeah.
Otherwise, I think we're being a little hypocritical. In Hinduism, if you go back to, there's an epic written by the name of Ramayana. So it's the story of Lord Ram. And this is not a religious or political discourse. This is just an analogy that I'm using that comes from here. So he was served by another deity that had the body of a monkey, and that was Lord Hanuman. Okay, and he was devoted to Lord Rama, and he used to openly proclaim that I am in a position even better than Rama. Though if you look at it from a perspective of hierarchy, Rama would be the more superior being or the superior god. And when they used to ask him, Hanuman, why do you say that you are in an even luckier or an even better position than Rama? He said, because I have Ram. Ram doesn't have a Ram. I have a set of eyes that could give me feedback. Right. But Ram doesn't have that. So I think it's very important to have that. All of us sometimes can be so close to the issue. It's hard to spot, we see the forest for the trees. And I think that ability to be able to take feedback at the educator level is one very critical thing.
Excellent, excellent.
I can help.
Thank you for that. I'll just pause for a second and ask again if there is any. Come on guys, ask some questions. You've got some real experts sitting here. Any questions from anyone about education? There you go, Dr. Nicolene. Give her a hand.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. As a mother of a 15-year-old, I have a burning question. If, Danny, you asked that same question about education to the panelists, but you replaced education or the system with higher education. What are those changes that we need to see in higher education? Because a lot of what you guys were talking about is kind of at a primary school, middle school, high school level. But then how do we bridge that so that when kids want to go to university, they don't hear, oh, sorry, there is no grade paper. So how would you bridge the school system with tertiary education if you had that same unlimited resources and all of that?
Good question. Homera.
All right, a very good question indeed. What your name is. I think when you talk about higher education, universities today are not grading you, they're not taking your exams as such anymore. They have started they've changed it to assessment, which are graded, but they're in the form of assignments already, which are checking your skills for research, they give you a rubric and they grade you accordingly. So I think it's kind of practiced in the higher education already, and it has to trickle down to school level now. So we've already started doing that in universities. It is more skill-oriented, and it's more research-based, and you're not fed about what you have supposed to learn. Rather, you are given a plethora of knowledge and read literature reviews and literary work, and you have to read through and find it out for yourself, which actually enhances your knowledge to a greater extent. And I can say that, I can vouch that, because I am currently a university student as well. So I would say that it has to trickle down to schools now. The secondary, high secondary level and IGCSEs, they need to actually revamp. Universities have done that already.
Any other views on this question?
I think, thank you for the question. It really, made me think. I think, again, the awareness that needs to take place in an individual to understand what it is that they are going to engage with as they are making that transition from high school to university, or for that matter, even from university to a full-time career. I think that awareness does not take place in the quantum that it needs to when that decision comes up. And that essentially, I think, in my view, is the gap. I think the world is very obsessed with discovering your passion. Because, if you don't get that, you're making the gravest of mistakes. Your passion, I believe, is not something that's hiding under a rock somewhere, to be discovered one fine day. Your passion doesn't have a conspiracy against you. I think a better way to look at it is that you grow into your passion. And I think there is an element of, humanity that we have to recognize, that we are multi-potentialite beings. We can do many things really well. If we test drive that more, I remember back in college I had, different internships. I was in the food industry, my education was in the food industry. And I had an internship in a supermarket, which was fun. I had an internship driving a bread truck between Indianapolis and Atlanta. And I didn't like it at all. And then I had an internship in an office environment. So, having that ability to really test drive careers and options gave me a first world feel for the kind of work that I wanted to do. And had I not had that, I may have been driven only by things like what kind of salary does the company pay, or what kind of progress I'll be able to make in due course. And I think that would have been unfair to be able to flush out the full potential that a person carries.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I know which way. It's time's up, I can see that.
You guys have done a great job.
Thank you so much. Thanks to the panel.
Applause, please. Great job. Thank you for your moderation, Danny. Please, I invite you to stand up to the stage for a great picture. God, well, we can go on and on and on with all these fabulous topics, right? Maybe you want to stand in front of the table so we don't block. Okay, so everyone's here, just don't fall. Okay, fantastic. Did you guys enjoy that? Okay, and I love it. I know after lunch everyone gets stuck in their seats. Remember yesterday I made everyone stretch, move around, shake. I want to change the music. We can dance a little, because there's still time to network. I know someone did say, oh, I wish there was more time to talk. And there never seems enough time when you're having too much fun. Thank you so much again, panelists. Great conversation. Thank you for all your knowledge that you shared. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's well done. Really appreciate you being up here on stage. Is that the last time, or are you coming back?
You want a ballroom?
I know who to call. I got a partner waiting. Perfect. I do know that it's been such a pleasure to have some of these experts on stage, and it's just been undeniably an incredible session. It continues to keep on going. We have time for a couple more. You must note that we got off to a little late start today. It's been pushing our calendar a little bit further, but I see the room is partially, well involved with a number of people that still want to get as much as they can out of this event. So as we continue, the conversations about learning doesn't stop. As we tap into the online learning experience, there is going to be a lot of dangers that may come from it. So the next panel discussion is all about what the online education segment looks like and what you have to tackle and overcome in order to rise above the challenges that exist while we educate ourselves. So before I welcome the panelists up on the stage, I'd like to start with a video that if we can turn the lights down just a tad so we can start the next panel discussion called The Dilemma of Online Learning, Social and Ethical Implications. Let's have some sound on. Whoop. Try that again. Let's have some sound on. Nope, didn't go. Technical difficulties, bear with us. Close your eyes, close your eyes. You're not supposed to see that yet. Right, we're still moving along. YouTube's watching us, so we're live. I know a number of people around the world are tuned in just to see how we're moving along. This is going to be exciting, but you know, we need that impact to begin with the video.
Hey, Paul, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Who is that?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, great. Who was that? Was it you? I feel like I'm hearing things. Okay, here we go. Third time's a charm.
Hey, Paul. Thanks for being here on time. Paul? Hey, Paul, can you hear me? I can't hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Tyler.
Sorry I'm late. Having a hard time connecting.
1 second. Paul's having a sound issue.
I can't hear you. Try adjusting your output settings. Can you hear me? It's the gear icon.
Tyler, are you on hotel Wi-Fi?
Yeah, what?
Never mind, I got it. I just had to change a few settings.
Great, great. Maybe we can get started then, Ben. Oh, great. Oh, great.
I think your mic is picking up your speakers.
My mic?
Do you have headphones?
You want me to put them on?
No, I want you to smell them. No, I want you to put them on.
Sounds like someone just joined.
Hey guys, it's John. Have I missed anything yet?
No, it would have been nice for you to join the rest of us, but we'll see you when you get home. Tyler, do you have that financial report?
Well, it's been the last few weeks updating our books, and I got some great news for you. From this point last year, we had a great Q1. Am I frozen?
Hey, Trip, I think we lost Tyler.
Yeah, I know, we lost Tyler.
Hey guys, it sounded like Tyler was cutting out.
We know, John. All right, while we wait on Tyler, why don't we go over the... Okay, everyone, I know some of you have to leave soon, but I just wanted to go over a couple of the queries before. Okay, excuse me. My wife's out of town this week. Daddy's... I'm so sorry. Okay, you just spilt grape juice on the carpet. Daddy is in a meeting. Let's reschedule and let's just do a regular old conference call, okay? Paul, can you have David send out the 9-digit passcode?
I heard you. Yeah, he's been here the whole time.
All right, everybody. I'll see you later.
Amazing. Here you go. The panelists for this afternoon dilemma of online learning. Come on up to the stage. We have the moderator, Varinka. She's going to take that mic, and the stage is hers. Who in the room has had some of those difficulties before? I want to see everyone's hand go up, okay? There is no doubt every day you're having that challenge. Oh, then this panel's for you. We're going to find out how to overcome it. Take it away.
Hello? Yes. Yes, for all of you who are still in the room, so thank you for joining still. It's 2 sessions more, so keep the energy up, maybe stand up if you like. Again, this is one of the situations that could happen in a team call, and we will talk about online tools and e-learning as well, but this is also a part of the scope. Team call issues, challenges, benefit, because there are plenty of both. And we'll touch upon that for both from Laura's page side and from Ritu and from my side. I will, instead of me introducing you, I will start up introducing myself and let you to introduce yourself afterwards. So, I am the global learning partner from a shipping oil company in Denmark, huge leading bunker operation, globally operation, but with a lot of skill set that we need to develop our employees within. I'm educated as an anthropologist, and I'm really motivated or keen on continue looking into cultural learning approaches, but also blended learning approaches, how to mix up the both. We have a need for alignment, we have a need for quality, we have a huge upscale coming up, and we have the need of using and mixing both digital and physical meeting ongoing. So that's my main role, to ensure that we have a healthy learning culture where we include the tools in the right place, include the instructors internally as well, and we have had very good talks around learning approaches within that area as well. So, as I said today, it would mainly be about the challenges and benefit about online learning techniques. So, yes, I will hand it over to you, Laura. So if you could just introduce you.
Okay. I'm Laura Baxter, and I've got, as you all know from previous meeting, I've got two businesses. One is the Voice for Leadership, where I work with executives on their presence, on their voice, body language, etc., and on their leadership presence. And for that company of mine, I created my first online course in 2016 on true presence. So I've been working in the online course industry for some time now. My second business, that's Castlemount Media, is a publishing company where we focus on leadership and communication in business, healthcare, and education. And we're in the process of launching our app, which will be released later this year, on which our authors can have courses or have courses that accompany the books and other media that they create through the publishing company. And so this topic of online learning, especially what the future of it is something that we've been working on for some time, and it is the future of learning at all levels, So that's about me.
Great, Laura. And again, I forgot to mention that we have touched upon many areas within K-12 educational point of view, and this is mainly about your point where you have continuous education, and then Ritu about university college, and from my point of view, the organizational learning approach. So, Ritu?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ritu Vashisht. I've been an educationist since last 18 years. I've been associated with the competitive teaching both in India as well as at the international level. And recently I have got my startup in the name of Bio Online. I've been associated with an international NGO, Tolerantia Reach, where we work for the community services, and we are trying to educate even remotest of the children, which has now become the purpose of my life. And I'm also writing a book on NEET teaching, which is related to the medical entrance exams. And how this topic is related to me, because during COVID times and post-COVID, we all have been teaching virtually. Online classrooms are the integral part of our lives now. So whatever the difficulties and the implications we face during online teaching, so we'll be focusing on that. Thank you so much.
Yes, and we will actually have the chance to slide, each of us, so maybe we should have that first technical thing to be ready. And then on top of that, I will ask you a question, Laura. So what do you see of some of the main focus area within social and ethical implication when you talk about online learning approaches?
So when we were talking about online learning in general, just to give you some ideas of the statistics, and that's a really important thing to understand as educators, is how this market has been growing. And one of the ways, or one of the indicators to determine how well or how much a market is growing is through how much revenue it's producing, be it in my case with the continuing education, or with Ritu in universities, or with Varinka in business organizations. So the market growth has been for online learning, according to Statista, from 2008 it had a value of around $75 billion, all the way through to 2023, the latest statistics we have, it will be an estimated $165.55 billion. And they're estimating that by 2027, it'll have a value of $239.26 billion. That's for the continuing education element of online learning. But if you take all of the so-called MOOCs are massive open online courses. If you take the value of all of those, according to Studduco, that's a Dutch company that has done a lot of research also on online education, The 2021 value is actually already $315 billion, and it's going up to at least $400 billion by 2026. So everything that we're talking about on the stage today will by 2026 have a value of around $400 billion, and it's not nothing. I wanted to share these numbers with you to show that we're talking about an area that is growing, not quite exponentially, but is growing massively. A few more statistics about online education. The whole concept of online education actually started in 1989. It's not something that's that new to us in that sense. There are a lot of different platforms out there. Thinkific, Kajabi, also TAL Education, etc. The largest, as far as users and courses, is Udemy. It has over 213,000 courses. Again, this is specific to the continuing ed courses, and 60,000 instructors. The most valuable of the platforms out there is actually TAL Education. Coursera and edX, and also in China, then iCourse, those are through universities, so offering basically courses for universities. Coursera itself has over 113 million users, and edX has over 110 million users. The average age of this, for your information, the average age of an online student globally is around 32. 40% of the North American users use mobile, so they use their phone to do online work, not the computer. That's growing in other areas as well. I imagine in Asia, I could not find a number for that. I suspect in Asia it's either comparable, if not even a little higher. In Europe, we're behind that. Still, the online is more on the laptop or the desktop computer. Denmark has the best conditions, the best e-learning conditions in the world, because, and these were statistics that were done to see what countries make e-learning most accessible. We're talking about internet access, the cost of internet access. We're talking about the speed, obviously, of the internet connection, everything involved in both the accessibility as well as the cost. So Denmark is the most accessible. And Ireland, interestingly enough, is at the bottom with several other countries. The other countries at the bottom of the list that need to work on this are Mexico, Greece, Belgium, Australia, Italy, and New Zealand. They're all behind in making their country accessible to e-learning. And it's expected the global online education for continuing ed will be worth around $239 billion by 2027, and that the entire MOOC around 400,000, or more than that, 400 billion by 2026. So, and there will be approximately by 2027, 1 billion online students, which is massive. When we're looking just at continuing education, the advantages of it, and I think these are very clear to most of us here in the room, it expands the breadth of continuing education, and with again, continuing education, I mean outside of the school system, not in the university, not in the schools, not K through 12, and not in the businesses themselves. There's two things I wanted to mention about businesses, though, back with the statistics. Globally, corporate e-learning, the e-learning market is predicted to grow more than almost $38 billion from 2020 to 2025. And IBM said that they estimated that they have saved over $200 million after adopting online e-learning concepts or systems. And Cisco reported training costs were cut for them by between 40 and 60%, and they saw improvement in their employee performance just through adding e-learning to their system. So back to the continuing ed. This extends the breadth of continuing education considerably. Not only you can take courses, not only in skills you may need for your work, but you can take courses in music and art, in all kinds of things, just to be able to grow individually. You can learn anywhere at any time, and it offers a much, much larger audience for trainers. Traditionally, a trainer or a coach has an audience that's either local or who they can, the audience that they can reach within a corporation or their area of expertise. This offers really an international audience for them, and it saves travel and venue costs. And we were asked to really look at the social and ethical implications of the online learning. From the social implications, online learning levels the playing field. It levels the playing field both for the participants as well as for the trainers. The participants, anyone, anywhere, as long as they have internet connection, can take a course. The trainers now have an international audience that they have access to through online learning. It also makes improving our skill sets much easier than ever before in history. It allows participants also to try out different areas of interest to see, and we've talked about that several times today, to see if they like it, to see if that's actually what they, if this area or that area would be of interest to them. It's much more individual, and it's a much more individual and private learning. You do it for yourself. You may or may not have an instructor the entire time there, but it's something that you can do on your own time and do what you feel like you need for your skill set. And it creates community. And one thing that was mentioned in the panel before about simulators, the other advantage that's fascinating with online learning is you can put your audience in the situation that they're learning about so that they can try things out as well. The ethical implications, though, are rather, they're not to be overlooked. There's no, in the continuing ed world, the quality of the courses offered is not guaranteed. You don't know that the trainer actually has the qualifications that they need to be able to give this course. And that's something where it can be argued, do we need regulation for that, or will the market regulate it? That's one of the discussions you can have in life about the continuing ed online learning. It enables, it unfortunately enables charlatans, people who know nothing about their field, to create a course. And there are copyright infringements that can happen where they steal a course from someone else. And then the content itself is not necessarily from the trainer. You've got platforms like PLR that sell content for trainers. And the last but not least, the personal connections from the in-person trainings, they're not as strong as when you are in person.
Yes, online. Exactly. Thank you, Laura. And it's really good to have some numbers as well to get the view and get the amount and get the price and business case within online learning as well as a side effect on this one. So there's no doubt, everybody, maybe could any of you raise your hand and show me who have done a generic course where you really forgot or at least didn't know how to put it in your context? Who have tried to have an online course of a generic topic where you couldn't remember half of it when you were done? Yeah, I think it's definitely back to critical. I think that it's important that when you go in and use time or use your employees' time or student times, that they are critical on how to use the content in your context. Mm-hmm. That's the link that's very important into the value of content-wise.
And another thing that I personally look for when I'm buying a course, and I have bought many over these years, as I suspect many of us have, is that I will have access to that course for several years, if not lifetime, just because I know that I want to keep coming back to it. And that's one thing that online learning enables, is that we can actually review it again. We can watch that module again. Yeah.
Yes. So, thank you, Laura. And Ritu, I would like to hear your point of view on the social aspect of online learning.
Yeah. Thank you, Vanika. Actually, when it comes to the social implications of the online learning, there are several kinds of implications which we should consider. It is like digital inequity. At certain places, when we talk about online learning, there was certain transition from offline to online. But we know that even in the remotest part of the world till today, the children, they do not have accessibility even to the devices. The laptops and the computers are not available to the children. So how they can get the access? Because there is a certain set of the society everywhere throughout the world where they do not have access to the devices. We are saying it's a norm, it's a normal, it's an integral part of learning today and in the future. That's absolutely correct. But that aspect has to be considered. So this is one of the implications that many children, they do not have access to the devices. So they are unable to take the advantage of this online learning. Another aspect is the lack of structure. Many students, they are comfortable in a routine and in a structured pattern. In a daily pattern, there has to be a work which is given on the daily basis. They are unable to maintain in a non-synchronous environment of learning. Suppose if the classes are on and off, so in that case, they are unable to maintain that tempo. Another implication which is associated with it is also related to the seclusion, lack of peer competition. Major issues are also there is no incessant internet accessibility, because there are several technical glitches which also comes in between providing the continuous quality content to the children. And besides this, there are certain other implications which are related to the social ones, that in which a few children, they might feel anxiety, fear. They're unable to cope up with this system of learning, and there is a specialized training which is required for the teachers to undergo before taking up from physical or the offline classes to online classes, because this transition came all of a sudden. So not even the learners, even the faculty members or the facilitators, they were not well equipped for dealing with such situations. So there has to be a thorough training that has to be provided to the facilitators and the faculty members by the organizations in order to get the best results, so that it should not come as a shock to the learners, and at the same time it all comes as a norm. They should not feel isolated and neglected, and they feel that the same kind of environment which was there in the offline classes, it can be created online through the thorough study, incorporation of certain elements which can improve the quality of the content, which can make the content more engaging, which can motivate, inspire the students, that even then they can perform at max.
Yes, and again, I think if any of you sit with a question in between we speak, it's also fine to interrupt, just to do it a bit different for this session. So, Ritu, if you should elaborate a bit on the ethical part of that challenges and aspect.
Sure, Vanika. Actually, when it comes to the ethical implications, there are several aspects which need to be considered. There can be the bias and discrimination on the basis of the automated scoring systems, on the basis of certain parameters, that discrimination can be present. Another thing is the assessments which are carried out, whether they are proctored or unproctored. Because if the assessments carried out are proctored, then the genuinity of this assessment is more. But if it is unproctored, then the results which we are getting, you won't believe there are certain situations which we felt during COVID and post-COVID, few students during the COVID times, the exams which were conducted, they were able to top. Like they were getting very high scores. And post-COVID, their percentage is almost, or the result, or we can say about the grades, they have gone almost about 50%. So we can actually see the assessments which are carried out online, they have to be proctored, they have to be monitored, which is very important. Sometimes what happens is the students, they are unable to connect with the intent of the teacher. There is a kind of problem in establishing the smooth connectivity with the students. They are unable to connect with the exact gist or the way the teacher is explaining the things. So that has to be maintained. And there are certain other ethical problems associated with it is sometimes the privacy of the children. There's a continuous monitoring on the children through the SNS, what we call as the social networking services. Several predictive systems are being used to monitor each and every activity of the child. So it might harm even the privacy of the child. And in few systems, there is a kind of face recognition. So there are certain harms also which are associated with the ethical implications, and at times the autonomy. It might jeopardize the autonomy of the child if there is a lot of monitoring and the certain parameters which need not to be known by the other people. And besides this, there are several inequity factors. So these are the major ethical implications, because the quality of the content, plagiarism, is one such copyright infringement as mentioned by Laura. This is also one of the major ethical implications. So according to me, these are the major aspects related to the ethics which need to be considered while conducting the online learning in an appropriate way. Thank you.
Yes, I think you had one slide more, Rick.
Yeah.
Let's see, because if you can... Yes. Try to elaborate a bit, unless you have a comment to Ritu, Laura, then Ritu, maybe elaborate on the slide on the advantages within online learning.
So when it comes to the advantages of the online learning, during COVID, it came as a savior, because the time came when it was lockdown. So the online learning, it came as a savior. And it has several advantages, like as we say that every coin has two aspects. Similarly, online learning also has pros and cons. When it comes to pros or the advantages, then it is most comfortable, it is flexible. Remote learning is possible. Let's say suppose the Laura is teaching in Germany music and my daughter wants to study music from her. So it is always possible. We can take the advantage of online learning. Most of the topmost universities of the world, whether it is MIT, Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, which are the well-known and the topmost universities, they are conducting several online courses. And the children from any part of the world, they can take the advantage of that. At the same time, there is a lot of flexibility, there is a convenience. Even we, who are an accomplished professionals, we can also learn, along with the children, we can also learn 5 courses at the same time. So it provides that flexibility, it has got global reach, comfortable, affordability, it is cost effective as well as time saving, because now students, they need not to spend a lot of time in commuting. They can study with the comfort of their home. And besides this, there is a lot of refinement with respect to the content which is available. Lots of facilities means in the proper offline class, if we compare it with the online classes, there are lots of resources which can be used. It could be in the form of PPTs, it could be in the form of videos, it could be in the form of mind maps, it could be the lot of strategies which can be used, mnemonics can be used in order to make a particular concept understand. And as we all are familiar that audio visual is an internationally accepted system of learning. With that system, any concept, as we can take the example, when we watch a movie and when our child is learning. When a child is watching a movie, even after 10 days, if you're going to ask, that child is going to tell you with full enthusiasm, these all were the characters and this was the storyline of the movie. But when it comes to the classes, if they are structured in a manner that they are able to enjoy, they are able to understand each and every step of that particular concept which is being taught in the class, so then it becomes an enjoyable experience. So overall purpose of this online learning is to make them understand, grasp the concept up to the point that they are in the position to answer any question which is coming from that topic. And that is the thorough learning. That is what we call the thorough learning based on the concepts. It should not be rote, but it should be based on certain practical approach, pragmatic approach, so that the analytical thinking and the other skills which are required with respect to the pattern of the exam can be taken care of.
Yes, and I think it was the first day somebody mentioned the theory Bloom's. I don't know if you know that, but it's really important to think about the outcome of the content that you will make or create or need, and look into the methodology that fits to the outcome for the material as such. So normally when we think about online learning development, from organizational point of view at least, we always keep the below part of the blooms, the first 3 steps as max, because you cannot reach the higher level of blooms within online learning alone. So let's continue on your last slide, Ritu, about
it is also, there are certain, as I told you, that there are pros as well as the cons of online learning. So when it comes to the cons, again, there is a problem with respect to establishing connectivity. I would say being an online mentor, I would say it requires a lot of efforts. If we compare it with the physical classes, it requires a lot of efforts in delivering the content. It should be refined, it should be of the quality, it should be presentable, and it should be given in a form that the child is able to grasp it. Otherwise, there are major problems, lack of interest, lack of motivation, peer connection is missing. Then they start missing that kind of competition and the environment which they used to have in the physical classes. So that is one of the challenge. Another thing is the incessant or the continuous supply. Internet services should be there. There has to be continuous network, should be stable. That stable networking should be there. And so there are all these, with respect to the devices, the technology, the learning, and the methodology, the pedagogical methodology and the experimentation, whatever the techniques which are being integrated should be more practical, close to the child interest. So the lesson should be designed in such a manner in order to incorporate the maximum interest of the child in that particular class. Thank you so much.
Yes, a lot of great insights here for both. And I will look at timing here because we still want to have to include you and any comments from you as well. But I would like to share just some point of view from organizational point of view. And I have mapped out 4 circles here as main focus that we work with when it comes to learning activities as a global learning partner. And specialist as one of them is because we are moving fast. We are needing really high-skilled and specialists within the organization, in various organizations, of course. In our point of view, I will just give some cases. They need to know a lot of things about new fuel, carbon market, technique, digitalization, and various of tools and techniques and procedures and stuff like that that wasn't the case earlier. And on top of that, when organizations are growing, we need to have them streamlined. So it's here where I would like to point the online digital learning technique is a way forward, combined, of course, with all the casework, all the knowledge sharing, all the social learning approaches that is linked on top of that. So that's a key area specialist. We need to have that in mind. Alignment is really high on our agenda as well, because that's both tool-wise. We need to align what tools we roll out when it comes to learning tools, so it's not confusing tools like spread all over 20 tools. You have to think about people to recognize they're busy people. They need to know the flow, need to know the concept behind it, and that's a part of it. Digital speaks for itself. We are needing digital tools, procedures, functionalities that need to have up speed within that. And of course, learning culture. Here I would like to elaborate on where we would like to do, and what we do in Bunker Holding Group is really focusing on blended learning approach and instructional tutors, you could say mentors throughout the organization globally. And they are on through different programs where we ensure they know how to use online modules when they train their colleagues. So it's also really important and value seen from our side to mix online, of course, with local expert knowing what are the claims out of the different locations, how do customers receive the issues, and we can't say that from holding, from the group functions. We just know they are the specialists out in the local areas, and it can't be made online as a generic point of view either. So that's also just some points, and if I'll just show you our approach for every learning we do. If you don't know that module here, it's really it's really useful to structure your learning activities in organization as lead, probably also in schools, but seen from an organizational learning approach, it's the 10% should be seen as the module. If you have a module within claim, how to handle a claim, that could be told so all have the same language, all have the same approach, but the social learning approach, informal learning, 20% is the discussion and the reflection with a colleague, with a mentor, with a leader, who can describe and have you to think about, in this case, what would you do after seeing this e-learning, for example. And the 70% is the practice, knowing, discussing, and try it out yourself and reflect. So again, we always think about, we can put a lot of effort in the online development approaches, but it's only 10% of whatever we do of learning activities. All have to be combined with all the social reflection and practice as well. So this tool is really, if you don't know that, it's quite good to structure, but also think about when you look at the amount of how much should be put on what areas. On top of that, I would like to share that we never use the word e-learning in our organization. It's too old. People are thinking about it like a multiple choice online to get over it. We always call it digital learning approach or digital learning activities to ensure that it's a bit more light and it's a bit more new way of thinking instead of e-learning. But that's different from culture to culture, I guess. Then I'll see if I forgot from my point of view. Yes, I think again a good example about we have talked about how to have leaders on board, how to have people to spend all the time that we also use within learning. We include management team quite early, both in the implementation phase, but also ensuring that if we roll out activities within online, we ensure that management knows what's in there, take the course, discuss it, because if they need to discuss it with their employees afterwards, it doesn't help if it's just a matter of reporting how many attended the compliance. They need to do it themselves, and it's a push from the owner, you could say, in the organization. All, including management, needs to take those damn e-learning courses. So that's also a really important point, I would say. So again,
I have a question. How much of the trainings that you offer to your employees, how much of it is traditional, so in person? How much of it is online, and how much blended, roughly? I mean,
It's a good question, because we try to make it blended and microbite. For busy people with their phone, it has to be on time and they have to recap what they have seen. That's very important. But I would say after Corona as well, we have really built up more digital learning, and everybody, when they evaluate, they request more physically, meaning let's meet. Why couldn't we sit and have a network? But lately we had 60 new employees hired 3 months. We have transformed our online, you could say, onboarding as a team call, still with interaction, but they are requesting physically meeting. So we need to find a balance, because of course there is the value of meeting, but there is a high cost of collecting 60 new every 3 months, location-wise in Denmark, navigate 3 days. So sometimes you need to balance there. So more digital, but still combined with instructional tutor-based training, and then we have the higher learning approaches where we collect people, like, for example, presentation technique, you practice yourself physically. So we appoint different topics where it needs to be physically. Yeah.
I mean, one of the other advantages is also in general with the blended learning, or also having the digital, the online learning, but mixed in. And also, as you were describing, is the sustainability. You know, how long the participants, the students, can really retain the information and re-access the information. Are you finding that as well with your work, that that it helps or assists with the sustainability as well?
Yes, and of course it is a broad topic and we break it out in small subtopics, of course, but I think all in all it's a matter of making it light. That's very important, and context-based related. We don't have any generic courses right now. We don't buy in maybe an extra Excel sheet you can practice as one we buy externally, but the rest we produce internally to have internally experts discussing the topics, thinking about leading out, okay, next thing will happen is an exercise, you will meet that in 2 weeks, so we try to link it with the track. So I think all in all, another word I would like to share, because some of you are sitting with kids, and now we talk about organization, but the word hacking. I had a trainer once, he said, it's really the student's work himself to hack the topic, hack the content in his old world, and it's the same to teachers, but also kids or employees to hack the content into their own world. So I think that's a skill you should, everybody should consider and train the receiver to hack it for his own use. And then you can play around with tools and methods. But it's a growing, and we agreed actually not to go deep dive into AI, but still we need to cope with what we have of tools, how we can hack it into the world that we are in now, and still have eye on what is coming up. And that's a fine line, I think, isn't it?
That's very important, yeah.
So time is up if we look at the next, because we have one slide more, and that is here for... Yes, exactly. Okay. Anyway.
Great. So I give you an opportunity to get up to this mic with the second to last panel that's going to be happening today. Day 3, come on up here. All right, I'll come to you. What can I say? I like moving around, get my 10,000 steps in. These ladies have been great. Give them a round of applause. All right. Hello.
I love the 70-20-10 model, and I love the hacking tip that you said of content hacking. So could you elaborate a little bit on 2 things? One is the 70 workplace learning, the 70%, what does that entail? And my second question is that, could you elaborate on the hacking of content? Would love to hear both a little bit more in detail.
Did you say 20 or 70%?
70%.
70? Okay. Yes, and that's clear answer. That's just on the job. Try it out, practice. Go in the system, do the navigation, call the customer, try out, reflect, action-based, get some feedback, learn by your mistakes. That's the 70%.
So would you have mentors or buddies who are attached to people
Yes.
who are new on the job? Fantastic.
Yeah, I didn't. I will do short, but we have around 120 tutors, it's called mentor in some words, but tutors appointed for different specialist areas were out of 1,000. So it's quite a lot who are the experts who will train their colleagues locally. And they are, of course, certificated, train the trainer and know the approach and need to keep updated. So we use them both ways to get insights, but also teach going forward.
Thanks. And the hacking?
Oh, the hacking part, it's again for everybody, but it's more to think about, to use it in your daily, to take the content and melt it down to your own world. That's
It's just much more cooler to hack into your own brain and learn using the word hack, as far as it's a cool process of breaking things down and learning something, yeah. Is that
where to go in hacking? We figured that one out. I got one more question from Peter over here. What do you have, Peter?
Well, first, just a perspective on the hacking. I mean, if we look at the usage of platforms like TikTok as an educational tool, well, then there gives us some insights into how we can produce content which attracts attention but is pedagogical in nature. I think that's one insight to share. The other question, I have a question now. So my question is, what, in your experience, because you have quite a diverse set of experiences across industries, how do you, or how have you experienced the responsibility of our work and our businesses in terms of enabling these principles and practices to flow down into what I term forgotten regions of the world, not necessarily third world countries, because in forgotten regions of the world it can be the underprivileged too. So what role does industry, education, government have in terms of bringing these forms of education to children so that we can achieve SDG 4, which is quality education for all? I'd love to hear your perspectives on that.
That's a wonderful question. I personally think we have a huge role, government and all of us as educators, and that's really the role of platforms like edX, so edX and Coursera, if you're talking about the university level, offering free courses, university level, to develop further skills or learn new skills, and then you can also pay for a certification, but that's not a necessary thing. And the other is, one thing I personally do is with our platforms, especially with the new app, we're making sure that there are a number of courses that are absolutely free that will help people further their abilities in every way. And I think that's certainly as in the continuing education sphere, I think that it's to the advantage of trainers to offer such things, to offer a free introduction, to their work, so that people can see, what's involved, what can I learn in this area, to see if they want to go further. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, give them a round of applause. This panel's been great. Keeps going. Thank you, ladies, so much. I invite you to stand on the front of the stage so we can get a picture of the three of you together. And there's no doubt these forgotten areas of the world, it's interesting how they are going to appeal to digital, especially if there's no internet, right? I'm sure that comes up in a conversation. All right, ladies, smile. Smile and wave to the world. This fabulous time on stage has been great. Speaking of 70%, we lost 70% of the crowd, but we still got you guys here. We got a nice group of people still with me. It's so good to be here with round day 3. Oh, we're tying up a little bit more. Thank you, thank you. Great moderation. Well done. And we're catching up on some time here. I do want to at least continue to appreciate everyone that's gotten on this stage. The panelists have been phenomenal. We have experts across all different parts of education. The next conversation is going to go into the journey of cultivating a love for education, not one time, not 2 time, not just to get a degree, but for the rest of your life. Am I right? Yeah, wouldn't you say? Like, learning just doesn't turn off tomorrow. You know, you just get that degree and you move on with your life and never learn again. I tell anyone I meet, you are learning every single day. And if you're smart, you're going to look for those ways that you can learn every single day and in every single way. So our next, with this notion, it sparked up a conversation, which I hope you'll be a part of. We're going to talk about the next panel, which is called Beyond Grades and Cultivating a Love for Lifelong Learning. So I'd like to call up life skills, social, emotional intelligence, bliss, and success principal coach, that's a mouthful, at Wing Resilience Success Coaching, Shirley Chow. Come on up here. I need you to do this moderation next. Where are you? Are you here? She was there. Where'd she go? Shirley Wong. Chow. Shirley Chow. Calling Shirley. Calling Shirley. Maybe she went out for a cup of coffee. Maybe if someone could help me find her. I know we are delayed, so maybe the timing gets thrown off a little bit. But I want to say, oh, here she is, the woman of the last hour of our conference, Shirley Chow. Let's give her a round of applause. Come on up to the stage, girl. Go figure I call you when you're out. Oh, yeah, I know. She's trying to hustle. I got it. Don't worry, we're live, we're online, and the world is here waiting for you to run this wonderful session of love. So
Hello,
take
everyone.
it away.
So, how's everyone doing?
All right.
Good. Okay, can you all stand up, please? Yep, just stand up. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. I was going to start today's session with a Star Wars theme song, but I didn't get to get that ready for you. So, you can hear it in your heads. So now, would you all stretch a little bit? Yeah? Okay, pretend these are your wings. And with these wings, you flap your dreams into alignment with your soul and your mind and your body. And when you leave today, think about all the ways you can make things happen with the people you connect with. So thank you very much. Now you're angels, yay. Okay, so the topic that is, I think, perfect to round up this very inspiring and enlightened conference is about how beyond grades or beyond a degree, we can keep the love of learning alive for the rest of our life. So this is not only relevant because of all the technological and economic, socio changes that are going to hit us in the next 5, 10, 20 years, but it is also a matter of our well-being and our mental health, which we know is really suffering right now. So without further ado, let me introduce my panelists to come up. My esteemed colleagues. Do I have the clicker? Is it working?
Just put the big button.
Yeah.
All right, we need that presentation on the stand. There we go.
So let me introduce Mujahid Al-Haramde. And then we have Dr. Yvette Wilson-Barnes and Dr. Nicolene Dubries and Sumitra Sarakumar. Please come up. Can you all give them a big round of applause?
A lot of support here. We got microphones on all the chairs.
Okay, so it's not working. So we would like to open with the very notion that we all know lifelong learning is important, but how do you convince our children, our relatives, or maybe our parents, right, for that matter, to really get out of their comfort zone? So sometimes with my students, I like to show them who is really into lifelong learning and have been big winners. For example, for Einstein, I think he proposed, he's a strong proponent of lifelong learning because, obviously from this quote you can tell, wisdom is not a product of schooling, but out of the lifelong attempt to acquire it. So for him, it's about wisdom, right? And then for Jim Rohn, which is, who is a very significant success coach in American history, for him it's about what? Fortune and abundance, right? And then my hero, and I'm sure this is also a hero for many, many people, particularly in America, Mr. Rogers. For him, it's about love, because when we learn throughout our lives how to navigate different relationships and changes in our life stages, we are more likely, like the Harvard longitudinal study, right, of over 80 years, we have over 13 million views of the real key to longevity and happiness in a good life. And the founding, no surprise, is the connectivity, and the quality of relationships that we have with the closest people in our lives. So what we want to do, because this is the last segment, and we are really good educators, we don't want to just preach, we would like you to tell us what you think about the words beyond grades, what you think about lifelong learning, and what it means to you when you see the word love. Now, I have prepared, we have prepared some hashtag words. So we would like you to get your phones out and get on a, a little thinking trail, feeling trail, and think about what comes up to you when you see these words, these 3 sets of words. And then put the hashtag into our YouTube live stream, so we can tell everyone what you really think about these words, right? So we have some examples here. If you like the frog, Kermit the Frog, and you have some addictions, it doesn't really matter how much you're performing at work, because your performance is going to be undermined, your relationships are going to suffer. So maybe to you, lifelong learning is about mental health, perhaps, right? About healing, about really unlocking a lot of subconscious childhood traumas, and stop bullying, for example. You've been bullied, so you go to the bottle. And maybe it is about being a hero in your own home, right? For your communities. So, and it can also be about simple, abundance. Hey, upcoming, we have a lot of job disruptions, industries are changing. How can I position myself for all these new opportunities? Instead of fear, we are going to confront it with fascination. I love to substitute those 2 words. Substitute fear with fascination of what is possible. So I would like you to finish this, and my panelists, you can see if they are really working hard for me. Are you putting in your hashtags in the live stream? Yes, Peter, thank you. Who has done it too? Can you give us a thumb up? Let us know. So think about what these words mean to you. What do you want to see? How would you like to implement or promote in your own home or your workplace? Really bring out the theme, maybe from month to month, from week to week, what we're really focusing on, right? Okay, so let's move forward, assuming that you have all put in your hashtags. Let's see if this is working. It's not working. Okay, try this. Okay, so very quick preview of what I do. I am a, what you call, empowered voice coach, and I use 26 social skills and EQ competencies to make sure that our girls, our children, and our women are equipped to thrive, to find joy and confidence in all situations. So these are just one of the many skills that we focus on from moment to moment. Sometimes they can be just going through an exercise, sometimes they can be training for a month-long or 3-month-long or even half a year-long program, yeah? And during the training, they will show up all kinds of different limiting beliefs or self-doubts. And when that happens, I would dig deep with them and let them know whether it's a self-awareness problem or it's something else. And then we're also using performing arts, in my case, which is singing and elocution, drama, storytelling, performing arts in general. When we have to be in a performance situation, when we have to collaborate with different people on stage, then we have all these different opportunities to work on our empathy and influencing skills and all that. So now I would like you to also look at the 3 words that I personally use to make it simple and encourage everyone that I coach to become a life CEO. Because all the talks that we have been seeing, right, throughout these 3 days, we talk so much about life skills. So in my line of work, I encourage everyone to be a life CEO. And so make it simple. I want my clients to engage, keep asking questions, keep that curiosity alive, and also to explore with compassion, no judgment, no excuses, and just play. That's where they can find their confidence. And lastly, to evolve, which is to keep enriching their experiences. So this is my approach. Now I would like to ask my panelists to take over, and maybe we can have Mujahid first going. Can you share with us how you implement or encourage people in your life to keep lifelong learning a love?
Okay, let's start with the topic itself, which is beyond grades. And I have been hearing during the panel discussions and the discussions that we had one-to-one or as a group, that the time comes that we don't need grades anymore. What matters nowadays are skills, whether it's the soft skill or the hard skills. And I do believe that this is one of the issues and one of the problems that we have to discuss. I don't believe that any individual, if we are talking about individuals or any organization or a school or college or a company, can survive or can function well without grading and without relying on numbers. Even the skills, you can't manage to assess a skill without grading the level of the skill. So this is the dichotomy, or this is the either it is right or left, whether it is white or black. So I do believe that the question that we have to lie in front of us is rather what to grade and how to grade and why to grade. But grading and assessing and examining, it's part of life. Even emotions. Actually, one of my friends, when I posted one of the pictures, and he knows that how the back at work is, it's a bit hectic, and we're traveling a lot. So he asked me a question saying that after 3 days of this conference or this event, you're going back, so rate your emotions from 1 to 10, right? So always rating and grading and statistics and numbers are there, whether you like it or not, or no. Some of us might have, another opinion, but saying from experience, avoiding grading and depending on skills only, it was actually, we had different cases back in the KSA, and the project was a failure, right? So you might say that, well, if it is a failure in one place, doesn't mean that it is a failure again in another place. Well, I say good luck to you, but I don't believe it's a practical. This is the first point. The second point that I would like to mention, in order to make companies, schools, and colleges more lifelong learning oriented, it should rely on memorable experiences. So, for example, if you ask a student nowadays, do you like your school? So the obvious answer is no, because he doesn't feel that he is related, because he doesn't feel that it is a memorable experience for him. And unless and until he's been inspired and he feels that it is something that he will remember, it will be totally a failure. Before 2 days, I'll give you an example, a practical example that happened 2 days before. Before 2 days, actually I'm not a person who believes in celebrating, especially the birthdays. I'm a kind of old school type of person when it comes to these things. So the first day when I entered my room, it was, I guess it was around 6 or 7 in the evening. So there was a cake inside the room, and it was written on the cake, "Happy Birthday." At the beginning, I thought it's not my room. Then after that, I realized that it is my birthday. So it kept me, thank you. So I thought about it in 2 different perspectives. That this is a memorable experience that I had never experienced before. So let's say 1 year from now, or 5 years, or 10 years, or 20 years from now, I'll still remember this experience. That the management in this place made the experience, my staying in this hotel, something that I remember and I talk about. And the second thing, when I come back to Dubai, I think, and I am sure, that I'm coming back over here again. So unless and until, as a CEO, as a founding, if you have a company, and if you are a teacher, if you are a manager, unless and until you are thinking of approaches and ways to make the experiences that your students are having or your employees are having memorable, I think we will remain hearing the obvious statement that schools still are not producing the results that when it comes to lifelong learning.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I would like to now invite, let's see, Dr. Barnes. Maybe say a quick word about your credentials, what you do, and then tell us how you accomplish this goal.
Thanks so much. Again, my name is Reverend Dr. Yvette Bolson-Barnes. I'm the former Associate Dean for Student Affairs at the City University of New York School of Law. Was there for 4 years and 9 years at Union Theological Seminary. So within theological education and legal education, I spent 13 years cultivating the lives of students around this very important topic that we're discussing. You know, life is more than just academics, it's more than just our profession. There's so many personal aspects of our lives that are important to nurture. And for me, there are 5 areas that lifelong learning lands for me. Learning to know, learning to be, learning to do, learning in order to have something, and learning to connect. And what's so powerful about the process of lifelong learning is that it's ever evolving, it is continuous, right? It's voluntary. It's about, you know, determining what are the things that I need beyond surviving, but to thrive. What is it that I can get out of this incredible world in which we live in? And to be able to do that self-inventory, you call it rating, but that self-inventory and that self-reflection to determine what are the things that, you know, that I'm passionate about, what are the things that kind of spark my interest. For me, you know, I love photography, right? I love taking pictures. I love designing things. I love singing. You know, so those are the things beyond being an administrator. Now I am, you know, doing consulting and working in other areas around faith and disability inclusion in the state of Virginia, where my husband and I now live. But there's so many things that are out there that are worth exploring and discovering. And if we are able to cultivate that in our children when they are young, to have a curiosity for life, they will forever engage in that process of lifelong learning.
Thank you very much. And I love the fact that you bring out one thing that makes me think. A lot of us are still children, right? We're still children with big bodies. And so if we keep that heart alive, that childlike, that inner child alive, is actually easier for us to hold on to lifelong learning, isn't it? With a real, authentic kind of love. Okay, so moving on, we're going to have Sumitra. Can you please tell us quickly what you do with your amazing program?
Thank you, and good evening to all of you. So I'm a mental and emotional health coach, and I predominantly work with young adults. Usually, you know, they have some kind of teacher or counselor support as long as they are in school or college or university. But once they step out into the adult world, even with the parents, they feel now you're an adult, so you should kind of know how to navigate. It's almost an expectation. And obviously workplace is not going to be offering you the kind of support as you transition from being a carefree student who's just concerned about grades and assignments to a working individual who has got so many other aspects of the job to fulfill. And then life is full of so many transitions from then on, because you go from being a college student to a working individual. You may go from being a single person to being in a partnership. You may end up getting married, which means you transition to a couple and then maybe to parents, and the list goes on. And even in your job front, there are so many transitions that happen. Like you're an entry-level employee, maybe, and then you go on to a different level, so you're managing teams, or you may choose to become an entrepreneur, which means that's a whole different battle altogether. So through all these transitions, the one thing that is required, I feel, is that you have to navigate it with a different set of skills each time. What you knew as a student may not be sufficient when you get into the workforce, and what you knew at the beginning of your career will definitely not be sufficient when you're in the mid of your career or when you are at the pinnacle of your career. And the same goes for family. Like, I mean, obviously a single person and a parent, oh, huge difference. And I think all of us who have kids know that you forget what it is to be single once you become a parent, right? So the transition, there's so many transitions, and to go through these transitions, we need to keep learning. We first need to unlearn sometimes what we already know, so you have the capacity then to relearn what you need to know for that particular stage and phase of your life. And then it goes on, because when the stage and phase changes, you need to reskill yourself again. So lifelong learning for me is not just about an interest, a passion, or a hobby, though those are extremely powerful to keep you in the creative space. But it also means that as your roles change in life, whatever they are, so does your learning have to. And in that aspect, I feel lifelong learning is a lot about your own self-awareness, your own emotional intelligence, your own clarity of purpose in your life. And once you have those, and those are changing. Clearly at 20, what I thought about myself and what I would do in this world is so different from what I'm doing today. So as those things change, I think we have to be more open and go with the flow and learn what we need to manage our lives at the stages that we are in. And that lifelong learning is really, truly lifelong, because you could do that till the last day of your life. So that's what I feel, and over to you, Shirley. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really echo with everything that you guys have talked about, and I have a lot to respond to, like I'm sure our audience too, but I'm going to go to a very precious time that is going to be instigated by Dr. Nicolene. So it comes in the, maybe you can explain a little bit what is in store for the audience here in the next few minutes.
So I absolutely refuse to talk on this panel today. And I want to take you on a journey and an experience in the next 5 minutes, please. So if we can turn off the lights and turn on the video clip that's on the screen, I would like to share lifelong learning with you. Thank you.
Would it be easier if I did not challenge you? Would it be easier if I wasn't curious? Would it be easier if I ignored the world around me? Would it be easier if I had less ideas? Would it be easier if I knew everything? 40,000 years ago, the world was a very different place. Science indicates that then and now humans were not very different to me and you. For 40,000 years, humans were able to innovate, create, and educate. We might need to start doing that again. Innovation is about people. Education is about people. School is about people. It has become difficult to debate questions about education, learning, and school, especially when we as a species lack cohesive culture, innovation, and creativity. As humans, our closest connection is to nature. When we live and learn interconnected with nature, we shape our natural intelligence. Allowing our senses to resonate at their highest peak opens up the power of asking why.
Why are so many children not in school? Why is there a gap in education? Why do people learn? Why do people need to learn? Why should people learn? Why don't people learn?
When you step onto the world stage, your natural intelligence confidently holds on to a solid foundation, a foundation created by nature, culture, and local wisdom. Testing wild ideas sets curiosity in motion and creates inspiration. When curiosity is in motion, you are able to celebrate the precious capacity of being curious on a planet filled with wonder and awe. As innovators, we set the culture of wonderment, and then we act on it. By pursuing this culture, energetic spirits can sing, dance, and flow in the wind, for they are one with it. A symbiotic relationship between humans and nature exists. Our connection with nature fills every atom in our body and our feet unite with the swing. It filters through our senses from the ground up, reaching a point of deep connection between our heart and our head. This split second of connection celebrates simplicity. It celebrates simply being human. It is a simple thing when simplicity becomes the connection between the heart and the head. In a split second, knowledge becomes internal wisdom, and education breaks free from its industrial shadow into the long-awaited renaissance. During the pandemic, now more than ever, the human race has been gifted a global opportunity. An opportunity education to reclaim nature, culture, and local wisdom. We all have universal permission to innovate, create, and spark a renaissance for education. As we still debate our permission to innovate, the question becomes why, or why not?
Can I hear a round of applause, please? I don't know what you guys feel, but when I saw this, wow. Choked up, totally. Okay, so we have a few minutes to open the mic to every one of you. If you have any questions for the panelists, and maybe just even come up and share your hashtag with us.
What a way to conclude our third day. I'm running around with the mic because nobody's moving, so I figure I'll help everybody out a little bit because I love my crowd. So it's time for questions. Who has a question here? I think everyone's all chuffed up. He's grabbing the tissues to clean his glasses. Any questions for the panelists? All right, coming over.
Great, come up, please.
The videos, that was beautiful, very, very much so. And I find myself asking myself, and therefore I'm going to ask you all as well, because I'm not finding the answer. It seems like we try every now and then, so 100 years ago with Rudolf Steiner, with the Waldorf system, with the Montessori system, we keep trying to develop new systems, new ways to recreate education, to use not only all of our senses, but also nature and a natural way of learning. And yet we also keep going back to the same old. And my question is, how do we stop doing that? How can we create a system? We've been asking this question over the past 3 days over and over again, but the biggest question is, how can we help not only implement, but start the process to creating a very new way of learning, which is also a very old way, as you mentioned in the video, of learning?
That's a very good question. Who wants to respond first?
Thank you so much for that question, and thank you for allowing me to answer it. I think two words come up for me, and the one is sustainability, and the other one is responsibility. And if you break up both of those words, how can we sustain our abilities in what we are doing in education? So that's a good starting point. And how can we respond to those abilities? And that would be my answer to that. That there's a big need for innovation, but innovation doesn't mean reinventing the wheel. So when we can sustain our ability within the system, and we can keep on responding to that ability, we don't need to reinvent. We can then actually innovate without reinventing. I don't know if that comes close to what you were thinking about.
Yeah, I think it's also, that is such a great question, right? Because, I mean, what we really need to be doing, right, is developing the whole person, right? So it's not just about, teaching our students to regurgitate knowledge, right, that we are imparting or pouring into them, but we want to be able to address their whole lives holistically. Health, well-being, the emotional intelligence that you talked about, cultivating that. So many areas that I think, are falling short within education, and not creating enough space for interdisciplinary learning. It's always kind of focused on this one subject, and we're not doing enough, I believe, to intersect different areas and aspects of an individual's life, so that there's learning in that and the creativity that you are talking about. So I think that we need to, we've used this word a lot throughout this conference, right? Disrupt, interrogate, challenge, and really think what is missing, what is really missing in the learning and in the lives of our students, and even in ourselves. So to do that kind of self-reflection. Again, we are more than a job. We are more than academic, right? But there's a world that we live in that needs more love, that needs more compassion, that needs us to be more understanding, that needs to create space for us to learn about each other, knowing that we come from different places in the world and all walks of life. And are we creating our classrooms to have our students learn about each other, not just about the subject matter?
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that. A lot of you, I'm sure, know that at Yale, the most popular course was positivity. And now that Professor Santos has offered a 6-week free course for the well-being of teenagers. And so I always joke with my soul sisters and soul brothers that if we have to get a driver license test, right? And during COVID, every now and then we have to get a, COVID test. Why aren't we getting parents some tests? Maybe before, like for pregnancy, we need to get a test. How about parenting? Why aren't parents getting tests or assessments or education, lifelong parenting education? How about marriage, right? We need to get a marriage license, but are we getting education, right? Not fighting in front of our kids and knowing how to resolve problems, like to, sane human beings and not creating so much trauma, right, for our children so that they are hitting themselves and cutting themselves by age 8. And so no matter what we do, if we do not reimagine, right, the way we approach these basic human conditions and the solutions, without that agility, because in EQ we talk about agility, then we're just going in circles. Yeah.
I find that very interesting. That's going in a way back to the 4 quadrants that Michael brought up, about one of them being self-leadership that's missing in our current systems. I keep coming back to this question, though, of how. We talk about what would be ideal. The only thing I can personally imagine that could actually cause real change is at a governmental level. Because at this point, if you would like to educate your child in a system that's more holistic, you have to pay for private education. And the real question is, how do we make that jump to say all children at every level really deserve to be educated this way?
I'm going to just respond to that with a very practical example. So if you go on a scale from 1 to 100, you have the choice as an institution, as an educator, wherever you are, to bring 1% change or 100% change. A practical example of what we do at Open Flow Learning Center is that we don't have a snack time. We don't have a 10 o'clock break. We always have food available, and children choose autonomously to get up, get out of class, and get food. Because we don't have the right to say universally all people are hungry at 10 o'clock. Another example is that we break up our learnings in the day into negotiables and non-negotiables. You don't negotiate the fact that you're going to go to literacy, math, and science. You accept that, we support you through that, that's going to happen. But a part of your day is a negotiable. A part of your day, as an example, is where you can choose, self-direct, and have autonomy. We have kids in mixed ages. I know that you've asked, like, how do we not go back to the past? We have to. We have to also go back and look at what was Steiner's indications. We need to look at what was Reggio's indications. What did Montessori at a systemic level bring? From a pedagogical level, what are those underlying themes? So instead of the pedagogy itself or the framework itself, what was underlying? What was Berner saying? What is it that we can take from these indigenous people when we work in place? How do we bring place-based acceptance into our institutions, our places of work? So there are actually a whole range of things that can be done. The question of how is how much are you willing? And if your willingness is 1% and your courage is 1%, that is a lot in a big world. So I can carry on with practical examples, but I'm also aware that I'm sharing the panel with other people.
No, but those practical examples are so powerful because, right, you're allowing children to cultivate and develop negotiation skills, critical thinking skills, the ability that they have the ability and the autonomy to make decisions that work best for them, as opposed to the entire academic program being extremely rigid and controlling.
We got time for one more question over here. Would you like to ask a question?
I see a hand, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Putri. So I have this question running on my mind today. And I don't know, I think this condition happened in Indonesia, but maybe could be globally. I see these conditions, this really have a popular issue on TikTok on between us 8 youth that today we youth, we really like to jump to another company like in between short time to industry to another industry, company to another company. And if you see also their CV between 3 years, they already have in another many company. I see this is also having related to what governments in Indonesia also do. So they're making a new curriculum. It's Curriculum Merdeka. If in English means wisdom. I think they try to put the students to have the wisdom to do and wisdom to learn and everything. And it makes us, and this is also, we as youth, we also see that it happens because of that, and we really love to learn anything. But another side, it comes to that we do not have a much loyalty. Do you see that this is having any relation to it? And I want to have your perspective for us as youth. Do you see that we have a gap of a missing lessons or missing gaps or values that we actually have to have from you as an adult and an expert? I think that's, thank you.
Great, did you guys get that? Anyone want to say a comment, address that concern? And the sigh tells it
Selamat
all.
siang, Putri. I think what is very, very interesting, and I think you're mentioning Guru Belajar, Merdeka Belajar, Merdeka Campus, everything that is being initiated by the Indonesian government, which is absolutely fantastic. My question to you is, would you rather be loyal or would you rather be trustworthy? Because I don't think there's anything wrong with moving around in industry that does not serve you right now. And as long as you're able to move in industry and do what serves you in this one very short life, just make sure that you stay trustworthy. I do not think the youth is missing a lesson. I think that you are missing awareness. That's from my perspective. Mujid, I think I don't have Mujahid. What is your perspective on that?
Okay. Actually, I belong to a group which manages and owns about 14 schools across the KSA. And we have a school in Egypt as well. And we have a plan to expand. So I'll go through the model that we are using. Throughout the meetings, it is the PLC meetings between teachers and or the management meetings. Topics like change and transformation and disruptions always pops up while discussing. But I don't believe that always what is new is applicable, or what is new just because everyone is talking about it is right. You have to change for the sake of change, and you have to apply new things for the sake of just applying it. And I don't believe as well that old is gold. Unless and until what has been experienced is working, you have to keep doing it again and again. The consistency in the system is important. Back in the days when I was in the college, there was no social media. There was no, using Google and ChatGPT. What you have to do when you are doing your tasks or researching something, you have to spend daily 4 to 5 hours in the library and looking through books. What I have witnessed that especially Gen Zs, they don't understand that if they don't like to do something, they have the freedom not to do it, right? And they believe that hardship, that learning comes without suffering and without stress and without hardship. What we are applying in our schools as a traditional method, which is called the Socratic approach or the Socratic teacher. This is a traditional method, and I do believe that it is one of the most important and still applicable method that we are using, and it is, as you said, about negotiation. So either you make groups, or it is one-to-one session with students, and you have to pick different scenarios, and each group, after having long discussions and thorough discussions about different scenarios, whether it is in the political or in the business or in the different fields, they have to decide which ways to pick. And after that, the follow-up question is, why did you pick this path? So it's like a kind of a story way in order to engage students and in order to cultivate this sense of belonging and this sense of leadership and this sense of negotiating, and after that they have to give a reason why. So this is one of the ways that we are using every day in our schools. The second approach that we are using is the project-based learning, that everything is based on a project that you have, because learning through doing is one part of the equation. Doesn't mean that you don't have to memorize information, because few or lots of people believe that the time of repeating or memorizing information is over. And I do believe that is wrong. Memorizing information and repeating information, it is one of the skills that we should acquire. But the information should be related to something practical, whether it is in his daily life or whether it is in the market field as well. So the projects, we have, for example, seminars like this, we have conferences like this, and students are trained to organize, manage everything, and the audience are teachers and parents. So we have, before a week or so, before coming to the event, we had this kind of event, but it was managed and it was produced by students, middle school, primary, and high school. We have presentations. We have, public speaking. So these practical projects are the root of building this curiosity and this love for knowledge.
That's the key word, curiosity. You've heard it before, you're hearing it again. You guys have done a spectacular job, but I think that key is wrapping it all up about keeping curious, no matter if it's a student, a child, a parent. It's your communities, it's each other. And in this room, we got a lot of curious people. Finish up your point, but I want to let you know, we're ready to keep on going to recognition. That's coming next. So what do you got to say?
Okay, I have two more ideas to add, because most of the discussions was around emotional intelligence and leadership. And that is fine. Not everyone can be a leader. Everyone can be a leader in his own way. What we are adding as well, and I think it is one of the most important topic that is part of our course in the schools, it is how to be a good follower as well. No one can be a good leader until he has gone through the process or the stage of being a good follower. No one can be a successful, I would say, businessman until he has gone through stages, whether he's an employee or stages in his life, until he has reached the peak and the ability to understand and to manage his business. So there is kind of obsession, and all the time we have this discussions with our students that what do you like to be? So the prominent answers, I want to be famous, and I want to be a businessman. And in this case, you have to go through the responsibilities and the stages with him in order to make him realize that being a businessman or a successful businessman or entrepreneur or being a famous person, there are stages that you have to go through, and there are hardship and stresses and experiences until you reach that stage. And the second thing, and the second part, that it is learning through stress. And stress, of course, you might say that stress is something, not good, but I'm saying stress, when you look at stress, learning through stress or hardship from the positive mindset. Because all of us go through a lots of hardship in our life. It is the way that you look to the experience. It is not according or dependent on the experience itself. So it is about the mindset, that the way that you evaluate and assess and analyze the experience, whether it is positive or negative. We had an experiment, I guess 2 months back. So we had a group of students.
I think this is a discussion for after our next session, and I want to thank the panel. Sorry to cut you off here. Give them a round of applause. Stand on up to the end of the stage. It's been a great panel. In front of that table, please. We got the cameras coming to take some pictures. And I did mention before that this is the tail end of my 3 days with you. I'm going to miss you. But I know that each one of you will go home with a new sense of love for the life of education, because we got trailblazers in this room, no doubt. And I did ask, what is one thing you're going to take with you when you leave here to implement in your life tomorrow? I'm going to start with you, if you don't mind. Sorry to stick you on the spot. One thing that sticks out in your mind, you say, I'm going to go back to my life tomorrow, and I'm going to do this that I got from this event.
Well, one thing I took away is I realized I'm not alone in my thinking. In Japan for 20 years, I felt very isolated. So being able to hear everybody's ideas and share, that's probably one of the biggest things. I'm not alone. There's a community here. We can share ideas and grow.
You got community. Boom. What about you? One thing you can take with you tomorrow when you go back home. First word that comes to your mind, what comes?
Energy.
Energy. Okay. Energy is contagious, right? One thing, I'm coming over here. Oh, she's looking at me like, don't come over here with that microphone. She's not even looking at me. Okay. Well, that's a way to get me to walk away, no doubt. But think about one word, because it's all about implementation. In the education world, you got send them home with homework. They got to do it so they can learn it. You don't know until you try. What's the one word that you're going to take with you tomorrow?
Get students to hack the content.
Hack the content. Hack is the word. That was not one word, but we'll take it. How about you doing? What do you think? One word that you're going to implement in your life after Education 2.0.
Mental health.
Mental health. 2 words. That's all right. I'll take it. Mental health. Look at some of these themes around. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Did you get your word? 2 words, 3 words? No problem. What about you?
Inspiration.
Inspiration. Must be all these trailblazers, right? You see all these professionals. And you, what did you think? What are you going to take to your life tomorrow when you're back home? What are you going to do to invest in your business tomorrow?
Well, the word I would take is ideas.
Ideas. Good. So you're walking away with a lot of ideas. Fantastic. Thank you for that. Ladies, I'm coming around the table. What about you? You got a word?
No, but I have an idea, and that's the final one is just remember to take notes and note down who you would like to contact within the next 2 days. Otherwise, time is running and you're...
You got it. You got it. Make sure you got the contact. That means you got to use that hashtag. If you didn't meet everyone, Education2Conf. I see a lot of people using it. You've done a great job connecting. Keep it going. And in sales, we say you have to make the next step. So what is it? When are you going to meet them? When are you going to follow up? Make that next step. What about you? Do you have a word that you're going to take?
Collaboration.
Collaboration, my favorite word. That's my favorite word. Anyone collaborating with some other people here? You got some new opportunities for collaboration globally? Did you just expand your brand globally in different countries? Great. What word do you have?
Tap into my heart more.
Tap into your heart. Ooh, I like it. All right. Find out exactly your authentic self, your authentic truth. Well, there's some good stuff here at Education 2.0, don't you think? I'm going to bring it up, kick it up a notch. Come with me to the stage, please. We have one of our attendees that wants to open up your heart a little bit more. Wasn't that a good synergy to exactly what we're going to do? So I'm going to give you a second. Yeah, perfectly on time. That was meant to happen. Right? Everything. You are exactly where you're meant to be. Give them 2 seconds of what we're doing on stage. And then we're going to get to the final recognition, because there are some people to be recognized on here. But before we do this, it's going to take a minute of our time.
So, okay, it's summer solstice today. I don't know if you know it. It's the day that has the most light in the whole year. And some of you, or many of you, have been coming up to me asking about the heart and the heart coherence and the magnetic field of the heart. And I happen to work with color essences for over 15 years. And we can use it to build a frequency. And this is my takeaway, how important it is to build not just a mastermind by being together, but building a heart field together. So I invite everyone to come to, like, here. We're not biting, right?
No, that's okay. We got the front part of the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone's going to have to come up.
Yeah, you can come up or just here,
for a second.
because I really want to share this with you. It's a turquoise essence, and turquoise is all about connection. So it will create a field, and then we just tap into that heart power together and create a coherence field and see how fun this is. Okay? Up to it?
Yeah, we're up to it.
Great.
Kind of spontaneous, right? Okay. I'm going to hold the microphone.
You're going to hold the microphone, but I need your hand.
Okay.
And I will put just
three dots. Three dots of the blue turquoise. Here we're going to create an energy field of love, compassion, empathy between all of us here today. You guys have stuck around to the end, so you get the good stuff, right? These last-minute surprises are always fun. I like the giggles. I think, didn't you guys laugh a lot for the last 3 days? I always say laughter is love. Look at this. We got a lot of people in the audience participating, so fantastic. All right. We got everybody. One more person come. One more person. Okay, who doesn't have it? Run up here. Come on, girl. Okay, fun little exercise. Nadia, get up here. Come on and partake. If you smell it, it smells quite strong, right? Okay. Yeah, it's turquoise, she says. No eating this? Okay. All right, great. Great. Come on. We got the team. Come on, be a part of this. This is a fun little spontaneous action, but I always like these fun ones, you know? Okay. He's on the computer. He's recording. We need you in the heart field. We need you online in the heart field. You're part of it. Okay.
Okay. So wonderful. So you just rub your hands together. Okay? And yeah, you feel it. And then you hold them up here. And just
close your eyes.
Oh, I need a microphone, right?
Yeah, close your eyes.
Just imagine. Yeah, you can close your eyes. Just imagine out of your left hand is coming this beautiful turquoise energy. And it's moving like a flash around the whole world. And you can add an intention, something like that the whole world would love to communicate from the heart and breathe more into the heart and build that coherence field. Okay? And then you're moving your left hand and you're placing it over your heart. And you're breathing in to the heart. Just feel that. Imagine your heart is shining like a sun. And you imagine yourself breathing in and out to the heart. 4 seconds in, 4 seconds out. And now imagine you're connecting to all these beautiful people in this room and to all other souls that are like us in the world to create something completely new. And just feel it, feel the energy. You feel it building, right? That's heart coherence. When you breathe out through the mouth, you can turn your hands down. Take a deep, deep breath. And out. You feel that? Yes? So how was that?
Great. So we created that love circle, right? Thank you very much for the exercise. I hope you guys all feel how much love.
You joined.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
Thank
Great. Give
you.
a round of applause. Wonderful. All right. We do have a very special, these communities, when you come to an event for 3 days, you build these relationships. You know, these are wonderful relationships to build the foundation for the future. Thank you so much. My gratitude to all of you for being here and continuing. Thank you, thank you. And as we talk about a number of different topics, I invite you to come take your seat as we wrap up day 3. You enjoyed that a little bit? A little unusual, different, but I hope you're feeling happy. That's the most important. I'm here to shine my light to make sure each one of you guys feel good and leave with everything and more, from the relationships you build to the value you provide. There are extremely talented individuals here who've relentlessly pursued the goal of creating a better world for our future generation. The Education 2.0 conference has done it successfully year after year after year, and we keep on doing it, and we hope to extend our deepest appreciation to your exceptional expertise and visionaries for this. So transformational leaders empower others, enabling them to achieve willingly. And I think that holds true for each one of you sitting here today. I would like to invite up, as our last part of day 3, second half, Nadia back to the stage to help me with the awards of the recognitions that we have today. Give her a round of applause, please. Hello and welcome back. You're bouncing around the rooms here. Welcome, welcome. You know where to stand and what to do. I'm going to start with the first recognition award. Okay, we're going to go through a number of them. The first one, and I do need your help here, is the director of the Professional Development Program at Princess Noura bint Abdul Rahman University. He's a dedicated professor and an accomplished lecturer in entrepreneurship. With a passion for empowering aspiring entrepreneurs, she plays a pivotal role in shaping young minds eager to make their mark in the business world. Alja Wahara, please come to the stage. Give her a round of applause. Our first recognition for this afternoon. Well done for everything you do. It's your moment to shine. Would you like to take the mic? Would you?
Thank you so much. I'm really honored
and grateful to have received this prestigious award. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this esteemed event. And I would like to thank my family and my loved ones for their support, whom without I couldn't strive to excellence. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for everything you do. That you're helping so many businesses. Thank you very much. Next up is the head of Department of Business at the GEMS Founders School, Dubai, with over 18 years of experience. She is dedicated and passionate educator focused on student development. From the journey from teacher to coordinator led her to Dubai in 2013, where she currently leads the Department of Business. Recognized as an outstanding teacher, placed among the top 30% of teachers globally, she has achieved numerous accolades throughout her professional career. Please invite back to the stage Aparna Rajan. You're welcome. Congrats.
Thank you. Now comes my Oscar moment, 1 minute. I'm honored and grateful to be here to take this award. First of all, I must say that my life is full of serendipities. I was not looking for it, neither were they probably looking for me, but we just found each other, and I'm really grateful to Education 2.0 and the whole organizers. Specific thanks to the people who actually helped me to come till here in terms of clarifying all my doubts, because I think I picked their brains a lot. I also want to thank my parents, my better half, my flesh and blood, my son, and all the organizations where I have worked, Mount Carmel, JSS International School, Delhi Public School, and here now GEMS, which has been a great part of my life. And I want to specifically thank to all my colleagues who are there covering my work today when I am here enjoying this session, in getting all the motivations and ideas. Thanks to the GEMS founders community who have always helped me and motivated me.
Great.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Great. Congrats. Next up is the founder and CEO of Conscious Ignite, a renowned global speaker, author, and breakthrough coach who's trained over 18,000 entrepreneurs worldwide. She's Forbes Coaches Council thought leader and the author of Create Lifetime Loyal Customers, 7 Success Principles. Come on, Carrie Yu, it's time to shine. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Education 2.0, for this chance to connect with those change maker, disruptive entrepreneurs. And I'm really honored and really happy with that. It's the energy and everything just opened my eyes. Like I connect with those not only in their career, but in their personal life. I heard a lot of stories about how they overcome their challenge in their life. So who we are is very important, and also we need more courage and raise up more leaders as a disruptive entrepreneur, educator, and change maker. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congrats. We learned a lot from you the last 3 days. Thank you for sharing your expertise. Next is the head of the Islamic department at GEMS and a dedicated educational professional with 11 years of experience in the field, passionate about leadership and continuous growth. Please welcome her to the stage, Lena Majid. Congratulations. shine.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Alaikum salam.
I'm grateful to my Lord for giving me such as this chance to be with you here, for all His blessing, alhamdulillah. Also, I'm grateful for my family, friends, my organization, James Schools, for giving me support and motivating me to do more. Today, we are standing here as ambassadors of excellence. I believe that recognition comes with a responsibility to empower people, inspire them, and to motivate them to do more and believe in their dreams. Thank you for all the organizers for such as this amazing event, for everything you have done during this event. I love it. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lena. Congratulations for everything you do and all the Arabic you're teaching the world, right? So next up is the senior facility of NEET, N-E-E-T, Brooklyn, a Bio Online. 18 years of teaching experience in the education, motivation, mentor, and biology expert, and the winner of the Best Biology and Environmental Science Facility Award 2022. Please invite up to the stage with me. You've seen her before. You're going to see her again. Rita Vashita.
Good evening, everyone. It's been an honor and privilege to be here for the second time. And I'm highly humbled and grateful to the team of Education 2.0 for selecting me for this Visionaries Award. At the same time, I'm thankful to all the organizations and the people in my life who have contributed me in a positive manner and who have inculcated me that feeling that I can reach up to the top in any of the field which I choose, and I work with my heart and soul. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Ritu. Thank you. Thank you, and best of luck. Thank you for everything you do. Biology is her name, the name of the game here. Science, we got science, math, we got everything. Okay, another person that's here with us today, we'd like to recognize as the head of the department at American International School in Dubai, UAE, with over 10 years of experience as an institutional leader. She has trained and guided teachers to enhance their teaching strategies. She holds a bachelor's in English literature and primary education and is currently pursuing her master's in educational leadership. She received the Outstanding Leader Award in 2021 from Athena Education. Put your hands together for Zainab Asif. Time to shine. Thank you so much, and thank you for everything you're doing. Good luck. Come on over. Say
Can
hello.
I borrow your space?
Yeah,
Yes.
come on over, girl.
I just want to make sure I've included everyone when I'm taking this recognition. So good evening, everyone. This event has been amazing, and I'm deeply honored to receive this award today. Thank you, Education 2.0, for recognizing my efforts in the field of education. And this award serves as a reminder of the commitments and dedication that I carry as an educational leader. I have, and the impact I've made in transforming lives. As quoted, that great leaders don't set out to be leaders, but set out to make a difference. And it's not about the goal, but it's not about the role, but it's definitely about the goal. The journey from being a teacher to an educational leader wasn't easy, but I am grateful for the support of my family, my colleagues, my organization, my friends, and my husband, who has been a strength to me, my 2 kids, who've given me a purpose in life. So thank you, and I will cherish this award as a symbol of my commitment to educational leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, and best of luck. Good luck with your studies, girl. Thank you. I'll take that. At this time, I'd like to just invite Nadia to step down from the stage. She's been incredible. We've seen her here before. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for all your help, giving everything. Did you have a fun time?
Yes, great, and thank you, Education 2.0. It was such an amazing conference.
Wonderful. It's so nice to have you here. Really nice to have her here. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is basically almost the end of our event. This is the recognition that we're here to give live. There is a list of recognitions I'm going to give for people online. You're invited to stay here, of course. And thank you, Nadia, for doing the honor of handing out and congratulating all these awardees and honorees of Education 2.0 Conference Spring Edition. We do it again later this year. Now, we've come to the conclusion before we go on to the virtual space, but before we part, the entire team would like to thank our media partners, our exhibitors, and a special thanks to all of our sponsors, the Consultancy Group for International Education and the Agile Evolutionary Group. Thanks for having our back and making this possible. There's no doubt that people have traveled globally from countries around the world, and I do know, I feel pretty confident that it has been well worth the flight. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. All right. I'm getting thumbs up. So it's been amazing to have partnered with you. My name's Rachel Muleman from the Biz Advisor, and you know how to connect with me online with the hashtag Education2Conf so we can stay connected forever, as long as I'm alive anyhow. So emotions are essential parts of human intelligence, and I think what we all really gain from this event is a connection emotionally to one another. We have created an environment where we can thrive together, and without emotional intelligence, AI will never remain, well, it will continue to remain incomplete. So it will never be able to supplement humanity and the emotional connection we need, we desire, and we continue to fulfill. So thank you very much from the Education 2.0. We're going to continue on and recognize some people that couldn't be here today. First person is Ahmed M. Abusham. Congratulations. He's probably watching online. We appreciate everything you do and congratulate to you. The next person is Amr Ed. Congratulations to you for being recognized as an education leader. Bernard Garcia, we wish you big accolades in everything you do, and congratulations for being recognized. Fuen Yi, congratulations for being recognized at Education 2.0. We'll now hear his acceptance virtually. In a minute. I'll just smile to him online in the meantime. Well, this is fun, isn't it? I don't want you to go, really. I'm just going to make you sit there for a while. Maybe. Tech team, how are we doing back there? We keep going? You tell me when you're ready. In the meantime, we'll keep going because we have more people to recognize. The Kajani Educational Empowerment Initiative. Congratulations for everything you do for education. You are recognized at Education 2.0. Oh, here she is. Sound?
I'm so extremely happy, honored, and at the same time humbled to be all of you, even though it is through virtual. Thank you to the organizers as well as the judges for recognizing my work and awarding me with this Outstanding Leaders Award in this Education 2.0 conference. Well, professionally as a psychotherapist and having all the knowledge, done all the research in the area with the global neuroscientists, I find that working on our belief system, it is so important. And having this knowledge to myself isn't going to change anything in this world. And that's why it is in my passion to share my knowledge, my research work to the younger generation and helping them to realize how important it is to actually look at the belief systems that we have to change whatever outcomes and results that we want out there. And therefore, having this recognition, having this award helps me, ascertains me that the work that I have been doing throughout the years doesn't go to waste, and I have created impact to those who needed this, especially the younger generation. It gives me an extreme honor to be able to share this message with all the renowned global leaders who are present here in the conference, and I hope to connect with all of you soon one day. You can also connect with me through LinkedIn, Fuan E, F-U-E-N-Y-E-E. And thank you once again to the organizers and to the panel judges for awarding me this privilege award. And I hope to see all of you again. I'm sure even without my presence over there, this is going to be a huge success, a very fruitful event, and I'm going to see you one day soon, very, very soon. So thank you once more, and I see you all. Bye-bye. Thank you. Hello there.
Please. Okay. That was Fun Yi. Congratulations. You're recognized. I hope you got, oh, here's, let's see. I have to acknowledge that James Cummings is being recognized for the education and everything he does in this industry. Kay Rogola, you're the next one to be recognized at Education 2.0. I'm hoping this is you.
And a wonderful good day. I send warm greetings from Germany near Frankfurt. You might hear it from my German English. We call it Jinglish. My name is Kai B. Rogala. I have a degree in finance and have been working in the financial industry for about 20 years. For 7 years now, I have been the managing director of one of the oldest independent financial broker companies in Germany, and I am very grateful to have been nominated for the Outstanding Leadership Award here in Dubai. I'm very sorry that I cannot share the beautiful weather with you and have to watch from afar. But there's an incomparably important reason for this. My wife and I are expecting our third child in a short time and therefore unfortunately cannot travel at the moment. Thanks to the organizer and everyone involved for offering such a comprehensive framework for this important topic. A theme that connects people and honors attributes that too often go unseen. I'm very grateful to be part of it and wish all the participants and those present maximum added value from this event. All the best to you, stay healthy and happy, and feel warm greetings from Germany, your Kai B. Rogala. Hello, and a wonderful...
Hey, Kay. Okay. Thank you for your time and effort. We're seeing people around the world that are acknowledged and not able to be here, but they have done so much in their life. And so I do encourage you to check them out online to find these people and see what they're doing and see if maybe there's some opportunity for collaboration globally with the people that didn't arrive. I would like to congratulate Lindy Cruz. You have been recognized at Education 2.0 for everything you've done. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to Masato Takeda. Congratulations to you.
Education 2.0 conference attendees and great educators. I am Masato Takeda, President of Tekuru Corporation in Japan. I am pleased to share with you all the pleasure of receiving this award as a great educator. It's a great honor for me to receive this award. Unwillingly, I have not been able to attend this conference there. I am very sorry that I will not be able to meet you all today. However, I have been watching your speeches and discussions on the live stream on YouTube. I'm getting a lot of inspiration from you. Thank you very much. ありがとうございます。Our mission as educators is to bring about positive changes in society, and on the other hand, to provide education that can respond to rapid changes in the environment. We've been providing education to help people in Japan to quickly realize the rapid environmental changes brought about by COVID-19, especially remote work and remote education. We are very honored to be recognized at this conference for our contribution to keeping education and business activities unstoppable in Japan. In accepting this award, I would like to thank my business colleague, my fellow educators, and my students. We've inspired each other, grown together, and blazed new trail in the field of education. I would also like to express my gratitude to the many people who have supported us. I will continue my journey as an educator and do my best to make a difference and help our students reach their full potential. Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。
Arigato. Thank you, Masato. Next to be recognized, I'd like to congratulate Melkart Ruhana. Thank you so much for everything you do.
I wish I'm with you today, ladies and gentlemen, but unfortunately I'm not. I'm here debating leadership with the gods in the Acropolis in Athens, but I'm really humbled. Thank you very much for the Outstanding Leadership Award. And if I want to leave you with something, I would say this. Every human being is versed in greatness. And over the decades investigating the power of leadership, I came to that conclusion. Leadership is a choice. And every day we're faced with unbelievable amount of choices whereby we can unleash greatness on others, help them to raise their flag and sing their song. So thank you once again very much. I'm humbled, and let's join hands to help people come together and sing the greatness song. My name is Melkart Ruhana, and this case is closed.
Cool. Who wants to go to Acropolis and see him? That sounds fun. Okay, well, congratulations to Melkart. Next, I'd like to recognize Sanjeev Bhatia. You're amazing, and we want you to know you're recognized at Education 2.0. Next is Saryut Ruan Suwan. Congratulations to you. You're another one to be recognized.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an extreme honor for me to be here in the online mode tonight to receive the Outstanding Leadership Award. I am sincerely grateful for the recognition of my work. I also humble because I am certain that all other applicants for the Outstanding Leadership Award were also highly qualified and capable of obtaining this award. Therefore, I would like to earnestly express my appreciation to the Education 2.0 conference organizer for giving me this prestigious award. I would like to say that this award truly reflects the help and constant support of the people who have been around me throughout the last 5 years. They have been a great source of passion, encouragement, motivation, and enthusiasm throughout my journey. In addition, I expect that my hard work will definitely contribute to Thai economy as a whole and improve our nation's competitiveness eventually.
What a beautiful backdrop. Congratulations. So we keep moving along. We have another recognition. I'd like to recognize Tan Kian Hua. Congratulations for everything you do in education. This recognition belongs to you. Our next recognized person is Thambria Jati.
Congratulations. Let me acknowledge the great work that all educators are doing in developing young minds. Now it seems more challenging for us as technology and the landscape has changed. And everyone says that the role of educators needs to be redefined. But I think we still perform a very key function, right, in facilitating and growing and developing young minds. I really want to thank you for this award, and it represents all the work that all of us are doing, the excellent work. And let us all together, right, share our learnings and learn from each other so that we can be the best educators possible. And lastly, I want to wish all of you a great conference. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but I'm sure there will be learnings from each and every one of us, and I will catch up with these learnings, right, through the recordings, right? So thank you very much for the award, and have a great conference.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations. We have just a few more. You guys are sticking around. I love the stickiness. You don't want to leave, do you? It must be all that love we got earlier, right? Congratulations to the next amazing educator, Danya Zentut. It's time to be recognized.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be part of this event and honored to receive this recognition award. Best of luck. Looking forward to connect with all of you. And thank you, sponsors and organizers.
And the very last recognition award for the Education 2.0 event this spring is Ashutosh Nath. Congratulations, you are now recognized.
From MakeThatMove.in, and I can't thank Education 2.0 enough for honoring me with an award for outstanding leadership in education. So I've been a trainer for Trinity College London exams for over 5 years, and last year I realized, hey, there are other trainers like me who would want a platform. Why not start a training zone where all of them could come in and teach, and why not get them clients as well? Why not get them students? And we did that. And in the process I realized, hey, we are actually building a community, because it's not just the kids. You've got adults coming in, the parents coming in, joining the kids for sessions intended for sketching and painting, for dance lessons, even for music lessons. Imagine the mother and the son playing the keyboard at the same time. That's beautiful to watch, and you know, it helps them bond. And I didn't realize it until I got a mail on LinkedIn from Education 2.0, and I was told that I was being considered for this award, and I'll have to get on a call, and there'll be some formalities, and let's see where it goes. At first I couldn't believe, me, what have I done? Why me? I got on a call, and they said, we looked at these specific profiles, and then there was you. And why don't you fill out this form? While filling out the form, I realized, okay, in the last 5 years, we've done these many things. It was a heartwarming experience for me. I mean, my students have done all of this, right? And that was something. That was, okay, there were some awards out there, but okay, there was this award too. Oh, okay, mention that. After all of this, you know, when you get an award, you're like, okay, you got to be in Dubai to, you know, network, to experience. I mean, and there were some circumstances over here because of which I can't make it to Dubai. That's why I'm not in Dubai. Like, is it possible to do something about it? And the team, I think Shobit tells me, yes, we can do something. We can have you over here virtually. Right? There'll be an acceptance speech from you, and you know what? You'll get all the benefits that you promised. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's been incredible. I've had an incredible experience with you all here. I'm so blessed to have shared this stage with so many experts in the education field. I can't thank you enough for your time and sharing your expertise with me, as well as everybody else globally. I hope you look back on these memories and watch these videos with fondness of the moment and the impact that you've made to people around us here in Dubai. I do think, and I do invite you to continue your path of learning impact, and health for the rest of your life. Whether you impact one, or maybe you impact millions, it still matters. And I want to encourage that you spread your leadership, spread it globally after this event, because now you have the tools to do so. So I applaud you for being here. I applaud you for networking. I hope I've been a catalyst for your connecting, and I do hope that we meet each other and our paths cross in the near future. So our trailblazers that are left in the room, impact and start to implement. The future is yours, and you're impacting the world. So thank you, each and every one of you, for coming to Education 2.0. I hope to see you next year. Have a great night.